Good morning, Wasim, Pratyush, everyone. Good morning, VC sir.
Very good morning, madam. How are you?
I'm good, sir.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. We can start.
Good morning.
Good morning,
Good
ma'am.
morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Shall we start, Mansi, ma'am?
Yeah, we should.
Please go on. As professed by John Hagel, the coming era of artificial intelligence will not be the era of war, but be the era of deep compassion, non-violence, and love. A very warm good morning to honorable speakers, distinguished guests, faculty members, and my dear students. Myself, Dr. Apeksha, Faculty of Division of English, School of Liberal Education, Galgodias University. On behalf of School of Liberal Education, with great joy and immense exultation, I feel privileged to extend my warm welcome to all presented here for this inaugural session. School of Liberal Education, in collaboration with Erasmus Program of the European Union and Jean Monnet Project, Jawaharlal Nehru, Delhi, is organizing an international conference on reconstructing the self in the age of artificial intelligence, perspectives, contestations, and challenges. Galgodias University is both gratified and thankful. Gratified by the immensity of experts we see, and thankful that Jean Monnet Project of JNU, led by Dr. Sheetal Sharma, who has given us such a huge platform for meeting of intellects from all over the country for this initiation. We are really grateful to you, ma'am, for your constant support throughout. 2 to 3 events have been successfully conducted under this GNU collaboration within this 1 year, like 14-day orientation program, FDP program, for the benefit of scholars and faculties. This conference will focus on locating the notions of self, freedom, and choice in the wider organization that is being unbridled by advances in artificial intelligence. It will engage with diverse issues and concerns, including ontological debates in artificial intelligence, data governance, policies and practices, social media and violence, gender inequalities, digital capitalism, and digital colonialization. I feel honored to welcome our distinguished patrons and guests, Professor Renu Luthra, ma'am, Pro Vice Chancellor and Advisor to Chancellor, Galgodias University, Professor Malika Arjun Babu, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Galgodias University, Professor Anuradha Parashar, Dean, School of Liberal Education, Galgodias University, and Dr. Sheetal Sharma, Professor, Center for European Studies and Coordinator for Jean Monnet Project, JNU, New Delhi. I would also like to welcome our patrons, Mr. Sunil Galgotia, Honorable Chancellor of Galgodias University, Mr. Dhruv Galgotia, CEO, Galgodias University, Ms. Aradhna Galgotia, Honorable Director Operations, Galgodias University, and our respected chief guest. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome our esteemed chief guest, Professor Srinath Srinivas, Dean R&D at IIT Bangalore. In the course of this event, faculty members and research scholars from various universities would be presenting their papers. We have received a huge number of responses from scholars and faculty, but we have been able to accommodate only few papers which will be presented in the course of this event. Now, it remains an honor and privilege for me to invite Professor Anuradha Parashar, Dean, School of Liberal Education, Galgodias University, to deliver the welcome address note for taking this event forward.
Thank you, Dr. Apeksha, and a very good morning to one and all respected dignitaries on the virtual dais. Hearty welcome and gratitude from depth of my heart for gracing the inaugural session of GU School of Liberal Education. 2 days online international conference on reconstructing the self in the age of AI, perspective, contestations, and challenges. And with the blessings of our respected Honorable Chancellor Sir, Shri Sunil Galgotia ji, motivation from Shri Dhruv Galgotia, CEO Galgotia's University, Advocate Aradhana Madam, Honorable Director Galgotia's University, and inspiration from our Kulguru, Professor Mallikarjuna Basu, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Galgotia's University, and of course our advisor Madam Luthra. We extend warm welcome to esteemed members of Erasmus Plus program of the European Union, and hearty welcome to Dr. Sheetal Sharma, convener, Center for European Studies, JNU coordinator, Jean Monnet module, CES JNU, and ardent welcome to Dr. Srinath and all the delegates and participants. I also extend warm welcome to program chairs, faculty members. So welcome to one and all on behalf of GU School of Liberal Education. And it's yet again a great day at Galgotia's University that we all are here to participate in this unique and memorable conference. We have recently successfully concluded at School of Liberal Education Nature Connect workshop, Joy at Fingertips, and filmmaking workshop. Also, we concluded 4 days online international conference on applied psychology and business management in association with IITLS Turkey. And now it's indeed a great day that we are inaugurating the international conference on reconstructing the self in the age of AI and perspective, contestations, and challenges. And I'm so happy that we have chosen this topic, a topic of utmost importance and relevance, and that too, how to reconstruct self in the age of artificial intelligence. So I'm happy to note that distinguished speakers as panelists, we are having representation even from USA, Malaysia, and from other parts of the world. Thanks to one and all for your participation and for making this conference successful, and compliments to School of Liberal Education faculty team, Dr. Wasim, Dr. Pratyush, Dr. Paroma, Dr. Apeksha, Dr. Dilip, Dr. Mansi, Dr. Monica, Dr. Debutam, Dr. Ravindra, and all members of School of Liberal Education for their contribution and for making this conference to take place in a very smooth way. And I'm sure that there will be good number of resolutions which will be passed as an outcome of this conference. And I look forward to see at abstract book and paper compilations as journals. Last but not the least, wishing all good takeaway from the conference and happy learning. Thank you. Vande Mataram. Jai Hind. Over to you, Apeksha.
Thank you, ma'am, for this exhilarating note. Now, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome Professor Renu Luthra, Pro Vice Chancellor and Advisor to Chancellor Galgotia's University. She is a committed academician and administrator. I request you, ma'am, to kindly grace the event and deliver the special address speech. Ma'am, you're on mute. Mute.
Thank you, Dr. Apeksha. Before I start, I'd just like to make a tiny correction. I'm not the Pro Vice Chancellor. I am the former Vice Chancellor and currently advisor to the Chancellor. So that's my designation. Anyway, that's a small thing. So first of all, thank you so very much, Dr. Anuradha, for inviting me to speak. It's such a pleasure, and I am deeply impressed by the theme that you have chosen, reconstructing the self in the age of AI, perspectives and challenges. There could not be anything more topical than this. There could not be anything more controversial than this. But and I am very, very deeply impressed by the commitment of your team who has putting together a conference, that too, getting so many people online to join you, getting so many paper contributions. It's no mean task. It's a very, very difficult thing. And I can see and I sense the way the School of Liberal Arts, Liberal Education, along with the team which is dedicated for this conference, they work tremendously hard. So congratulations to you. It's a privilege to speak about a topic I don't know anything about. I am not a technical person. I'm a management graduate, but I thought this sounds very, very interesting. So I'll just share what my experiences are. And technology is here to stay. There is no looking back. But there are certain issues. When I was younger, I didn't say when I was young. I said younger because I consider myself still very, very young, though I'm a retired person. So when I was younger, in my initial years of my career, the way we were teaching was the method we used to call walk. We walk around the room, talk, and the third thing was chalk. You used a chalk to scribble on a scratchy blackboard to give you, and that I even taught management students like this in my younger years at the beginning of my career. Suddenly, there were the projectors. I think I learned computers on the job. You are a Google generation. You are a generation which is native to technology. You're born with that. We were migrants to technology. We acquired that skill. But believe me, whether it was the OHP or the computer which landed on my table one day and they said, okay, from now on you do this and set your own question paper and do things yourself. I hated it. I said, what has it done to me? And I wouldn't have been here today if I had not been constantly reconfiguring myself. Each one of us has had to reconfigure ourselves. And COVID, what did COVID do? It just hastened the process of change, of becoming comfortable with softwares, comfortable with online meetings, making these things which we thought was never possible, making online meetings productive. And today is a prime example of the same. When I was about 5-6 years ago, my father was posted abroad. So we had television in those days in foreign countries. And there used to be a serial called Star Trek. I don't know if anybody even recalls that. It was a spaceship and they were all human-like looking figures, which were babies. Some of them were not even human. The smart watches you wear, I had seen them in that serial when I was 6-year-old. And I said, oh, this is the realm of imagination. And today, not only are those things true, and we are way, way beyond. Talking of reconfiguring ourselves, with the arrival of the social media and smartphone, the world changed. When the retweet and share buttons were introduced, we broke out of our limited networks and our opinions started traveling far and wide. People unconnected with us could see what we are or could read what read our opinions, and we got access to opinions which we would otherwise not have encountered. Does this contribute to reconfiguring? Yes. Our thought processes widen, our approaches change, our attitudes get modified. If that is not reconfiguring, what is? We share opinions. We make videos of our significant activities and even non-significant activities. We pay tributes to people who died, those people whom we never knew. We pay tributes. And we call out perceived injustices. That has also reconfigured us. We are curious about people we didn't know. We widen our horizons. We call out perceived injustices, those injustices which would merely be, in our view, an article in the newspaper or in the electronic media. But today, we have a voice. We have opinions. Though, of course, I'm very disappointed when I learn that the number of likes that our videos and our photographs get determines our self-esteem. Yesterday, there was a little baby who walked into this office, our chancellor's grandson, and somebody was clicking his photographs. And are you aware? He started making those faces that most of you young girls do when you pout and you twist your lips and you suck in your cheeks. Before the photograph, he was doing that. He's already reconfigured. So there is one thing that I was reading about in the newspapers. This was, AI is all around us, but its latest avatar, AI Chat GPT. I read about it and I was excited as well as a little horrified. This recent chat GPI of AI responds in a conversational language. It can write an email. It can write marketing content. It can solve complex maths problems. And the most interesting part is, unlike your Alexa, which sounds synthetic, it doesn't sound synthetic. It's absolutely human. Oh, yes, I must certainly share with you what happened last evening. We had some guests in the house, and in the morning I had left the Alexa on. By mistake, I normally switch it off because apparently it hears all our conversation and it records it all. In the morning, I had put on some nursery rhymes for my grandchild and I left it on. And suddenly we had guests in the house at 9 o'clock. Alexa says, it's bedtime. I mean, announcing to the guests, now you go. So funny it might be, I was startled. I mean, where did Alexa pick up that it's my bedtime? Maybe somewhere, because I do sleep at 9. Somewhere, but that kind of a shock that you get also requires reconfiguring of attitudes. Now, as code-driven systems take over decision-making, we hand our power, we hand our privacy, and we hand our independence to tools about which we have no control, over which we have, leave alone control, we have very, very little knowledge of. You know, I'll give you an example of what our lack of knowledge can do to us. These tools are going to be governed by the owners of these tools. And we as the marketer, we as the consumer, we're not only consumer, we are also producer because we provide content to the digital media. But in this case, as the consumer of these tools, will be convinced by the producers of these tools how beneficial it is for us. This reminds me, you know, many, many decades ago, many means couple of decades ago, 3-4 decades ago, basmati, that dalda, you know, remember that vanaspati? Dalda was the thing. The marketing companies were, my mother told me as a kid that when dalda came into India, on thelas it was being marketed and pakoras were being sold, fried with dalda, and how tasty it is. Suddenly, our very healthy sarson ka tel, mustard oil, and pure ghee, which were the staple in Indian households, started being moved out. Sarson was bad, desi ghee was fattening, cholesterol, etc. And here the healthy thing came, dalda. And today, we all know what dalda has done to our systems. But it was these marketing companies. I refuse to believe the marketing companies didn't know, or the producers didn't know the harmful effects of these. So while reconfiguring yourself, the idea is get yourself armed with as much information as you can. Use it. Technology is judicious if used wisely. And the benefits of AI-driven systems are tremendous in terms of healthcare gains across the world, in terms of education, cheap access to medical care, and many others. But yes, there are proliferation of weapons issues, etc., which of course is there. But again, as I said, I'm not really competent to dwell on that. Just remember one thing. Every time we reconfigure the environment or we reprogram the environment, every time we reprogram the environment, we reprogram human beings and make them more standardized. Our responses become more standardized. Our way of communicating becomes more standardized. And it removes the ambiguity from human beings. Good or bad? Bad. Ambiguity is the essence of a human being, is the beauty of human being. And we standardize, we become so similar in our responses, it is a loss. So how to retain that ambiguity while taking advantage of technology is the challenge here. You know, I was reading somewhere by 2030, bots will take over a lot of our, it will facilitate a lot of our social interaction. I even heard that mothers would be using bots, which are actually intelligent seeming programs that interact in human-like ways. They're very intelligent programs. They interact in human ways. And I've heard that even mothers would be using bots to help their children with homework. I mean, that would be so wonderful. I wish it was there when my kids were 5-year-old. बहुत पढ़ाया, बड़े गंदे नंबर झेले. Maybe the bot would have done it better. Okay. Now, and even psychological well-being. I mean, you're depressed, you're upset. And the bot will counsel you the way a human being will counsel you. What does it mean about social interactions? Do we need lesser human beings around us? That's for us to debate in the next 2 days. Our communication will be highly augmented. Even now we have the email chat sending, trusting, oh, this spelling, that spelling, will send me an American spelling and a British spelling, and I forget my own spelling, which my convent school English teachers taught me so well. And suddenly I'm confused. Does this have a double L? Does it have a single L? I'm actually confused because email, AI, whether it's my phone or my computer, it's throwing up a lot of options for me. Okay. Now, as we get more and more intelligent tools around us, there will be increasing number of human functions. The more it will help human beings with their environment. But in order to help more, these intelligent systems will require more information. They need to know everything about you. They will be delved into you. They will acquire things about your preferences, your timings, your schedules, what makes you happy, what doesn't make you happy. That's what is going to be raise issues of intrusion, privacy. So use it to the extent that you want. Okay. Now for the young students assembled here, what does it mean for you? What does this reconfiguring yourself in the era of AI mean for you? What it means for you is that unlike a time when a one-time postgraduate degree or degree, whichever degree that you acquire prior to taking up a job, that would suffice for the rest of your life. I am an MBA, right? I'm a MBBS. God, I did it. I actually got admission somewhere and I became this great thing. This great thing, this great skill you acquire will become redundant, will not be required, you will become unemployable. I used to say a couple of years ago, within 5 years. I'm so scared now to say 5 years. It could be 6 months. It could be 1 year. Look what happened. There was the IT, there is still the IT boom, they said. Great things happening, big salaries. Suddenly Google, Amazon, everybody is dismissing, benching their employees. People are losing jobs. So your redundancy can come very, very fast in the age of AI. So what will be required of you? What will be required of you will be hybrid skilled knowledge employees who can operate in jobs that didn't exist before and operate at a short notice. So a readiness, a preparedness, acquiring more skills. Farmers will become data analysts. They'll have to understand where is the consumption, where is the consumer, how to reach the consumer. Oncologists will understand robotics because that's going to be used in this understanding disease and giving treatments. Biologists, can you imagine a biologist will need to be a trained electrical engineer? Possibly so. So what it really means is that each of us has to understand, to remain relevant in the age of AI, we have to become a multi-skilled person. We have to constantly move ahead in our learning. Our learning curve has only one direction, upwards. So with these words, I congratulate all the persons, all the professors, the PhD scholars who have, presented their papers here today, who are going to be presenting their papers. I am so grateful to all our distinguished guests Particularly, I'm very, very happy to see chief guest, Dr. Professor Srinath Srinivasan, Dr. Sheetal Sharma, then our, of course, Vice Chancellor, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Babu, and Dr. Anuradha, and the entire team. There is Manasi who came to meet me, and there is Promita, if I know, Paroma, that's her name, who came to meet me. I think Pratyush also, and all of you. Congratulations for putting this together. Thank you so very much. I'm so happy. I'm really looking forward to the address of our chief guest, our vice chancellor. So thank you very much for inviting me, and all the very best for an extremely, extremely successful conference. God bless you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your highly inspirational and promising vision. It was really wonderful to see how you have connected this technical theme with your economic expertise. Now, we feel delighted to welcome our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Malika Arjun Babu. Professor Malika Arjun Babu is currently the Vice Chancellor of Galgodias University. He is a passionate educator and has a strong social service background and commitment to serve the students in the higher educational space. I request you, sir, to kindly refine the event with your presence and deliver the honorary remarks.
Yeah. Thank you, Apeksha. Very good morning to all. And I'm very much delighted to be a part of this international conference hosted by our School of Liberal Education. Right? I wonder this school has bringing in wide contemporary topics and challenging the ecosystem to learn better and perform better. So while this topic is I'm very connected to this topic, and I'm very happy to see this kind of deliberations that are happening. I also, on behalf of Galgodias University, on behalf of our Chancellor and other esteemed patrons, I invite all of you to this today international conference. And here, Renu ma'am has covered wide spectrum. There is nothing is left for anybody to speak, right? So now that gives us, puts us our perspective into action in terms of words and expressing. Now, I'm really wondered, the artificial intelligence is something which is a boon or bane. I really can't figure out. Configuring is going to be a challenge. Probably over these deliberations, the chief guest of the day and other esteemed faculty might arrive at those views. But technology is a double-edged sword. Always. Technology has been always a double-edged sword, and how we can really go hand in hand and learn better things. Now, learning has been a constant factor, as all of you know. This technology has brought in a lot of disruptions in it. These technologies now moving ahead, and see, all artificial intelligence was there, neural networks were there long ago, but we never moved in. So ultimately, what is pushing us is the business models which are coming in the media and the electronic media and digital media, and how we are now embracing all of them. Having said that, connecting thyself, right, yourself, right, in the era of AI. So there is nothing left as a personal choices, personal ambit, personal things, no more there. So all the machines are reading you, and everything, whatever your actions are being predicted well, and they are supporting you, and they are doing everything. Right? I was sharing with Pratyush and other people who have met me that day. I was sharing certain things. I have connected all my devices, right? Like all my Facebook, Google, and all the other Gmail accounts and everything. Now then, this was somewhere 2017. And I just see at the end of month or quarter, right? The telephone, which my mobile phone, tells me where I was there, what time I checked in a hotel, what food I had, what time I checked in, what was my flight schedules, what was delayed there, and what happened. Everything was drilling it out completely. So I thought there is something scary thing is happening here. Let me disconnect all of them. So now my Facebook and my Google account doesn't talk to each other. So I don't want to really get in there more into more. Because see, these things will also give us your opponents to know, or your better friends to know where you are. So sometimes it is dangerous as well. So that I thought, okay, there are certain, we don't have our own self left with. We have nothing to really hide, right? Even our emotions are being stolen. Your emotions are being stolen. Artificial intelligence is such a kind wherein it is doing a greater things in business side, but now that is coming into the personal aspects. Now, today, if you look into the problem solving techniques are plenty, and one of the problem solving technique, which is called as human-centered design. So probably, I think the school can really talk about that human-centered device. The human is centered, right? And around the gadgets, what all that being placed. So each gadget is putting some data. Everything, you laugh, it is catching you, and you cry, it is catching you. So these are the things which I'm in a dual mind, right? What way it is moving ahead. The world is moving ahead. But nonetheless, whether you like it or not, things move on like this. So artificial intelligence is going to go and take the strides, and we should start learning those things in appropriate sense to make them, right, helpful to you, rather than really just being scared or threatened about what the technologies are going ahead. Rather than we have to adapt and try to learn and consume these things into a positive spirits, so that our existence becomes comfortable, right? That's what Renu Madam was talking about. A 2-year kid is responding, and it's a time that we all need to bring in those kind of changes and understand. And psychologically, how it is going to impact us and what are the effects of it. Sometimes it is positive, sometimes I feel a little bit wonderstruck, because probably it's a learning curve for me. So now many people, we are not actually, I am not a tech guy as said. By profession, I'm an industrial engineer. So then, nevertheless, we used to talk to the machines. Machine and man, I always compare the human being. Machine does meticulously, switch on, it will not question you, it will work those many hours. Man is not that, right? It's a very difficult to work with a man. It's a human being is a dangerous machine, I would like to say, right? It's a machine kind, psychomotor skills are there, but they are very, very dangerous to work with. And coming out commonalities are very difficult. But anybody goes to a machine, irrespective of who they are, switch on, it switches on. Now today, these machines also with AI inbuilt, you switch on, they say that you wait till your boss comes. That machine will tell you. So that's going to be the future order. Probably these things will be in a context of social perspective, I think is the very well taken here. And there are lots of challenges. How these challenges can be mitigated, how we can find a solution, and take these solutions, as Anuradha ma'am has said, that there are a lot of things you publish, there are certain outcomes, key takeaways from any workshop or conferences of this nature would really bring out certain very, very solid findings. These findings need to be reached into the common man, common public, common era. And to begin with, to our own university, all these people to know what is going to come, how it is being. We got to propagate those things among us, the circles, so that these things will go into the communities. So it's nothing but Galgate is a community by itself, though, and it has wide spectrum of reach. So this reach also we can utilize. How best, what all that we are doing, we can start sharing those things, good practices. So that way, I think we'll be spreading these, making these international conferences more and more meaningful, not limiting to the academic circles. We should go into the social paradigm. That's what I would like to say, and very, very happy to be a part of this conference, and we will really work towards to the Galgotia's commitment is nothing but a social commitment. We have so many good things what we are doing, and we would like to really propagate these things, take it to the people, right? That's what we'd like to see. And I wish the organizers a very pleasant conference for the next 2 days and great outcomes as such. So wishing you all the very best, and thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for such an inspiring and thoughtful deliberation. Truly, this era of artificial intelligence can neither be said boon or bane, and very beautifully you have justified this point. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Now,
Thank you, sir.
we are excited to have amongst us Dr. Sheetal Sharma, who is a standing pillar behind this event, who extend her unrelenting support. She is a faculty at the Center for European Studies, School of International Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. Now, I would like to welcome Dr. Sheetal Sharma to deliver the introductory speech about the event.
Good morning, everyone. Namaskar, and thank you so much for having me here. I sometimes think that I'm a host with Galgotia rather than a guest. And I'm seeing Renu ma'am, Anuradha ma'am, and Vice Chancellor sir for the first time. Although, of course, I have visited your campus so many times, but could not get a chance. Wasn't fortunate enough to meet you earlier, but then amazing, fantastic meeting all of you together in this virtual platform. Now, I'm a collaborator in this program, and happy that something related to artificial intelligence is being discussed here. And I would begin by saying that trust me, and the elder generation, the generation which was a migrant generation to technology, as Renu Madam identified, trust me that after some years, maybe a decade or so, the human intelligence will be fighting with artificial intelligence to prove or to survive. Now, if this is an exaggeration for you, let us talk about certain aspects of artificial intelligence and reconstruction of self in that. I won't take much time to thank organizers and all these things because I'm a host myself, so I don't want to say everybody welcome on board and please enjoy the 2-day discussion. But let me, as a sociologist, have my take on the topic. Now, surely artificial intelligence has its advantages. It has its advantages in terms of making our life easy, creating certain channels of communication. We are much more integrated. We are much more dependent on each other at the same time, getting very specialized in all other things. That easiness or the swiftness of conducting our everyday life has been catered to by artificial intelligence. And we may sometimes talk about that, okay, this is scary, this is something which is stealing our data and there are issues of privacy. But from a sociological point of view, certain sections of our society or certain people, I would say here, say specially abled people or differently abled people have been actually beneficiaries of this kind of intervention of artificial intelligence. And I see them here in my campus that when they cross the road or they receive a mobile, technology, swiftness, everything almost has helped them to overcome some amount of disadvantage in everyday life. So this is something where I see good intervention of artificial intelligence and the ability of technology to influence our life, our living, our thinking, our acting, our practices, everything going good for us. Now, as every event, phenomena, or whatever you may say, system, institution, it has a couple of levels where it influences us. And in the field of artificial intelligence, I would say it has impact on our structural existence, on our functional existence, on our emotional existence, on our physical existence, and even the philosophical existence. That how in everyday life we are facing challenges. Now, I'll give you a couple of interesting examples, and one such example which is often quoted in the field of management sciences also. In Japan, there was a factory which was AI driven factory. So in the morning, one person would come and sit in the main office, and the entire production moves on in artificial intelligence, and the robots are carrying out everything right from the beginning up until the packaged product comes out. So then they said that, what is this person doing here? He's sipping the coffee throughout the day. They said he has to switch on the button. And what is the need of switching on the button? If the entire system is running on by robots, even the button can be switched on. You just have to artificially program that at 9 a.m. you can just switch on. They said, no, our company has a policy of giving employment to people. So we are generating employment by employing one person to switch on the button, and the rest of the machine works on its own. Now, this is the kind of, you may imagine a beautiful future or an ugly future, depending on this kind of policy interventions or policy design that people are thinking about. But interestingly, once again, as Babu sir was saying, technology does not have mind of its own. And so you are very right in terms of identifying that, technology is driven by, you start it, humans would say no to the work. If you give me extra work, I would say, Chancellor sir, bahut kaam dete rehte, din bhar mujhse bhagate hain, ye hai, wo hai, and there is no appreciation of the hard work that I put in throughout my 24 hours in a day. So that's perfectly fine with human beings. But then the problem is being identified, and it's very well written in one of the critiques of modernity, that artificial intelligence does not know when to stop. So if you put your foot on my hand accidentally, I would say, and you know how to remove and quickly remove it, and you would apologize for it. But if it's a motor and I put my finger, no matter I cry and lose my entire hand bit by bit, the motor would not stop because it is not tuned to the emotional response of the situation. And this is where there are 4 cues that we measure in this world. Initially, when mathematics, programming, algorithm, and all these things started coming, and we are victims of that era, Renu ma'am and Anuradha ma'am, you'll agree because we belong to that generation. Jab number kitne aaye was the main question. 12 साल आपने स्कूल में क्या पढ़ा ये नहीं किसी ने पूछा. After 12 years, your board exam कितना मिला? क्या मिला, क्या सीखा was not a question. They used to ask kitna mila, and on the basis of that, my father would be sitting with an upright collar in his office if his daughter goes for engineering and medical practice, and somebody whose daughter or son is political scientist or sociologist like me, they would just sit in the corner, do their office work, by saying, "Arey, hamare bachcha to science mein nahi mila, socials mein chala gaya." And even 0.5 mattered a lot at that point of time. And at that point of time, humans shot themselves in their foot. अपने पैरों पे कैसे कुल्हाड़ी मारी? We started measuring IQ. IQ कितना है, and we started measuring our intelligence. No matter how creative you are, how poetic you are, have a high sense of literature and writing and everything. But nahi, IQ में देखो बच्चा इतना अच्छा नहीं है, and all tests driven by mathematical understanding, quickness. खुद ही we started converting ourselves in terms of robotic machines, despite being fact that I'm a human body. But thanks to the set of people, those who intervened very quickly, and they said, wait, hold on. IQ is fine, and they started introducing an idea of EQ. And thanks to a couple of movies like your Munna Bhai MBBS, where they say that my hand is rock steady when I operate my daughter, and this and that, and it would be like something. They said, no. You don't have to become a soulless doctor. You have to become a person who connects with other people. So what did they identify? They identify IQ mein EQ aa gaya. They identified EQ. And plus more than your Tare Zameen Pe and all these things, they introduce your SQ also. That is the social quotient, which is much more advanced, much more, more comprehensive than simple my IQ or my EQ or my SQ. Now the network is growing and growing. And in the last 5 years, I wouldn't say even 5 years, even more so after COVID, this one more Q added to it, and this is called as AQ, which is your adversity quotient. That how well you are equipped, trained to take on adversity in your life. So if the times are against you, it's not just your intelligence help, because we have seen richest of people, most successful of people committing suicide at a very small instance because they could not cope up with the adversity in their lives. Their EQ was not as good as their IQ was, or the ability to have that ticket of success to display to the people, big car, bada ghar, badi car, bada bangla and bade sapne. No. But I would say, as a human, you must reverse your order of IQ, EQ, SQ, and AQ. It is actually the time is of AQ and then SQ, EQ, and then IQ matters in the last, because AI ne to khud hi IQ ko replace kar diya. Why would I learn 1960 is how much when a small gadget can calculate this very quickly for me? So coming finally to this, that how is self? Yes. Self is being sandwiched between both the advantages and disadvantages. Kitne likes aaye, kitne smiley aaye, kitna trolling hua, all these things do matter for young generation. But I would tell you one thing, the youngsters, those who are there in the virtual meeting room, see, your generation is much more privileged. Your generation is much more at the advantageous position as compared to our generation, because we had to walk up to the library in order to take out a book and do referencing and find out definitions of caste, artificial intelligence, and all these things. You are in a world which is a click away. And then how do you get all this information? It's a life which is full of easiness. And if you fail, you just cannot complain or put the blame on lack of resources, because that's your not putting enough effort, rather than our generation, which had less number of resources as compared to your generation. But then the other aspects of social life, which are being bombarded by social media so continuously, say for example, you're on Instagram, you're on social media, you're on Facebook, you're on this, you're on that, a continuous pressure of the desirability, social acceptability, which are measured in terms of how many likes, how many dislikes, how many trolling, tweets, retweets. This is generating a kind of pressure on you. So what is desirable? Aapko chahiye kya phir? Resources hai, you can say, ma'am, resources hai, theek hai, but aapko pata nahi hamari generation ko kitna pressure hai. I know you have pressures, but then what is required in order to deal with these pressures, along with IQ, EQ, SQ, AQ, apna stock बढ़ा के रखो. And along with all that, what you need to do is to adapt with a sense of maturity, that what you are consuming is just a product. It is not something which is defining your life. So if you have that sense of maturity to distinguish between what you're dealing with and what you're not dealing with, what is real and what is artificial, the life will be very easy for you. And then you will be able to use the benefits of AI rather than being consumed by AI. You will judiciously consume AI. So rather than getting consumed by it, you use it to the extent you need it. And finally, I will bring one issue, since I'm a teacher and I'm a teacher and all others here too are teachers, we are all associated with the enterprise of teaching and learning and all through my life. I'll give you an example from Mahabharata and artificial intelligence. I'll try to relate the two, and if it makes sense to you. And, during COVID, everything came to standstill, and we were the people. Teachers and teaching community was one such group of people, those who went into 6th gear. And particularly it starts from schools. Within 2 weeks, kids in school knew what to do and how to remain connected. We did it very swiftly. Renu ma'am, you have grandchildren, and Anuradha ma'am, you also know about it. You know how quickly children learned, ye karna, wo karna, there were WhatsApp groups and all these things. Now, we are generation, ma'am was saying that chalk, talk and walk generation. Yes, of course, we are chalk, talk and walk generation, and we love to get connected to our students physically. जब तक मैं ये ना देखूं कि मेरे student की नजर में कुछ interest है, curiosity है, can I deliver myself sitting in my room? अब मैं अकेली बैठी हूँ, सबके cameras off हैं. How do I know that how people are responding to my talk and how much they are interested in knowing about it? So artificial intelligence might have for a while served something, but beyond a point, it has its own limitations. And I give you an example from Mahabharata. And it's a kind of simile. आप सबको याद है, there's a story which is of एकलव्य की एकलव्य का अंगूठा काट लिया था, है ना? द्रोणाचार्य ने क्या कहा कि मैं एकलव्य ने अपना सीधे हाथ का अंगूठा काट दिया. Now, let me narrate this story for you. So there are interpretations that there was some reason that he wanted to make Arjuna as the best disciple, or nobody superseding him and all these things. My interpretation of situation in the context of AI is that what Eklavya did was online learning. It wasn't a physical classroom. गुरुकुल में, आश्रम में रह के learning नहीं थी. तो गुरुकुल आश्रम की और AI की या ऑनलाइन लर्निंग का डिफरेंस क्या है? कि AI में like what we were doing, we were covering syllabus तो कवर कर दिया, बट जो टीचिंग का एसेंस था वो कहीं मिस हुआ. The essence of teaching, learning, interest, curiosity, questions, full-time attention, that wasn't there. Now bring this to Mahabharata. कि आश्रम में रह के गुरु के आचरण से सीखना was something which was a qualitative or a substantial advantage coming out of physical learning rather than AI. So what was this अंगूठा काटना? You will say, ma'am, फिर अंगूठा काटने का क्या मतलब हुआ? अंगूठा काटना is like a saja, it's a punishment. तो online learning में क्या सजा मिली? कि he learned to cover the syllabus, but he could not learn from the acharan of the guru. He could know when to shoot, how to shoot, how accurately to shoot, but he could not learn when not to shoot, for whom to shoot, and when not to, and how to protect others. तो सिर्फ बोलना नहीं आना चाहिए, कब नहीं बोलना चाहिए ये भी आना चाहिए, है ना? मशीन की तरह सिर्फ चलना नहीं आना चाहिए, कब रुक जाना है ये भी आना चाहिए. सो जो सजा का कॉन्सेप्ट है वो यही है कि गुरु के आचरण से वो जो नहीं सीख पाया वो एक तरह की सजा ही है. And this is what is the limitation of this artificial learning process that we are engaged in for the last 2 years. But of course, this is an advantage, क्योंकि मैं ये कहूंगी कि being physically present in the campus did not give me an opportunity to meet all the dignitaries. But आज artificial में मैं आप सबसे मिल पाई, and I'm so happy to meet and listen to all of you. So finally, ending my small intervention here, sociologically speaking, every coin has two sides, and similarly AI has. It will not tell you what's wrong in it or what is right in it, because every product sells itself by projecting its goodness only. It is up to the consumer, it is up to the person who is using it to apply its human intelligence. No matter where we reach, how we reach, and when we reach, human intelligence would always be required to even control, design artificial intelligence. And this is where the smartness of human intelligence can never ever get eroded. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your visionary thoughts with us. Listening you is always an honor, ma'am. And always you pick up small incidents from real life and very beautifully accommodate these incidents in your academic oration. Thank you for all your extended support. Now we feel delighted to have amongst us our chief guest, Professor Srinath Srinivas. He heads the Web Science Lab and is the Dean R&D at IIT Bangalore. Professor Srinath holds a PhD degree from Germany, and he is an alumni of IIT Madras. Now, I would like to welcome Sir to share his valuable thoughts with us. Thank you.
I hope I'm audible, ma'am. Yes. Firstly, namaskar and good morning. Thank you for inviting me for delivering this address. It's really an honor to be addressing this audience and for a very interesting conference. In fact, it was with a lot of interest I sat through the previous presentations, Dr. Renu Luthra ji and Dr. Sheetal and Dr. Mallikarjun Babu. All of you have kind of brought about very important elements of artificial intelligence and how they are affecting us. And let me start by sharing my screen, and I have a short presentation. I think there is, the host should enable me to share the screen. I think I'm unable to share. It says they will share screen sharing. Okay, now I can. Okay.
वो करेगा ना. हाँ तो बोलो कि कब चीजें हो गई मैम, लैपटॉप लग गया.
Admin, you can please mute the mics except for the speaker.
Let me start off by saying, I can probably call myself as a disillusioned AI researcher. I have been, of course, my background is from technology and I've been working on different models of AI for a long time. I've worked on neural networks back in the early 90s, reinforcement learning, and lots of things that that are pretty hot today. They're not actually new topics. They've been there for almost 30 years at least. And it's only now that there's a lot of commercial applications to these and advancements in hardware like GPU and so on. Suddenly AI has become so big and it's affecting a lot of our lives. But a lot of very core problems or core challenges that were there have still remained unresolved actually with AI. In fact, today, neural network-based deep learning models, Dr. Luthra ji was talking about ChatGPT. It can provide such really beautiful answers. We even wrote a poem, wrote a poem about our lab, and it's written a very nice poem for the lab and so on. But at the same time, it can also confidently give wrong answers. So I have several examples where I've asked mathematical questions, very nuanced mathematical questions, and it will confidently give wrong answers. And you can say, what is the biggest prime number? And it says, as of December 2022, some big number is the biggest prime number, and so on. Right? This is becoming, it becoming very difficult to kind of distinguish which is real and which is unreal now. Because you're speaking so confidently, you don't know how. Now, that is one part, but there's also another, in my opinion, more deeper element to AI, which is the autonomous element of AI. In fact, neural networks, at least like GPT and so on, they just remain there if you don't talk to them. They're just not doing anything, right? But not so with autonomous AI. In fact, autonomous robots these days actually can, start acting on their own. Okay. Sheetal ji was talking about robots, being able to turn on them by themselves, turn on the switch by themselves. They can actually do that, and autonomously take decisions ostensibly on our behalf, but really it's about the ownership. Who is owning the autonomous AI and what, right? And so it is this kind of question we are addressing in our lab. And in fact, what I'm going to be presenting is largely the work of one of my PhD student, Jayati Deshmukh. And she's done really good work in trying to bring together or understand this issue of AI ethics or responsible AI and how the sense of self really plays a very critical role in this regard. So let me start off like this. Robotics or robot ethics is not a futuristic question. We're already having several instances where robots are taking decisions on our behalf that are creating really big ethical problems or ethical dilemmas, right? As way back as 2016, it's already 6 years ago, there was this case in Dallas where an autonomous robot was sent by the police to actually take down or kill a criminal who was shooting at the police, and so, right? And of course it killed him, and it started a lot of debate around this. So is it ethical to actually do this? And the police, of course, basically said that we'll be risking the lives of our police officers if we sent a human, and that's why we sent a robot. And this guy was actually shooting and he was killing, so it was justified and so on. But the other camp basically says, see, if you send a human, there is a chance that he could make a human connection. I think this point also came up in one of the talks earlier, right? And there's a remote possibility that he could have made a human connection and would have convinced that guy to put down his arms, but the robot was just programmed to chase him and shoot him down. That's it, right? And that's all it was doing. And beyond that, it didn't have the capability to think. I think Sheetal ji gave this example of if somebody steps on my toe and I cry out and suddenly, we recoil back or we have a reflex. The robot doesn't have any such reflexes. It was just programmed to chase and kill, right? And so there are these questions are actually quite real now, and autonomous vehicles are the rage these days, and there are a wide range of ethical dilemmas. Things like suppose a car needs to hit someone on the road in order to save the people inside, should it hit that someone on the road, right? These kinds of questions come up, right? And so this is the backdrop in which we are setting our question of what we call responsible autonomy. There's a lot of autonomous robotics that's happening, but what does it take for robots to act responsibly? What do we mean by responsible AI, right? And that's in order to do this, let me address one more question. I think Dr. Mallikarjunji actually addressed, set up this question that the humans are the most complex machine. In fact, I will exactly take up this question about machines and are machines enough, or in our ability to think in terms of machines enough for us to solve this problem of robot ethics and so on, right? And so what has happened worldwide, at least in the last 300 or so years, especially with the Industrial Revolution, right, is that we are more and more thinking of the world in terms of machines, right? We think that the entire world entire universe is a machine. That's how Newtonian mechanics defines, that the entire world is an impersonal automaton, and it just, there's causality, there's gravity, there's electromagnetism, and so on. And it's just basically a mechanical process, right? And so this kind of thinking came about in 17th century Europe. This painting is from 1739 by a French artist. His conception of what lies inside a duck. Right, and you see that he basically models a duck as a machine, right? So there are some gear wheels, there are some pistons, and there are some pipes, and so on, right? And René Descartes also wrote this, that I have described the earth and this whole visible world as a machine, and what we are all are no more than machines. But really, while we do have mechanics like machines, we can do a lot of things and so on. What we don't see in machines are things like free will, desire, intention, awareness, the things that we attribute to humans. You don't see them in machines, right? And so if you look at the machines of nature, right, which I'm calling them as beings, human beings or living being or any kind of being, okay? If you look at the machines of nature and the machines of humans, you see that there are a lot of very interesting contrasts or interesting differences, right? So here is a machine built by a human, a car, and here is a machine built by nature, which is a tiger, right? And if you can see right away, you can see some differences, right? First of all, nature doesn't have wheels, right? Have you noticed that? Nature doesn't have wheels. And in our usual parlance, the wheel is so fundamental an invention. We would say, don't reinvent the wheel and so on, right? To say, wheel is already been invented and that's very important. And so, but nature doesn't have wheels at all. It doesn't have motors. It doesn't have turbines, right? We use motors and turbines everywhere, right? So, it kinds of starts, maybe you can start imagining, maybe nature is trying to tell us something. Right, it has not invented the wheel at all, right? And but still, it's working. Why did it invent legs and not wheels? And have you ever asked this question? And so try asking this philosophical question, and I can assure you that it will lead us down a path which is very interesting. And I sometimes keep asking myself that perhaps we don't understand anything at all. From the last 300 years, we don't understand anything at all about systems or about building machines and so on. And, so anyway, I won't go into the details of it. Just to note one thing like this. So how is this different from a vehicle here, right? And if you see a tiger or even us for that matter, right? And if you look at our hands and legs and heart and so on, right? We are not actually one creature. Right, we are actually a huge metropolitan society of trillions of autonomous entities. They are called cells. Right, our muscles are cells, our blood vessels are cells, our nerves are cells, our bones are cells. Right, and all of these are made up of autonomous entity. The operative word here is autonomous. Right, means that a cell operates on its own. It's almost as if they are like a society inside us. right? And so just like in human societies, right? Suppose today there's a lot of demand for IT engineers, right? And so then we'll see a lot of IT schools getting started, a lot of colleges giving IT degrees. Tomorrow there's a demand for, let's say, manufacturing. There'll be similarly a lot of manufacturing graduates that are created. Same thing happens inside us as well. When new cells are born, they're basically what called stem cells, right? And depending on what we are doing, suppose we are exercising every day, a lot of the stem cells become muscles. Suppose we are reading and teaching every day, a lot of the stem cells go on to become our nerves. So very similar to what happens in society happens inside our bodies. Okay, but more importantly, across this huge trillions of cells, right, there exists one common factor, right? What is that common factor? It's a sense of self, right? The cells somehow know that they belong to this body and not other bodies. So for example, a foreign body enters, a foreign cell enters, suddenly the immune system comes and starts attacking them, right? And they know that this is not, this cell does not belong here, or this cell is an adversary. There are a lot of foreign bacteria within us which are not adversaries and which are led to, they're not attacked and so on, right? And so there's a huge pervasive sense of self that permeates across all of our cells that make up our body, right? And so this is something that's really missing today, right? In today's designs of AI. If you see, we have not really seen this kind of sense of self appearing in AI these days, and we want to argue that this is very important and for AI to act ethically or responsibly and so on, right? And so how does autonomy work today, right? So the foundations of autonomy today lie in what is called classical rational choice theory, right? This was developed by von Neumann and Morgenstern after the Second World War in the late 40s and 50s and so. So how does the classical rational choice theory work? Rational choice theory basically says that rationality is made up of two elements. Okay, one is self-interest and the other is utility maximization, right? So self-interest means there is a set of preference functions. That is, I prefer apple over oranges. I prefer banana over grapes or whatever, right? And so I prefer A over B. And von Neumann and Morgenstern basically define three kinds of preferences: what's called a strong preference, weak preference, and indifferences, right? And based on how we present these choices, right? We can actually give numerical values to these preference functions, right? And choosing our preferences in a way that optimizes or maximizes our expected benefit is what is called acting rationally, right? And so that's how that's the underlying design behind a lot of autonomous AI as well. And it's also the underlying design behind several economics models, behavioral economics, and so on. But this kind of formulation leads us to what is called as the responsibility dilemma, right? And so what is the responsibility dilemma? It is a dilemma where an agent, an autonomous agent, has to choose between what is collectively good and what is individually good, right? What is good for myself and what is good for everybody here and so on, okay? This is represented, so responsibility dilemma appears in many different ways, but there's a very commonly used representation for this. This is what is called as a prisoner's dilemma game in game theory, right? And so in prisoner's dilemma, basically there are two players, A and B, and they have to choose between two choices, C and D, right? C means cooperate, D means defect, right? So if two players both cooperate, they can work together and they get a good reward. Okay, so 6 and so, okay. But as long as one player is cooperating, the other guy can defect and get a higher reward at the cost of the first player, right? The second player gets a reward of 10 here at the cost of 0. Okay? And if both players defect, they get a very low pay, right? And so, for example, you and your friend are have to work together on a project, and let's say both of you work together, you do a good project, you get some good grades, right? But let's say your friend is working hard and you just goof off. You don't actually do the work, but the project is still graded collectively. So basically what you have done is you have got more effort. That is, you have freeloaded on the project, while your friend basically suffered for being good, right? And so this is what we see. This appears in so many different cases, like say tragedy of the commons, in so many ways. If as long as let's say everybody is paying taxes, one person can say, "Oh, I will not pay my taxes, but I'll still use the public infrastructure," right? And when everybody starts doing that, then we get an irresponsible society, right? And so this is the responsibility dilemma. Okay. So how do we bring about responsibility? You can actually, I won't go into the details of this for lack of time. We can analyze this threadbare and show that for just a rational actor, there is no incentive to collaborate at all. Because if I'm collaborating, I run the risk of getting exploited, right? If I act ethically, I run the risk of getting exploited by others, who will exploit my ethical behavior, right? And but having said that, if everybody acts unethically, then the system as a whole will suffer, right? And so how do we bring about collaboration or responsibility in this case? It's a big problem. It's been addressed so many over the years and so on. Okay. So here are some paradigms we often see. We also see this in society most of the time, right? How we kind of urge people to act responsibly, right? And so one common approach to responsibility is reflection, right? Tit for tat, or an eye for an eye kind of this thing. Treat others as they treat you, and so. Okay. So that means I choose to be cooperative as long as others are cooperative, but if others defect, I also defect, right? And so this is a very commonly used notion of reflection. The other is deontics. For example, you understand what is a predominant norm, how do people generally act here, and I'll also use the same thing. So the other is a virtue. So you basically say, I'm going to uphold this virtue no matter what are the consequences. And so it's basically an ideologue, right? Ideologues typically do this. They say this is the virtue and this has to be upheld regardless of the consequences, right? And then there's collective utility, altruism and so on, right? And so there are different paradigms of responsible autonomy. I won't go into the detailed analysis of all of this, but I just want to talk about the main part of my talk on the role of self in responsibility, right? And why, and this is, in my opinion, a very, very Indian approach. We've been talking about self for the last 5,000 plus years, I would say. And I'd like to kind of motivate this with this example, right? So this, my grandfather used to tell this story. During his time, they used to live in villages, and they used to go to the market in a bullock cart to sell their wares, and from the field and come back and so on, right? And so there was this guy who was coming back from market in his bullock cart. It was dark and there was nobody there. It was a deserted road, and robbers basically attacked him, right? So he was fighting with robbers and he fell unconscious and so on. So then what did the bullocks do? They actually fought with the robbers and then ran away from there to bring him safely home, right? Now, can you imagine which autonomous car can do this for you today? Right, that it will fight robbers for you and run and then bring you home and so on. Okay. So then, can you also imagine what kind of if for today's AI you need to give 10,000 training samples for it to for it to train and so on, right? And so these bullocks were not given any training samples. They never had encountered robbers before and so on, right? And so what made them generate this common sense that we have to save him and we have to we have to run to safety and so on? What is this common sense? How did they get this and so on, right? And so that's the question, really, right? And the thing is, oops, I don't know, this just crashed. is this still visible? Suddenly it crashed. So what happens to us is that, see, we have this concept of a sense of self. Again, one can talk about this for a long time now, but I'm just jumping to the main concept, right? I'm just taking this as an axiom that we have a concept of sense of self and so on. Okay, this again has thousands of years of debates, but I'm not going into this. Okay. But if we note that our sense of self is rarely, limited to the boundaries of our body and mind, right? And we often identify with a lot of things beyond ourselves, right? We identify with our body and mind, of course. We also identify with our family, for example, children. I keep telling my students in my game theory class, right? See, if there is no, according to classical rational choice, it makes no sense for parents to take care of children, right? Because it's a lot of cost, right? And a lot of risk and very little payoff, right? And it makes no sense for parents to take care of children according to classical rational choice, but it's not rational interactions, it's actually identity interactions, right? And parents identify with their children. The children are actually part of me, so on. We sometimes identify with our community, with our country, with the world, with some environment, some gender, some profession, all kinds of things. We kind of say, this is me, and so on, right? And that's the same thing that has happened here. The bullocks basically were not actually being altruistic towards their owner. Basically, they had identified with this family. They identified themselves as a member of this family. And when the owner got attacked, it's almost as if they got attacked, right? And they just did what they would do to protect themselves, which in turn is actually protecting their family and the world and so on. Right? So this is the kind of model that we are proposing in our research. Again, I won't go into the mathematics of this. So basically what we are trying to say in classical rational choice only talks about preferences. I prefer this to this, I prefer this to this, and so on. Okay. But we are asking, who am I? Right? Who am I, which is doing this and so on, right? And so basically the long story short, the way we are defining this, our sense of self as a set of identity objects, and our sense of self attaches to different objects to different extents, right? So there is a transcendence. So this is what we call computational transcendence. So there's a transcendence level called gamma, and there's a semantic distance called D, and to which it identifies and so on. I'll just illustrate this with an example. So for example, if I'm identifying with my individual self, my family, my team, my country, my world, my environment.
Sir, your mic is on mute.
Oh, okay. Am I audible now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah. So with the transcendence level 0.3, this is how my sense of self would look like. That is, my individual will matter for this much, my family will matter this much, my team will matter this much, country will matter this much, and so on. But when gamma equal to 0.7, this is how my sense of self would look. That my individual needs will matter this much, my family this much, and so on, right? And so actually I can change my sense of self just by changing the transcendence levels, right? The level to which I transcendence. Okay. And we can actually show that coming back to prisoner's dilemma, right? Suppose each player transcends to the other player, right? And to different extents. And then, so what do we mean by transcends to the other player? It means that the utility I derive is a function of my own payoff plus gamma times the other player's payoff, right? So this is how we define transcendence. Okay. Then we say, what is the expected payoff of choosing cooperate and what's the expected payoff of choosing defect? And we can show that when transcendence levels are 0, that is, when the classical rational choice, defect is more attractive than cooperate, right? It makes more sense for me to defect than to cooperate and so on. But as the transcendence level increases from 0 to 1, we see that the game actually flips over, right? At the transcendence level 1, it makes as much sense for me to cooperate as it made sense for me to defect earlier. So this is what we mean by a sense of self which has transcended beyond oneself, and we are actually mathematically showing that a transcended sense of self makes it rational for a transcended sense of self to act responsibly and not irresponsibly, right? And we show this also for, say, 3 choice games. So here there are 3 player games, and so again this game would be quite too detailed to go through in detail. But what I'll basically show is that there are 3 players here. They can all choose either heads or tails. But if all of them choose heads, then they get some payoff. But if 2 of them collude, so this is a characteristic of a lot of community dynamics, right? Where communities often collude and act as a community, right? And so 2 of them collude, they get a better payoff at the cost of the 3rd player, right? And so which kind of brings down the overall responsibility in the society, right? And even here we show that as long as a player transcends to both the group and the world, it does make rational sense for them to choose to act cooperatively than to collude, right? And so this is the kind of work we are working on. And again, I won't go into details. You're interested people can actually read this paper recently published in the Frontiers of Robotics and AI, where we actually showed that suppose we create a population of such agents which are transcended, that is, whose sense of self goes beyond their own individual boundaries. We show that as the transcendence levels increase, the total cost increases a little bit. There is a cost for acting responsibly, okay, but the benefits far outweigh the cost, right? The amount of benefits we get far outweigh the cost, and they're also quite resilient in the sense, even if I have a set of adversaries who are acting rationally, sufficient levels of transcendence, high levels of transcendence, can result in very responsible activities, even with, let's say, 50% or 60% of the network acting adversarially, right? And so even with that, a transcended agents can actually act responsibly. And here are some applications as well. Yeah, I'm on.
Sir, you are on mute. Kindly unmute yourself.
Okay, sorry, I became muted. Yeah, so we also applied it to different kinds of applications. So this is a application involving supply chains and logistics, where agents have to kind of choose between whether I should store a piece of package that has come to me, or ship it. So if I store and wait for more packages to come and ship in bulk, my costs will reduce, but the delays will increase. And we actually show that transcendence works very well to other kinds of.
सर कैसे हो सर?
Good. So yeah, I'm almost done. So that kind of brings me to the end of this talk, where primarily what we are working in our lab is to propose this new notion called computational transcendence, where we are arguing that it is our elastic sense of self that is the basis for responsible autonomy or responsible behavior. And this does not need extraneous constructs like virtue or deontics or ideology or so on. We don't need extra constraints to act responsibly, and responsibly can be an innate characteristic just by transcending. So to end my talk, I'll just end with a story of Sri Ramakrishna Ramana Maharshi, who was once asked by one of the disciples as to how should we treat others, and so, right? And so typically we say, okay, treat others as you would like to be treated, and so on, right? And or something like this, treat others in order to be good, and so on. Okay? But Sri Ramana Maharshi had a very interesting answer. He said, there are no others. So this is in some sense the essence of Indian thought as well, the idea of transcendence of self, that the entire world is not just one family, but one person, right? If you're really transcended to that extent, if your sense of self expands to that extent, it means you're treating the entire universe as you. And when you treat that, then acting rationally equals acting responsibly, right? So it actually directly derives from acting rationally. So you can be working for your self-interest, but your self involves everybody, right? And so then you can still work for your self-interest, in which case you'll actually be acting responsibly. So with this, I would like to end my talk. And of course, I would like to also acknowledge my team members. Jayanti Deshmukh is the primary researcher behind this. Professor Sridhar Mandyam is my collaborator who is collaborating with us. And Janvi, Karthik, Nikita, Arpita, and Soumitra, IM Tech students who are helping out in this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your incredible and outstanding presentation. Though it was somewhat technical for us, but still the information you have presented was very well displayed and captivating. We have now arrived at the close of this inaugural session. I would now like to invite Mr. Debuttam Saha, Faculty, School of Liberal Education, Galgottias University, to propose the vote of thanks to express our appreciation towards dignitaries. Thank you.
Sir, Debuttam sir, you're not audible.
Sorry for the inconvenience. Am I audible now? Okay. So let me, on the beginning itself, that's a paradox of AI also, like when you want to do something, but it does not happen in the same way. So let me, again, give a vote of thanks to all our respected patrons, as well as to Professor Anuradha Parasar, our respected Dean of SOLI, to kind of give her kind words for this particular conference. And of course, to Professor Renu Luthra, who has kind of set the tone for this particular conference. And her, while listening to her, there's a very interesting ideas that, came up around the issues of ambiguity and hybridity. And probably in the following conference, which we might discuss about these ideas in detail from various papers that we have received so far. And of course, to our respected Vice Chancellor, Professor Babu, and his kind words to the contribution and his interventions coming from the technological field itself. And of course, to Dr. Sheetal Sharma, who is the coordinator of the Gene Monin Project, IISc Jawaharlal University. And of course, last but not the least, our chief guest, Professor Srinath Srinivasa, for his incredible, contributions to the particular field of AI, and of course, to deliver the issues around the constructing of the self in various ways in the age of AI. On that particular note, I would again express all sincere thanks from our organizing committee for making this particular beginning in such a vibrant way. Thank you. Thanks a lot to all of you. Dr. Piksha, can you just?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your exhilarating thanking note. I feel very privileged to invite my dear colleague, as well as the convener of this conference, Dr. Paroma Singh, whose efforts has made the initiation of this event very promising. Ma'am, I request you to kindly deliver the closing remark of this inaugural session.
We really started on a very good note, and I think as Devottam sir already said, that the speakers have already set the tone. We have introduced in some way or the other the importance of AI, how AI is actually reconfiguring ourselves. And after such interesting ideas that were floated in the first session, I would quickly take you to the session 2, where we are going to focus on AI and self. Now, this session would be moderated by me, and the session chair is Professor Shaugato Bhaduri, who is from the Center for English Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University. Professor Bhaduri has presented papers, taught in various countries of Europe, to name a few. He delivered lectures in France and Germany. For our conference, his work on contemporary popular culture with focus on technology, media, as well as folk cultural forms would be very, very interesting. He would be able to give us some more insights on issues of AI and culture. In the session would be started, the first presentation would be started by Bhavya Kumar, who is a PhD research scholar from Center for Studies in Sociology of Education, Tata Institute of Social Sciences. And her paper is titled Artificial Intelligence, Self and Society, Changing Nature of Social Interactions and Interpretation of Reality. It would be followed by a presentation by Dr. Pratham Parikh. He's an assistant professor from the Institute of Management, Nirma University, Ahmedabad. And the title of his paper is Sociological Explorations of Representation of Self in AI-Driven Digital World. Then we have with us Dr. Sneha Shakti. She has done her PhD from Center for Study of Social System, Jawaharlal Nehru University, and her paper is on constructing the Insta self and its relevance in media economy. Followed by our professors from School of Liberal Education, Dr. Manasi, Dr. Pratyush, and Mr. Wasim. They would be presenting a paper on health at hand, intersection of people, devices, and numbers in the age of self-tracking. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Can we invite
Yes.
can we invite Professor Bhaduri? Has been
5
waiting
minutes.
for a very long time. So without, yeah, please.
Thank you, ma'am. We would be resuming back with our next session just within 5 minutes.
We are waiting for Professor Shogoto Bhaduri to join us. Please be patient. He would be joining in some time. Thank you.
I have been here all through.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so now you are visible. So if you can. Yes, sir, you can start.
Right. So without further delay, since we are running around 14 minutes behind schedule, it seems. So let's start this session, and which seems to be a very promising session with 4 very interesting papers by what appear to be young academics on the relationship between the self and AI itself, which is one of the main themes of this conference. We can hear the papers themselves, and then maybe I can comment on them. But to begin with, I mean, the relationship between the self and AI is a tortuous one, because often it's believed, and that is the usual belief, that the moment we outsource our intelligence to artificial agencies, or we become reliant on AI, then self, the authentic self, so to say, itself stands compromised. And there are numerous means through which selfhood itself stands somehow deterred and almost kind of tethered, so to say, fettered into the hands of the modes of artificial intelligence, the whole question of naturality versus artificiality. But what is this authentic self, so to say? And is every human being, to begin with, authorized to have a claim to selfhood? That itself is a very important question. And more and more, as we develop our theories of post-humanism, we must also understand that this possibility of there being a self, which stands thereafter challenged by modes of artificial intelligence. And therefore, we need to probably, in a way, build up a critical mode of interacting with artificial intelligence, vis-a-vis almost restoring that idea of authentic selfhood that itself has got challenged, because as we understand that maybe the self being, I mean, both seen ideologically as well as psychologically, since the self is itself but a construct, and we cannot ever talk about the authentic natural self, and the self itself gets interpellated by ideological modes that try to make us get us indoctrinated and make us internalize certain things, or even psychologically speaking, the self, the projected self, the ego, ultimately is always at the cost of repressing what would be authentic and somehow misidentifying with the figure of law. So in any case, self, the idea of the authentic self is itself an illusory concept, and itself probably mired in a lot of political pulls and pushes. So there is no authentic self to begin with, which we must recover vis-a-vis the AI. And on the contrary, historically, we can see that several human beings, several modes, several, let's say, strata of human beings have been even denied the basic right to selfhood on the basis of their color, on the basis of their gender, on the basis of their race, on the basis of their ethnicity. And maybe artificial intelligence and technology is allowing those human beings who were not even considered humans for a long time. Because right from the start of the idea of humanism, so to say, in the Western context, which is almost coeval with the rise of colonialism and imperialism, several sections of the humankind have been even denied the status of being human, being considered subhuman, and maybe cyborgic possibilities. And there's such a lot of work done in post-humanism through Donna Haraway and others about the enabling prospects of technology, the enabling prospects of being a cyborg. So in short, there are two sides to the story. Those who do have an authentic self might seem their self standing to lose in the hands of an artificial intelligent takeover. Whereas those who did not have a self to begin with, who have been historically, politically denied selfhood, they might find technology enabling. And several marginal sections of society are being able to now express themselves through precisely those almost prosthetic, cyborgic, cyber-cultural means of articulation, where a certain possibility of anonymity and a certain possibility of being able to log on artificially, perhaps, to a discourse of intelligence and humanness and selfhood, which they have been historically denied. So there are two sides to it. Like everything, there are two sides. To what extent AI may be helpful in us moving towards a more just society, more equitable society, and to what extent AI indeed robs us of our basic qualia of being authentic selves. And I'm sure we'll have a lovely debate in the remaining almost 1 hour or so, a little more than 1 hour, 1 hour and 10 minutes. And I invite the paper readers one after the other. Is someone else keeping the time, or am I supposed to keep the time, the 12 minutes that has been allotted to every speaker?
Sir, you can keep the time.
Okay,
Then
great. So maybe after 10 minutes or so, I can let the speaker know that there are just a couple of minutes left. And then after, I mean, let us have rigid deadlines, because there's a time to keep. And that is why I also kind of kept my inaugural remarks very, very short. So please, let's stick to the time. We are running behind schedule. So I invite the first presenter, who is Ms. Bhavya Kumar, who is a PhD research scholar at the Center for Studies in Sociology of Education at the Tata Institute of Social Sciences. And her paper is called Artificial Intelligence, Self and Society, Changing Nature of Social Interactions and Interpretation of Reality. So your 12 minutes start now. Yes, Bhavya.
Am I audible?
Yes, pretty much.
Okay. I'll just share my screen and then get started. My screen sharing is disabled.
Can the host please enable the presenter screen sharing?
I'm doing it.
A very good morning to all. The topic of the webinar deals with reconstruction of self in the age of AI, which I believe is extremely relevant and extremely interesting as well. As a sociologist, when I think about the self, my mind immediately goes to George Herbert Mead and his body of work on symbolic interactionism. So if you're a social scientist, if you're a sociologist and you're talking about self, you cannot not think about George Herbert Mead, because he was the one who laid the foundation of the entire literature that we have on the sociological concept of self. So I just felt it would be poetic to rephrase the title of this magnum opus, Mind, Self in Society, by affixing artificial intelligence in place of mind, because after all, AI is gradually overtaking the mind as the primary thinking organ of the human body. It does most of the thinking for us. If not, it greatly influences our thinking process to a very large extent. My main proposition in this presentation is not to question the existence of AI or to wonder whether it's here to stay or not. It's basically to ground artificial intelligence within the social, to interrogate the role it plays in the lives of the individual social agent, and how using the social agent, it goes on to influence macro issues of conflict.
I think we may have lost Bhavya. So Bhavya, can you hear us? Since Bhavya would have just begun, could we move on to the next paper? And when Bhavya is back, we can restart with her instead of wasting time.
I think so, sir. We are trying to call. If you want to wait a minute or so, like we are trying to call her, get connected with her. And in the meantime, yes, as you decide.
I think that would be good because Bhavya just about begun. We are not even in the middle of her paper, so she can restart, that would save us some time. So could we move on to the second presenter, Mr. Pratham Parekh, who's an assistant professor at the Institute of Management, Nirma University, Ahmedabad, and his topic is sociological exploration of representation of self in AI-driven digital world. So, Mr. Parekh, if you could begin, and then you have your 12 minutes, and then we'll get back to Bhavya, who should be back by then, hopefully.
Okay, first of all, I'll apologize to the organizing team since I'm presenting from the field. I'm currently on the field work. So there might be two logging from the same account. So I hope it is fine with the organizing team. With your permission, may I start my presentation, sir? Okay. I hope my screen is visible. Please let me know if my screen is visible.
Yeah, it's quite visible.
Okay, so respected colleagues and friends, my topic is sociological exploration of presentation and representation of self in AI-driven world. It's a part of a bigger project which I'm undertaking. I'm trying to understand the world of selfies and application of computation and algorithmic understanding of human beings on self. Okay, so I have taken selfie as an unit of my analysis, and I'll be doing a basic thematic analysis of the kind of perspective we can develop over understanding selfies, because in sociology we are following that conventional methods to understand self, and as sir told us in beginning that AI is bringing up new kind of dimension, inclusivity, pluralism. Okay, and I feel that selfie is one of the great part, social used to understand this plurality, this inclusiveness triggered by algorithms, which goes beyond the digital world. Okay, so I'll not dwell much on the definition of selfie. The selfie was first taken in 1893, where it was considered as a self-portrait. Okay, it has a long history, a long past, but a small history. Okay, the word was popularized by Flickr, where they used the self-portrait. They give this frankly name to the self-portraits, and by 2019 we had more than 24 billion selfies uploaded on Android, through Android devices on Google Photos platform. While talking about social construct of selfie, we can view selfie as an, you know, is a construction of a self. So I have taken this three basic approaches in my study. That's a dramatological approach, the sociosemantic approach, and the dialectical approach to understand this reality of selfie. Okay, this study is basically exploratory, and it applies thematic understanding of the definitions related to selfies and different perspective. So main perspective I found, we can categorize the studies done on the selfies is a socio-technical perspective, where the self portrait is, you know, is driven by the technology and the devices, and, you know, your corporeal self that is filtered through the digital algorithmic application. We have filters, and Instagram and all applications nowadays are providing filters, and how you are portraying yourself, okay, in accordance in the conformities and other things. That's one aspect we can study. It creates a contested spaces within the human techno relationship because of the construction of self through the technological mediation, and that which influence the identity itself and even the social values. The second perspective is the socio-aesthetic perspective, which is mostly driven on Western art, that how to pose, how to, how to develop a self-image, which is aesthetically appealing to the other people. It includes the knowledge of posing, composing. Okay, it demands creativity in terms of managing bodies and how do you express emotions, how do you use your body for storytelling, how do you use your face for narrating your feelings and other things. The third is socioculture. This is when we find a lot of inclinations in sociology about sociocultural dimensions about selfies, where taking selfies or taking a self-portrait is considered as a cultural right. Okay, the ritualistic practices of taking selfies, the societal expectations, okay, which is taken by which categorize good selfies and bad selfies. Okay, the dialogues, the discourses around the selfies. That's the third dimension which can be used for studying selfie. How do we locate self in selfies? Okay, so we can understand self. There's a social coercive forces and taboos, which is now getting emerging, which is now getting surfacing because of the artificial intelligence, algorithms, and the digital world, that a new kind of feelings like not uploading selfies, or they call it FOMOs, or the different kind of ironies, that has a roots in the cultural and social control of people. Okay, the computational technology affects the structures of our life world. We all know that. Okay, selfie also can be, expresses the rationality of its own, which is, potent enough to influence our lives. Okay, another way of understanding the agency or the self in self is how the control, social control can be studied through this point of view, where the selfie offers a bidimensional social control, where it is technology, and how the sharing, how the transactions, how the interactions of selfies is based, how it shapes the social relations, how there's the influence of the sharing of selfie, how with generalized others or significant others, or within the social institution and interaction patterns. So if we look at the classical definitions, we can juxtapose these classical definitions of social act, where the sad image of selfie is not, we can claim that sad image of selfie is not an individual act, it's a social act. Okay, if we look at the Mead's definition or C.S. Cooley's definition about impression management or crafting self, we get a lot of insights about this new realities which is developed in the digital world. The self-presentation of the presentation of self on digital world, if you look at from the dramatological lens, we can find that the selfie is, it intensifies the transformation of public-private social life. For example, face is considered as an image of self-delineated through the socially approved attributes and positive social values that individual effectively. Okay, we can also study, like, for example, the production of body images, like where it includes three basic ideas, that what I am here for, or the existential ideas, that am I here for, or the locative ideas, dimensions, that here it includes a lot of reproduction and production. It also includes the self-objectification and democratization of self-representation. How do you represent yourself on that media? Is, it includes a lot of tension between a protagonist and antagonist. Okay, the socio-semantic approach, another theme which we have charted out, talks about a selfie as a meaning generating process, because a selfie is it is used as a tool to generate a meaning where, it also uses facial expressions or the expressions of people to create a meaning. Okay, it includes the social relationships. Okay, it also under this theme, there's another theme we are exploring is a technologizations of self, where materiality of self configures how materiality configures the identity of person. In that sense, selfie becomes the identity formation tools, especially on the social media. Okay, we can also view selfie as a message which is used to represent the culture, the ideation of a culture, or enacting the social relationships, and imbibing that information into the textual or image forms. Okay, the dialectical approach, obviously selfie can be equated with traces of self found in well-connected environment. Connectedness can be AI driven or can be the human emotional driven. Okay, am I running out of time? How much time I have?
Yeah, no, you have quite some time. In fact, you've just finished 10 minutes. I was going to tell you about that. So you do have at least 2 more minutes.
Okay, so we can equate selfie as an socio-political narrative that demands a moral response from the larger society, where the narratives emerging from the selfie provides the propositions that can be negotiated between the taker and the viewer. Okay, there's a process of negotiation, and this process of negotiation is mostly mediated by a great amount of algorithms that is applied by social media. The ethico-political dimensions of selfies includes the sexual objectification of bodies, as well as the power dynamics that technologize the sexism across the platforms, which is again driven by algorithms. So that's it from my side. If you have any more question, you can ask.
Yeah, the questions will be asked at the end of the session. Thank you so much, Pratham, for this wonderful presentation. And we'll have a lot to discuss, I'm sure, because all of us take selfies all the time and we are indeed embedded in a world of selfies. And what better way to discuss the self and AI, but to selfies, which immediately is an intersection of the two. So thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. Is Bhavya back? Could we have her back? And if not, we can move on to the third presentation. Great. Thank you. So we moved on to the second speaker because we just lost you. And since you just begun, it didn't make any difference. So you could please begin again. Thank you very much.
I'm so sorry. I dropped out. My Wi-Fi stopped working right at the moment I need it the most. Joined through my cellular data. Just let me know if I am audible or not. I'll start all over again then. A very good afternoon to everybody. The topic of this webinar, like I said, deals with the reconstruction of self in the age of AI. And extremely relevant, very, very interesting. And when as sociologists, we talk about the self, so I felt it would be poetic to rephrase the title of this magnum opus, Mind, Self, and Society, by fixing artificial intelligence in place of, because it is actually the artificial intelligence which is now gradually taking over. The mind is the primary thinking organ of our human self. It doesn't for us, it also influences our thinking to a very large extent. My proposition in this paper is not to question the existence of artificial intelligence, whether it's here to stay or not to stay. It is to ground AI within the social, to interrogate its role, the role that it plays
Excuse me, sir. I think Bhavya's internet connectivity is too low.
Yes, I think so too. And as you rightly suggested in the chat box, if she shuts down her video, probably
Yes, sir.
the limited bandwidth will offer better audio quality. So
Yes,
Bhavya,
sir.
you could do that. Maybe you could just switch off your video and let's see. Because honestly, I mean, you're not particularly audible. And yes, right, that will be better.
I'll try now. I hope I'm a little audible. Am I audible now?
Yes, better than
Yeah.
before. And if you're moving slides, then that is also not happening because we are still stuck with your first cover slide. So have you moved slides or are we still supposed to be on the first slide?
Yes, I do the slides for me, then it would be.
Yeah, now we have moved to another slide.
on?
So that's all right.
Okay.
So just please continue.
Okay. This artificial intelligence, the social around our social ecology, right? From the human mind, the human self. Artificial intelligence too is an artificial, it's a product of human very large extent. So it was during my paper because it's communicating with others, it is occupying specific roles, it's influencing choices. Communication that AI displays its massive power in the form of the ability to steer sentiments, to steer opinions, to steer extremely powerful, not because it is projecting a scientific marvel. It's powerful because it is being able to very able to becoming human being, to becoming human. And therefore, and how does it do it? It does it by trying to emulate the process of social interactions, creation, sustainable and high function. So given the above massive presence of AI in our lives, the methodology that I'm using here is shape the paper using an interpretative content analysis of published research in the field of symbolic interactionism and artificial intelligence. Mind and self are operational methods here. And I'm doing all of this while interrogating greater issues of power, conflict, identity in a world where artificial intelligence endures dually. It's also a structured reality and it's also an
Bhavya,
subject.
Bhavya,
Yes.
Your voice is breaking in between.
Is it better now?
We are missing the connections. Actually, you have made a wonderful presentation, but if we are not able to hear, then
I'm so sorry. I'm at a loss of what.
No, it's absolutely fine.
yeah.
But can we ask the next speaker, and then you can check your internet connection and join in towards the end? Like you can become our third speaker, if that is fine.
Sir, I think you will have to excuse her, I guess, for now. It seems her connection is too poor.
Yes, possibly. And maybe, I mean, we can do altogether without her because we cannot keep on coming back and
Right,
forth
sir.
to her presentation and losing more and more time. Of course, I mean, if since we have a significant window for discussion in the original schedule, that is, we are of course not doing all too well, but almost 27 minutes, which can easily accommodate her presentation if by that time she has slightly better connection. But we can move on to the third presentation, therefore, and that is
She has
Dr.
been informed and she's fine with the third presentation going on. And if her connection is better, she will join in.
Right. So we move on to Dr. Sneha Shakti, and she is doing her, or she must have done her PhD already since she is a doctor. She's a PhD from the Center for Study of Social Systems, JNU, and her current presentation is Constructing the Insta Self and its Relevance in the Media Economy. Right, Sneha. So your 12 minutes begin now.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. So the topic of my paper is Constructing the Insta Self and its Relevance in the Media Economy. So I would just like to inform that this paper is derived from my PhD thesis. And so in the last 2 decades, the line between the human beings and technology has become blurred. And because of the features and the connective capabilities of technology, and it's also expanding our conception and our construction of self. It's because the time and the space has been changing. As a result, we are communicating with people who we never see in the flesh. And as a result, we have created an option to create a better self for ourselves, for ourselves, without any visible consequences in the first glance. And here, social media and the social networking sites have a big role to play. So, for example, according to Sargent and Tag, identities are discursively and semiotically constructed and dialogically performed. So it is so evident that on social media, people have a relative freedom to choose whatever they wish to present and howsoever wish to present themselves. They also have the opportunity to address new and diverse and potentially global audience, and they have at their disposal a varied set of resources for doing so. So online identity now is to be considered as permanent as the offline one. And this also helps us to understand who one is and how the self can become malleable in different contexts. So this paper has been informed by phenomenology and Foucaultian framework, and this examines how, in the age of digital surveillance, the self is created, what it means to people. Is it just a persona, or there can be different versions of self, and how it has a bearing on the media economy. So I used in-depth interviews, qualitative method, in-depth interviews. So I interviewed about 10 social media influencers and about 11 social media users. So most of these users were on Instagram. So moving on, trying to establish the theoretical base of the argument and how we are going to situate the Insta self in this paper. So the Goffman's concept of self is much older to the social networking sites and much older than Instagram and Facebook. And there has been a strong evidence of its transferability to the digital world. So Goffman offers a very general framework of impression management and identity in the social situation. And he compares our everyday social interaction to a theater play. So for example, in social interactions, there are actors, there is an audience, there is a stage and a backstage. So this framework of Goffman's is very versatile, and in that it need not only apply to interpersonal situations, but it can also be applied to computer mediated communications, such as those on the social networking websites, SNS. So Goffman calls the situation or the context of social interaction as social establishment. A social establishment if I define, is any place surrounded by fixed barriers to perceptions in which a particular kind of activity regularly takes place. In this research paper, we can regard the social networking sites such as Instagram as a social establishment. For example, looking at Instagram technically as a social establishment, we can understand that social networking sites impose limitations on how people can behave, communicate to each other, and achieve one's goal. Looking at the Instagram politically, we can see that how social networking sites can act as means of social control or social influences via the system of feedback such as likes, comments, fellowship, etc. So within this social establishment, we perform a role. It is through the performance of this role that we come to build our sense of self. So in our society, the character that one performs and oneself are somewhat equated. And this self as a character is usually seen as something that is housed within the body of its possessor. The self becomes then a product that results from the performance done in such social situations. A key difference between interpersonal communication via social networking sites is that although interpersonal communication is in real time and one can see the audience very clearly, as on Instagram, Facebook, and other SNS, one has no control over what the audience watches, their play, and neither nor does Instagram account, the author of the account need to see or know their audience. As such, the Instagram account could be regarded as a scaffolding, which will never be taken down. In other words, it can never be relaxed. So people from all over the world, they are taking pictures, they are sharing and viewing selfies, and a lot has been discussed on selfies as of now. And they're actively redeveloping the social and the cultural importance of a digital self-portrait. So a digital self-portrait must not be looked as something just without any consequence or without any social bearing. It has become the second nature of the people of all age groups and not just the young adults to take pictures, to pose themselves, and they post it on on Instagram. And most of these selfie taking trends are very trending. For example, the duck face, the facial group expression with selfies, the mirror selfies, whereby where there are people who take selfies in a mirror gym, or there are relationship selfies, etc. So through my in-depth interviews with these social media influencers, some of them had more than 2 million followers, and there are various social media users, Instagram users. I found that these photos should not be taken as literal truth representing an authentic self, and they are the way the user represents how she or he could be different. So I would like to present many cases here of the people I interviewed. So there was she's a very famous social media influencer. She's also a Bollywood celebrity, and I've changed her name. Her name is Urmila, and she supports this claim that the pictures that the people are posting, they must not be considered authentic and real. And she said, and I quote, "I'm considered a very sexy actress. People expect that from me. And when the photos go as it is, for example, there is a bulge in my stomach, you should see the nasty comments I get." So I close the quote. So my respondent informed me how they utilize the Instagram as a stage, and they acting out a front that appears to be unplanned, candid, spontaneous, leaving the impression with their audience that the selfies or the pictures are they casually composed. But apart from the desire to produce a naturalistic selfie, a candid selfie, they said that being happy was a very important consideration among the participants. They said that it was very good for the industry. Now, what is this industry that we are going to see later on? So one of the users who I interviewed described the selfies as very happy, enthusiastic, charming and smiling ones, so that people could see her being happy and a fun person. Another respondent, Tanya, name changed, promotes a specific beauty brand on the social media, admitted, as I quote, "I had acne on my face and there's a lot of makeup, but I endorse this particular brand, and my business page is my personal page." So apparently there are two pages on Instagram. There you can have a business page to promote your business enterprise and a private page. So she said that I cannot post pictures with acne even on my personal page. People drop bad comments. It may affect my endorsements and the followers too. I close the quote. So through the lens of Goffman, posting photos online can be interpreted as a front stage acting. It can be linked to the notion of impression management, whereby one can tweak one's appearance. So furthermore, applying this metaphor of mask that Goffman gave conceals certain characteristics. For example, it can be a bulge in your stomach, it can be acne on your face, or it can be your deeply troubled life, for example, that you do not want to display on the social media. So therefore, there are various kinds of filters, artificial intelligence, computer-mediated manipulations that are utilized to enhance the appearance and to keep the quote-unquote act on. But the question is that why must we keep the mask on? Social networking site is keen to Foucault's panopticon. So we all have heard about the panopticon that Foucault said. And we can argue that we are constantly under the gaze alert. And therefore, the mask needs to be kept on. The gaze of social networking site, the gaze of the social media users, who we also call the Instagram followers. Then there are brands. Then there are endorsers, who are looking out for you. So this gaze regulates our behavior and presence online. So there's another interesting case of this lady who became a social media influencer. So she was an ordinary social media user, and the case is very important because she was quote unquote fat. So quote unquote fat according to the societal norms, and she started supporting the cause of body positive movement. And just the body positive movement had just picked on Instagram at that time in India, and she started quoting herself under the hashtags.
Sneha, sorry to interrupt. So your 10 minutes are done. So just 2 more minutes, you can wind up. Okay.
Yes. Yes. So when she started posting pictures and aligning with the cause, she became an Instagram celebrity, and that is how she became an influencer, and now she has all those brand endorsements. So what is important here is that according to all my respondents, what gets the attention of people sells, and that is why keeping the mask is important. That is why being under the gaze of the promoters and the endorsers is very important. So and so one of the respondents said that we take 15 pictures a day and then post it on different days using different filters, giving an impression that we are going out every day. So she said that we need to have that kind of a presence so that we can get endorsements. So I would like to conclude with this case of Urmila, who is known for very bold photographs of us. And she said, which is very relevant to the title of the paper, The Media Economy, that people don't like to see what I do. People don't like to see my pictures. There is something that loathe. This is something that they loathe, but they cannot resist looking at my pictures, and ultimately it sells. So the future of, she said that our future is going to be how we are able to grab the attention of people. So whatever grabs the attention of people is going to sell. And very soon, the Instagram ID, the Instagram selfie or the Instagram self will become very much akin to our real self. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sneha, and also for keeping to the time. So we move on to our, fourth presentation in terms of our schedule. And if time permits us, and Bhavya is back, we'll get back to her. So we move on to the fourth presentation. And what is wonderful, Sneha, that in a way your presentation also linked itself through the category of the selfie to the first presentation. So I'm sure we can have a very coherent discussion at the end. So we move on to the fourth and final presentation of the session, which is by Manasi, Pratyush, and Wasim. And I do not have their designations immediately in the schedule or the abstract, but I'm sure, and two of the names seem familiar because they are the organizers, so I'm sure they belong to the Galgotias University itself, and their topic is Health at Hand, Intersection of People, Devices and Numbers in the Age of Self-Tracking. Right, please.
Hello, everyone. So I will be presenting this paper on the behalf of my other co-authors. So the title of my paper is Health at Hand, and it's actually a working paper. And as we are still conducting some interviews, and so I will be presenting some snippets out of that. So the initial inquisition for us was, can digital health apps modify behavior of the people in the age of tracking through quantification of bodily signs and behavior. And indeed, there is a lot of literature actually that captures the disciplining effect of self-tracking, and that's very well spelled out in the sociological analysis of quantification of the body and its states. And in this paper, we use biosocial approach, not the socio-biological approach. And we have a bit modified this biosocial approach in Latourian sense to study the characteristics and strivings of various ethico-critical subjects that emerge in the practices of self-quantification by analyzing how people and numbers relate in the cases of self-quantification. And we have done empirical study that we did with people at our university, who are the faculty members here, who are wearing smartwatches. And I would say our respondents or the participants, they range from just wearers. I mean, those who just wear watches for to just confirm the dates and time, that's it. And there are some who are what we call as trackers, self-trackers. So there is a great optimism, I would say, about the potential gains of improving lifestyles as a means to prevent chronic diseases. Prevention enthusiasts tout that self-tracking will lead to the prevention of disease and to better health for the trackers, and hence also less costs for healthcare, which is propelled by statistical findings in population research that show that bad lifestyle habits such as smoking, sedentariness, and bad eating cause more than half of common chronic diseases like diabetes, cardiovascular disorders, and other disorders. And that these lifestyle, so-called lifestyle diseases, are modifiable. And that's why prevention optimists assert that lifestyles can be changed, and this change is sought through state interventions, such as agreements with food industry and through stimulating individuals to manage their lives better. So the crucial idea is that the people have a choice. It is possible for them to opt for a healthier lifestyle, and they may be better equipped, or if I may say, empowered to do so through the use of health apps and self measurements they enable. That's through these wearables. But the dampening this optimism is the fact that prevention programs are often ineffective. If lifestyles are changeable, it is far from clear how this is best accomplished. There's a lot of quantitative research on the factors that shape the good and bad results of prevention programs. However, such quantitative research into health behavior, we argue in this paper also, as Cohen rightly says, often lose track of the context in which what people do has meaning for them. For prevention programs, for example, it makes a difference if people understand eating too much as a celebration, as self-therapy, as too many calories, or as a routine. In this paper, so we focus on the practices of using health apps in order to understand how self-quantification shapes selves and how selves shape self-quantification. So we are looking at this dialectical, or rather I would say this reciprocal relationship between the two. And we analyze assumptions prevalent in the prevention discourse about how health apps might support individuals to change their behavior through supporting their will. Our main questions were like how people relate to numbers and how numbers then reflect, or how they affect people in practices of self-quantification. What do self-trackers say that they want to achieve, and how does this turn out? How do numbers act back? What does this imply for prevention programs that are based on the promise of health apps? As Lupton argues that individuals are responsible for their own health, not as a newly gained freedom, but as a duty that is imposed on them, even if it is happily embraced by the individuals pursuing it. In this sense, the techno-gaze offers an unprecedented opportunity to monitor and measure individuals' health-related habits in a variety of milieus. Our concern is that it imagines a too uniform, that is the neoliberal subject, that neoliberal subject is thoroughly informed. A deterministic understanding of technology is too limited. So that's why we are basically questioning in this paper that this deterministic understanding of technology is too limited and reflexivity modernism is too broad a concept. So we are basically taking a stand in between the two rather than taking a position within this deterministic school or the reflexive modernity. The ways in which subjects are positioned in different settings and engage in modes of quantification, we argue, varies in important ways. So these are like preliminary findings from whatever the interviews we have conducted so far. It is in this play with freedom and power, determining and being determined, acting and being acted upon, that different forms of selves emerge. That's our main statement, or I would say rather this is our main proposition of this paper, as a result of the relationships they seek to engage in and are engaged by. And we have shown in this paper that a free subject that needs support to enact its will is crucial to understand the optimism about prevention. And these subjects, as we have seen, as we conducted different interviews, we observe that the subjects are decentered and multiplied when we trace how numbers in their turn act to make sense of people in our empirical study. We conclude that there are many different types of ethico-critical subjects in practices of self-tracking that need to be explored in order to establish what good these practices of self-quantification might do, how subjects emerge in practice through relationship among people, devices, and numbers. And we actually did a socio-material, I would say, socio-material semiotic approach that does not simply apply theoretical concepts, but studies what these concepts come to be. So what is basically the concept itself and how they are enacted and in specific contexts. We tried to gather that. And in conclusion, I would say there is this need to highlight those entanglements, the dialectics of people, devices, and numbers to understand how self, how to say in any more mall sense, cells or body multiple emerge, enacted, and recovered. So I think, thank you so much. That's it.
Okay, thank you so much. That was well within the allotted time, and which will still allow us, therefore, for Bhavya, if she is back and if her connectivity is any better, would you, are you there, and would you like to go ahead again?
Bhavya has just texted me. She's saying that if someone from the organizing team can share her PPT, because her connection is still not stable.
Yeah, anyone can do that if she just mails or sends her presentation to anyone from the organizers, and that person can beam it and she can speak. But Bhavya, we are sorry, we can give you only 10 minutes, right? Because we have already given you, I mean, those 2 minutes or more before, and that will still leave us therefore with maybe just 10 minutes or so more for discussion. So yes.
I have shared her presentation.
The presentation is not open because what I can see is the whole window where indeed in a folder the PDF is there, but one has to click on that PDF to open it to whoever is handling that window.
Sir, Bhavya is not available.
I understand, but currently a screen is being shared.
Is the presentation now visible?
It's not like your screen is visible.
Yes, now it is. Now it. So Bhavya, you may please begin from where you were. Is Bhavya even there? I mean, even audibly?
No, she's not in the audience. She's not as, she's not.
Can you please unmute Bhavya? She's saying she
Bhavya Kumar,
not able to
hold on.
speak.
She is here. She is here.
Yeah.
Yes, so she is here pretty much. Like her
Yeah.
name is visible.
Yeah, I was trying to unmute myself, but that was disabled by the host.
Okay.
I'll not take a lot of time this time around. I hope to complete my presentation soon. If we could move to the lower slides, please, and start midway. To the 5th slide, please. To run with AI's evolution industry. Yes, perfect. Thank you so much. So I'll be giving a slight note on how AI has evolved over history and why and how it's been tightly associated with self, which success or the failure of AI depends. So artificial intelligence started as a branch of computer science, defined as a science with the objective of equipping machines with reasoning and perceptual abilities. It was named Dartmouth during 1956. It was conceptualized over 2 stages. The first was to foster an understanding of the human science, of the science behind human behavior and human intelligence, and later was the application of how humans think, how they conduct intelligent behavior. Earlier in this process, artificial intelligence would work on one of these goals by implementing algorithms by digital computing. However, this system proved to be extremely rigid. It was incapable of even modeling basic human interactions, and as we all know, human interactions are based on subjectivities. Am I still audible?
Yes, you are. Please continue.
Yes, I am. Okay. Okay. So for AI to be truly successful, it had to divorce itself from this entire dependence on hard logic, and it had to proceed to what we call soft computing. Can we move on to the next slide?
Whoever is handling the presentation, may please scroll down to the next page.
Please do. Yeah.
It's done. It is so I have moved on to the 6th slide. You need which page should I open then? Which
Yes.
This is fine. I think this is the one that she
This
wants.
is fine. Yeah. So to remain true to its logic of understanding the science behind human intelligence, AI started to associate more with the very concept of personhood and self. So we see the latest cutting edge technology in artificial intelligence concerning more with the people, agency, actions, and looking at self as a social construct and a psychosocial process, and not as a biological objective given. So self and identity were no longer taken for granted, not in stone. And logical reasoning not seen as the ideal mode for functioning of the mind, deciding the course of human action. Rather, it was the motives of comfort, convenience, and cultural ethos which began to guide the latest research and the latest innovations in the field of artificial intelligence. Could we move to the next slide, please? Can we move to the next slide, please?
Next,
Yes,
this is the 7th slide. I have already moved to the 7th one. Is it? Can you see it?
I think there's a slight time lag between
should I
it being
move on to
actually
the
done and being visible. That's all right. That's understandable.
Okay.
Right.
Now is it visible? Now
We are stuck somewhere in the middle. We are
slide
stuck. We are stuck in the middle of the 6th page of the PDF and the 7th page of the PDF. You may have to scroll a little further up. Yes. Now it's fine.
So when I was reviewing the literature to investigate further into this entire social element behind artificial intelligence, I reviewed. I stumbled upon some of the literature which talks about how about the popular imagination of the society regarding AI. I'm not talking about the scientists who conceive AI. Here I'm talking about the layman. In the everyday life, how do the people like you and me, how do we imagine, how do we think about artificial intelligence? And what happens is that popular media becomes extremely important. And AI is often showed, it's often perceived to be something, which comes with its values and ethics, just like people do. And depending on the values and ethics of AI, we club it either as a hero or as a villain. So as examples, I have talked about, it's not really visible on the slide because I think some other slide is on right now. I'm talking about something else, but I'll just carry on. So when you talk about ethics and
can you tell me the page?
This is slide number 7.
Number I just said.
Slide number 7.
Is this the one? I have moved on to slide number 7.
Right. So when we start thinking about artificial intelligence as something which comes with values instilled in it, we start to club it. And I'm talking about popular imagination, popular media. So we have series like the Iron Man series, the work on Post-Tronic Man, Star Trek, where we're constantly imagining and visualizing artificial intelligence as something which has a mind of its own, a mind of its own, and it's constantly guided by certain values and ethics. However, also in our lived realities and our everyday lives, various people are guided by artificial intelligence bots like Alexa, Siri, Google Lens, there's image editing and everything. But the major question that we need to ask over here is, how exactly is artificial intelligence guiding us? How exactly is it? How exactly is artificial intelligence conditioning the mind of its own? Where are these values and morals and ethics coming from? Is it somebody else who's sitting behind the screens and instilling these values and ethics? Could we please move on to the next slide?
Yeah. Slide 8.
Yes. So
Is it
interesting.
visible?
No, it's stuck in between two slides. Yeah, it's perfect. Thank you. So interestingly, artificial intelligence does not have a mind of its own. It does not have the capacity or the capability to reflect on the data and the instructions and the information which is fed to. So what I mean here is that by humans go through life by negotiating, by tinkering, they're often guided by emotions and by convenience. With artificial intelligence, it's mostly about the data and the information that's fed to it. So for example, if an AI bot has been given a piece of information that A plus B is equal to C, it would only be able to calculate that much. It is not going to go into the reflection of why is A plus B equal to C, or could A plus B possibly also mean it might equal to D. So as of now, artificial intelligence does not have a mind of its own. But could we please move to the next slide? AI is significant other in community cycle.
Is it visible?
It's against.
I have
stuck
moved
in
on to that slide. Now?
No, we've
The
moved
one
on to the next slide, the
before
one
it, ma'am.
before this, the one that has this heading, AI.
Actually, it is on my screen. Is
Yeah, I
it
think
visible now?
AI,
yes.
yeah, it's perfect. It is. So the dexterity of AI lies in the fact that it has penetrated the hermeneutic cycle, not by interestingly, taking place with the human mind or by even trying to replace it. It understands that humans create their own sense of subjective reality. And to be able to do this, they require some amount of guidance and hand-holding. So what AI has done instead is that it has used its influence to guide them the desired narratives impacting life changes of millions of people who subscribe to kinds of AI. Next slide, please. The soft power of AI.
Please check. Is it visible?
No, it's again stuck.
I think Bhavya, just continue because this will persist. There is definitely some kind of a lag between the visuality and what. So
Right,
let's, because in any case, you have just
right.
about a minute or so to conclude. So you might as well as wrap things up.
Yes, yes. Point being here that artificial intelligence exerts a particular amount of power on our lives by holding our hand, by guiding us towards certain opinions, certain tastes. It does it in a very insidious manner of power, which is how Joe Nye has conceived soft power that is derived from artificial intelligence. So it's the ability of getting people to do what you want them to do by co-opting. You do not necessarily have to force them to realize that they themselves have been forced into doing them. So my concluding remark is that when we do talk about artificial intelligence in today's age, while it can be an enabling factor, in a country like India, where we are a multi-ethnic and a multinational state, we have people striving different castes, religions. We must be extremely careful about the fact that who is exactly the one who's holding the reins behind these artificial intelligent bots. Are we providing an equal platform to the masses, or is it just a particular amount of power elite who are trying to replicate and reproduce their own culture to a very large extent? I think I'll come with my presentation here. Thank you so much for your assistance. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much for also sticking to the revised time. And we have 11 minutes for discussion, which is not too bad. And maybe the screen sharing can be stopped so that everyone's attention can go to the chat box in case there are questions there. And otherwise, we can just start the discussion straight away verbally. I don't see any questions there. So it's wonderful. In a way, the 4 papers talked to each other. There was a general tone of equivocation, as even in my inaugural comments I suggested, because it's very difficult to categorically state whether vis-a-vis the self, the emergence of AI has been a debilitating factor or an enabling factor, because it's been both, and therefore sort of an equivocation. The way even the 4th and final presentation, which Wasim presented so well, suggested that we are not really kind of taking sides because we are not in a position to do that. Or in a way, Bhavya's presentation also ended on that very note, that there are indeed optimistic enabling possibilities, but then we must be very cautious as to who really has the reins of soft power. So there was this equivocation. We cannot probably do away without this equivocation and take categorical sides as to whether AI has indeed kind of diluted forever and a kind of compromise forever the possibilities of asserting selfhood, or has AI enhanced the scope of selfhood? It is both. What is also interesting is that between these 2 papers, and of course we'll come to the 4th paper in a minute, and I'm still treating Bhavya's as the first paper, were these 2 fascinating papers about selfies, and which also I'm sure would promote a lot of discussion. And as Pratham pointed out, that it's not that selfies is a new phenomenon. In fact, while he started only with the 1893 first self-photograph, but if we look at self-portraits, like Rembrandt drawing a self-portrait, Leonardo drawing a self-portrait, so this kind of an almost, because we almost look at selfies as this self-obsessive, what's happened with the new generation? Why are they so obsessed with themselves that they keep on portraying themselves? Well, self-portraiture, and therefore whatever egotistic, hubristic associations come with it, it's age-old. And indeed, technology keeps on evolving and devolving. And what is very interesting, as Pratham pointed out, is that while almost following a Benjaminian kind of an argument of the devolution of technology and the democratization in the age of mass reproduction. So earlier only a few, an entitled few, could have self-portraits, and now practically everyone with a smartphone can keep on taking selfies all day long, etc. But then again, whether this whole selfie taking economy also contributes to a certain omni-surveillance, which in a way Sneha also drew our attention to. What is interesting is in Sneha's presentation, since Foucault was particularly drawn attention to, amongst many others, so as one must understand that apart from surveillance, and also a crucial point here is that rather than the panoptical model, where there is a central watchtower and which kind of watches all around it, of course, in our current multimodal means of surveillance, surveillance has gone beyond the panopticon into more of an omni-optical model where there are multiple modes because the CCTVs are dispersed. There is no one pan-optical central column anymore. But that being said, what one must also realize is that in the last phase of Foucault's oeuvre, Foucault also moves on to the presumably top-down model of surveillance into what he calls technologies of the self. And in a way, I mean, not only does he have a volume directly called Technologies of the Self, but all of you will be aware, because you're all an informed audience, that Foucault's devotion of his entire intellectual energy in the last few years of his life was towards this idea. And this idea already brings the two terms that we are discussing today, self and technology, together. So technologies of the self, or his suggestion that it's not that there are some grand others who are surveilling us and we are poor nobodies, hapless puppets, we are kind of objects who are unwittingly being surveilled and unwittingly being puppeteered. On the contrary, I myself am the subject of applying certain techniques of self-disciplining unto myself. I participate in certain exercise. I am the agent of participating in certain rituals, which thereafter contribute to this surveillance mode of governmentality and power operating unto me. So that way also selfie becomes such an important point. And in a way, even in the fourth presentation, it's not that there is some grand force, though there is peer pressure probably, but some grand force making me wear the watch or making me take a selfie. I am the agent, the immediate operative agent of taking my own self-portrait, of wearing maybe self-tracking devices. So in a way, Foucault becomes doubly crucial here, not only in terms of his theorizations of surveillance, but his theorizations of technologies of the self, where indeed self and technology come to become complementary, and also in terms of offering an agentiality unto the self, who willingly participates in technology and in the process ends up becoming complicit in his own surveillance, so to say. So that's wonderful. And the fourth paper was also great with this wearing, and where again the question of tracking and to what extent. And another thing which was also brought up just only by the by in the paper was how some people probably, like me, I also have one of this, I'm not into exercises, not into self-tracking. I mean, again, since nowadays everyone, and of course one also gets to see whether one has received messages and whether one has received, I can see who is calling. So there are so many other reasons because of which also one wears these wearable health tracking devices without any connection whatsoever to health tracking. So that kind of almost transgressing the immediate objective, which is connected to the biopharma industry, which is connected to an immediate surveillance regime, and where apps like other social contact tracing apps, etc., which emerged particularly in the pandemic, are also contributive to. But quite beyond that, there may be other reasons also because of which people participate in it. So there was a lot of points, a lot of very interesting points put forth, and there are still, in spite of me kind of still taking up time, and that was also because I don't see still any questions. Okay, finally there is a question, and we have still 4 or 5 minutes left. That's good. So finally someone is speaking. So this is Pratyush, who's raised a question. Quantified self is not something oriented to build knowledge towards a purpose, but instead a way to collect data, like collecting butterflies or beer caps. It is an end in itself. Perhaps we simply want to capture all. Yeah. So who is your question to, Pratyush, specifically? Because everyone could possibly respond to this.
Yes, because more or less everyone was talking or talking over or like surrounding this question only, like whether it was selfies.
So would you like this to be a general question to which all 4 may respond?
Yes, that would be much better actually. That I would like it.
Great. So the question is right in front of you. And so is the quantified self, just akin to collecting collectibles, like collecting butterflies, etc.? Yeah, please. So who would like to?
I would like to respond to this, sir. Because since I have collected more than 2-3 lakhs of selfies during this project, the reason for it's not about the quantifying self, but the more kind of data you collect, the more varieties and more themes you get, that how AI is used for self-representation. That was one of my major concern, because if you take a cross-cultural examination, so I found in my sample, I found Indians are taking more selfies in indoor. Okay, so if you try to collect these caps and butterflies, you'll at least probably know that in what context these butterflies are coming or going, or these caps are valuable. Okay, so in order to understand, we need some quantitative data which can be substantiated, which can be used as as an evidence for our qualitative analysis.
Quite true. So rather than being cynical about quantitative collection of data, if we do not have a corpus, how do we ever proceed to the qualitative analysis that would emerge therefrom? So we need to have a database, and we should not think of it only in terms of collecting beer cans. But nevertheless, I'm sure Sneha and Wasim and Bhavya, if she's still audible, may also like to respond in a similar vein, or in quite the opposite vein. Because Sneha and Wasim, of course, includes as his co-authors the questioner himself, but nevertheless, so you've also collected a lot of data. Clearly, Sneha has also collected a lot of data about influencers and their Instagram pages and their selfies. And similarly, Wasim has also collected a lot of data about people who wear such wearables. So would you also like to comment? Why did you collect data? Because Pratyusha's question seems to suggest that this is just collection for collection's sake. But is that true, or is that too cynical a take on how research is done?
I think Sneh Shakti is not here, perhaps.
Okay, right. So Wasim, if you could respond. In any case, there are no more questions. In any case, it's 1, and we should call the session to a close. So maybe you can have the last words. And I've already spoken to my Phil. So you may have the... Sneha is on
she's
mute.
here.
If you could unmute her, she may have to say something. So why don't you, Sneha and Wasim, one after the other, react to this only question that the audience has put before you. And with that, we'll call the session to a close.
Sneh Shakti is here. So just... let me unmute her.
So I think we should not. I mean, I would not agree with this saying that 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 it's all about collecting data like the butterfly, collecting butterflies or beer cups. I think the purpose of collecting data, or at least purpose of why I have been collecting data, is to come up with some kind of social theory, maybe sometime in the future, and then the theory can be used to philosophize and also solve many of the problems. Because when we're talking about developing digital self, when we're talking about like the multimodal methods of governance, it is also leading to various kinds of social problems. Narcissism is one of the problems that the social media has been accused of. So my point is that I don't think that it is just an obsessive collection of data. I think it is driven towards a purpose. My idea is that at least to develop some kind of theory that would help us problematize the situation better and ultimately come up with a solution.
Certainly, if one stops merely at quantified data collection, then this accusation may hold. But evidently, all our presentations today are driven towards using the data towards some qualitative analysis and some qualitative theory building, as Sneha Shakti put it, emerging out of it. But nevertheless, Wasim will have the last word.
Actually, I believe that the way we have assumed numbers as sort of their kind of there's this linear appearances, linear meaning, we need to question that how we actually generate numbers. It's not that numbers emerge on their own. It is basically about the context. It is about the agency who has generated how within the relationships numbers, this quantified thing emerge. We need to understand that, and we need to question that what is being imposed on the numbers. Numbers might appear as sort of just numbers, as we have the understanding of numbers, but we need to move beyond the surface, as in what is underneath the numbers. I think it's not just about we are just collecting different numbers, because numbers speak to us and we speak to numbers also. So we need to understand that dialectics between the numbers and the people. And it's not that just numbers appear anywhere. We generate them. There is orientation and there is this enactment and there is this then act back by the numbers. So we need to understand that rather than saying simply.
Okay, Wasim, I agree, partially agree to this. But for example, I'm doing a study on selfies, and the identity. Let's take is one of my theme which I'm trying to investigate. The identity on the internet world, on the digital world, is created because of an information given by an agency. Let's assume, because all the profiles which we are scanning, okay, are basically made of, the identity is made of the information. Okay, the idea of identity itself is a quantified one. Okay, if you create an Instagram profile, if you create a Facebook profile, they will ask you for information. Your profile is nothing, it's a piece of information that you have given, and you are not exercising any agency there. Okay, they are asking you several questions. They are not asking me that, what is my subjective feelings about that. I am myself quantifying my identity. And then I'm coming on that platform where I'm representing myself. Okay, so I feel that there's a quite a contradiction exists there, because on the internet, everyone is quantified. My entire life on social media, or everyone's life on the social media, is quantified. It's all 1 and 0. The self on this world, I feel, is somehow is going to be quantified up to some level.
Yeah, obviously, I agree that quantification might be sort of its foundation.
That is
or
not our
the
pivot of our
premises.
understanding. That cannot be the pivot of our research. But obviously, on AI-driven world, it's going to be a quantified one, because algorithms are managing, databases are being managed, all big data are going to be happen. So yourself on the digital world is going to be quantified.
Yeah, but maybe this contradiction also needs to be seen a little more dialectically, as Wasim put it, because if we look at this contradiction as a contradiction that has already been preloaded and a contradiction that is definitely going to lead to quantity emerging as victorious at the cost of our subjectivity, then there is no point in us even having this particular conference, discussing anything. So it's not a preloaded contradiction, but rather a dialectics where indeed there is a contradiction, but that contradiction may lead to a very healthy and fruitful struggle. And that struggle itself embodies the topic of today's session. So on the one hand, there is the self, on the other hand, there is AI, and indeed AI with its algorithms and with its big data dynamics would like to quantify and reduce to but numbers the self. But the self also dialectically continuously negotiates, and this dialectics is probably the space where all our research should be oriented towards, rather than either this way or that. And once again, we are back therefore to that equivocation which somehow all the paper presenters did talk about, and in a way a certain kind of a dialectical equivocation that the two terms of the title of this session itself entails. And maybe on that note, which almost sums everything up, we could close this session. And it was a wonderful one. It was a pleasure interacting with all of you, and I wish the conference all the very best. And could we do that? Can we just bring the session to a close? It's 7 minutes past the scheduled time.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you all the presenters. We come to an end of session 2 for our this day, and we are going for lunch, and we are going to join for our third session. And the panelist for the third session would be Professor Sambit Malik and Dr. Diksha Shukla. And we are waiting for some very interesting papers. Thank you so much.
Hello, Vasu sir, we can start the session.
Okay. Hello, and a very warm welcome to you all. And we are into third session of this international conference, which is themed as AI and economy. And this session will be chaired by Dr. Diksha Shukla. And by way of introduction, Dr. Disha Shukla, she is an assistant professor of computer science at the College of Engineering and Applied Sciences, University of Wyoming, USA. She holds a doctoral degree in computer and information science and in engineering from Syracuse University. She has done her MS in mathematics from Louisiana Technological University, USA. And she also holds an MCA degree from Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. And her research interest includes machine learning, computer vision, and cybersecurity. Her research spans applications of these areas to wearable devices, authentication, biometrics, and side channel attacks. Dr. Diksha's current research focuses on uncovering security threats and building secure authentication solutions for smart wearable devices. She has published in top ranked machine learning and security journals and conferences, including IEEE, TIFS, ACM, TOPS, and ACM CCS, and ACM DTRAP. And before I hand over this session to Dr. Diksha Shukla, I just want to announce some few important announcements. The session, each presenter, we have almost 4 paper presentations in this session, and each presenter will be given 10 to 12 minutes to present their paper. And we request every presenter to respect the given time and time window and finish your presentations well in time. And we request everyone to put up their queries in the chat box, and then we will direct those queries to the presenters as well as the session chair. And during the session, I request those who are not presenting, please mute their mic, mute their audio, and avoid sound disturbances. And now I request Dr. Diksha Shukla to take over the session. Thank you, ma'am. Over to you, ma'am, Dr. Diksha.
Dr. Diksha, you may please start the session, and you can have your lecture first, and then you can continue.
Okay.
Yeah, you are audible, ma'am. No?
Okay, yeah, so this session is basically, am I expected to talk about the session, or you want the session participants to talk, because it was organized as a panel, so I was just not sure about
No.
what is expected.
You can have your own lecture as well. And then we expect you to also have a comment on the papers which are being presented here, so that the presenters have some sort of feedback in order to improve their papers. So you can start with your own lecture first. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. So anyway, I can talk about, so currently I'm working on virtual reality devices and implementing virtual, virtual applications for collaboration, communication. And one problem in these kind of applications is security. So I can talk about security, and maybe I have a presentation which I talked somewhere else as well. So I can share that and maybe talk about that presentation. Okay. So as I work on security and privacy concerns on virtual reality devices, so virtual reality devices are wearable devices. So today I'm going to talk about security threats and privacy concerns in immersive virtual world. And just to introduce myself, as introduced by the like others, that my name is Diksha Shukla, and I'm an assistant professor in the Department of Electrical Engineering and Computer Science at University of Wyoming. And basically, this is what I work on. My research focus is security and privacy in smart connected devices, trustworthiness in digital communications, and specific research include like machine learning, cybersecurity, computer vision, and natural language processing. And I was just attending in the morning for a short period of time, and people were talking about ChatGPT a lot. And ChatGPT is kind of a buzzword from last 1 or 2 weeks, and that falls into natural language processing domain. So I work in that kind of work. Just to add on ChatGPT itself, ChatGPT is nothing but it's just a statistical model which is just trained on a huge amount of data, not much different from previous language models. Okay, not much different from previous language models. Okay. I apply my research of computer vision, language processing, machine learning in the direction of wearable security, biometrics, zero trust security, and attack averse authentication, and attack vector formulation. Currently, I'm focusing on these directions: side channel attacks, zero trust security, brain signals for human-computer interaction, basically looking at how brain signals can be utilized when you do not have to interact with the device as you are conventionally interacting with, like either swipes or typing or a voice command. Using brain signals, you can interact with the technology and control the technology. And the other component is trustworthiness in digital content. So that area focuses mainly on looking at machine learning models and AI models to see how they are working, basically uncovering the black boxes. So if you are familiar with current AI or the recent AI models are primarily black box models. So you feed a lot of data, they can learn themselves and devise patterns and learn a prediction model. But the problem comes since you do not know how it is working or how it has reduced the particular conclusion, that becomes a problem. So trustworthiness in machine learning models is important to uncover the hidden patterns what machine is learning. I do teach the same similar area, machine learning and artificial intelligence related courses. My courses cover fundamental concepts, current research applications, and security and privacy issues in machine learning and artificial intelligence models. My research lab a little bit, I like to introduce about who are the backbone behind my research lab, who are helping me conduct this research, as well as they are developing their own research agenda along the way as well. So Sindhu, Paul, Mohammed, and Iqbal are 4 PhD students who are working and helping me conduct this research, as well as an undergraduate researcher, Jacob. They are developing their own research questions while helping me conduct this research. So let's start talking about VR applications. So when we talk about VR applications are think about where we can apply VR applications. It is basically, you can say, in many different areas. So if I ask someone, then they talk about first thing comes for VR applications is gaming. And when you look at the gaming, it becomes, yes, it is applied in gaming, but do you think gaming applications would, like people doing gaming, when I talk about, okay, VR has problems in security and privacy issues, so if the gaming is going to be problem or not, people are going to be concerned about their privacy or security while using gaming applications in virtual reality, which is often people say, probably not, but think about if you're playing a game, but if you're not concerned about privacy or security, someone else can, like an adversary, can trick you to play something which can reveal your personal information, personal identifiers, and that can be used to attack the system. So gaming is a concern for security and privacy. Medical consultations is another field where people are now started using VR applications. I have not listed others, but I'm going to talk about other applications like therapy, virtual counseling, physical therapy, as well as mental health, mental wellness counseling is being conducted, are being adopted by VR. Education sessions are being conducted using VR. People are using VR for fitness training, immersive meetings. I'm having meeting with my collaborator, and assume that is a very assume that this is a very secure, very important, or high level security meeting I'm conducting in VR. But if I'm revealing my, if this platform is not secure, then that could reveal some personal information, or national security issues can also be there if I'm working on some project which relates to national security. Retail and banking, obviously, that creates an issue if that application is not secure. So it's basically, you can say VR is being applied in so many applications, and it's learning your pattern, it's capturing your pattern, it's capturing your behavior. But if the application is not secure, and it can reveal personal identifiers, personal information, and pose security and privacy threat.
So the question comes like, is it secure to use VR devices, or what kind of attacks are possible in VR devices, or what are countermeasures? Is there countermeasures in place? Are there threat mitigations efforts in research and practice? What are the threat mitigation efforts in research, and if they are being applied in practice or not? So this is one of the figure which my student created, which my student Sindhu created, and about what kind of different attack vectors are possible. And this is the whole VR ecosystem. And the same attack vectors are possible in any technological device you're using. You're using mobile phone, you're using online systems, any system, this kind of attack vectors are possible. Basically, you can say there are different kinds of attacks: network-based attack, Wi-Fi signal-based attacks, network traffic-based attacks, to disrupt the applications. Wi-Fi signals can be used to decipher some other private information transferred through network, and then these are all VR component. Then the VR also has application component, which collects sensor data, built-in camera data, data. It has controller and hand tracking. It keeps tracking your data. It keeps collecting your data, and that can be used to launch a software or optical attack. So, as a broad attacks on VR can be categorized as some direct attacks and some indirect attacks. As a developer, some attacks can be mitigated, but as an end user also, some attacks can be mitigated just by being aware, such as video-based attacks, human spy. Those are optical attacks, and those can be if a user is aware, and that can be mitigated. So in the following few minutes, I'm just going to talk about which attacks which an end user can help mitigate for themselves. So software attacks are there are a lot of software attacks, overlay attacks, location inference attack. Location can be inferred, or sensor data can be tapped to decipher some information, and disorientation attack. On the indirect attack side, there is categorization of network attack and Wi-Fi signal-based attacks. So I'm going to talk very popular or very easy to launch attack, and which my student developed, and we actually did in our lab itself, and experimented with several users, how easy it was to launch this attack, and users can fall prey to these kind of attacks very easy. So what overlay attack is? You are using a software. It is on the VR. This is the VR particular scenario where user was there in this particular scenario, and it's just as an attacker, I provide an overlay text where it says, actually it was a Bluetooth pairing request, but instead of this, user doesn't see this to pair their device with my mobile phone, where I can see everything what they are doing. But what they do, so if they see this one, that their device is being paired with my mobile phone, they won't click on pair, because they know that that Diksha can see everything what I'm doing in VR, so they won't pair it. But instead, if the user doesn't see this, what user sees is this particular overlay text, and while they are clicking on OK button, actually they are clicking on pair button. So I'm just overlaying this window, window B on window A, so that tricking the user to click on the pair button, and I can see everything what they are doing. If they are typing their passwords, they are typing text messages to any private text message or email, or doing anything, I can see what they have been doing in this particular VR session. So this is very easy to launch attack, but this can be avoided if a user is aware of when they use technology. Impersonation attack. So when you go into a VR room and use an avatar, and using an avatar, you are meeting another person, but an imposter says, okay, I want to trick this person to do reveal some information I want to get, or I want to just attend the meeting. So an imposter actually takes an avatar of user 2 and impersonate, or you can say impersonate as user 2 in the meeting and get to know about whatever was discussed or whatever was revealed in the meeting. And that could be another problem. So we are currently using Zoom for this particular session, and we envision in very near future, we will have VR as a interaction platform, because it gives more of the interpersonal communication instead of 2D communication over Zoom. So in near future, the Zoom meetings are going to be replaced by VR meetings, you can just attend a meeting and have more interpersonal communication compared to 2D rendering of pixels over Zoom window. If this is going to be used in near future, need to be secure. This VR room need to be secure if people are going to use it. We also developed a side channel attack, and this can also be, I'm just discussing those attacks which can be avoided or which can be mitigated being aware. Of course, some of these attacks can also be avoided or mitigated using more stringent method or more secure environment in VR from developer end and researchers who are conducting research on these areas, such as our lab, my lab. So this particular attack is looking at from a very high distance, very long distance, a camera recording of a user's interaction. And when you are there in the VR room, you are actually using the VR applications, using your either hand gestures or controllers, and both can be recorded through camera, and then further can be used to decipher what user was doing just using the hand movement. For example, this particular attack was developed. This scenario is applicable in any of the what user was using or what user was typing, what particular if they were typing messages, they were typing emails, or they were typing pins, password, they were conducting financial transactions, all can be deciphered. What in my research lab, we did deciphered phrases, Gmail passwords, email content, and Facebook Pay passwords. And so if you look at including graphical password locks also. So the graphical password lock on VR looks something like this, depending upon the different VR devices. And you can say percentage pins and percentage passwords, and email content was deciphered very high, with high percentage of accuracy. So this shows a real threat of using the VR device, and while it also shows the need to develop more stringent security modules. So there are other, so this was the attack model which we developed. And I wanted to also say that when we are developing these side channels, attacks or applications to have more seamless experience in VR, all there is, it is learning or it is doing, applying computer vision techniques, which is, and again, deep learning techniques. Recent deep learning techniques to provide more seamless experience on VR. Some other works or some other threat models, which I'm not going to discuss in detail, but going to mention, there are some like, I know what you enter on VR, Gear VR. So this was conducted on Gear VR especially, and they show it was easy to decipher what people are entering. VR spy, HoloLogger, and immersive virtual reality attacks on human joystick. Basically, it was conducted on when people use joystick to control VR. Face mic is another kind of attack which uses the microphone signals. Escape room is another attack model which is there on. So just to summarize, there are a lot of attack models, but a lot of attack models a lot of these attack models can be mitigated just being more aware. So I think that was all on VR security, and I would stop here. Thank you. I would welcome any questions before I move to other next session.
Hello. Hello,
Yes.
ma'am. My name is Pratyush, and like I'm the convener, and I will also be tackling the technical thing here. Like by mistake, you have been made host instead of co-host. Is it fine if I may, like, sorry to disturb?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Like Pratyush, you have to search Pratyush Vibhakar.
Okay.
You have to give me the host role and keep co-host with you, or I will give you the co-host.
Okay, so Pratish, you are the host now, and I think I do not have any other control now.
Yes, ma'am, you have been made co-host. We expect you to keep the time track of the presenters as well. Or if you want us to keep that time track for you, we can do that as well.
Okay, so should we move ahead? If there are questions, we can address. Otherwise, we can move ahead to the next.
Ma'am, like we are taking the questions for the we are keeping the questions for the last at the end of the session. Like once all the presenters have are done with their presentation, and that's what like we have the format of the whole thing is.
Okay, so the next presenter is Sambit Malik.
No, he is not here.
Okay.
For some reason, he will be joining us late. So next will be Dr. Ishrat Jahan.
Okay, so I would invite Ishrat Jahan, Dr. Ishrat Jahan, and to present their work on artificial intelligence and unemployment. Yeah, Dr. Ishrat Jahan.
Pratyush sir, can you tell me my PPT is visible?
Yeah,
Yes.
very much well.
Okay. So it is already discussed by Dr. Disha. This is Dr. Ishrat Jahan. Currently, I am working as an assistant professor in the Department of Economics at Galgodias University. The topic of my presentation is work, artificial intelligence, and unemployment. So before starting my presentation, I wanted to say that it's a working paper. So it is possible there may be some changes in future. So if anyone want to give some suggestion, please, they can. Artificial intelligence is such that which can replace human intelligence, or we can say which can replace human labor or manpower. So if the definition is like that, so there should be some relation between artificial intelligence and unemployment, or if I say, if the uses of artificial intelligence is increasing, it may have a positive impact. It means the unemployment rate should increase if the meaning is like that. So through this paper, I just wanted to see what is the relationship between artificial intelligence and unemployment. Artificial intelligence system have shown, one second, have shown in popularity over the past 10 years because of their enormous potential of unlock economic value and solve social problems. In light of this, there has been an increase in both development and implementation of AI globally in recent years. The National Strategy for Artificial Intelligence, which highlights AI's potential to enhance results in fields including health, agriculture, and education. The role that AI plays in facilitating increased accessibility to the government welfare services for all people and improve scale of delivery of specialized service suggests as completely new direction of the government for intervention in these sectors. According to estimates, AI could boost India's economy in 2035 by USD 957 billion, or we can say 50% of country's current gross value added. The current market of AI software is anticipating to grow from USD 10.1 billion in 2018 to USD 126 billion by 2025. Therefore, we can understand how important artificial intelligence is to expansion of not only Indian economy but also other economies as well. On the other hand side, I have found there are some studies which found that artificial intelligence is diminishing job opportunities and may eventually lead to mass unemployment. Technological development and digitalization have major implications for labor markets. Its impact will be crucial for developing policies that promotes an efficient labor market and the benefits of workers, employers, and societies as a whole. Rapid technological progress and innovation can threaten employment. Such a concern is not new but dates back at least to 1930s when John Maynard Keynes introduced his technological unemployment theory. And according to this theory, if any country is increasing the technological changes, the country can face loss of jobs. So the objective of my study is to find the impact of artificial intelligence on unemployment. So for this objective, I have taken two hypotheses. One null hypothesis is there is positive relationship between artificial intelligence and employment, and my alternate hypothesis is there is no positive relationship between artificial intelligence and unemployment. So it means if the uses of artificial intelligence is increasing, it will impact on unemployment or not. It means artificial intelligence is increasing, there may be possibility the rate of change may increase or not. So this is what I wanted to find through this study. This study is based on descriptive analysis, and this study is based on secondary data. The data has been collected from internet articles, newspaper, various annual reports and magazine, etc. I have done some of review of literature. So according to Parul Saxena in 2021, in her article, AI Impact on India, Jobs and Unemployment, found that around 20 million jobs are to be added by 2025 around artificial intelligence, from diseases detection, mental health counseling, weather forecasting, designing, urban city planning, sewage system, traffic planning, disaster management, and fashion and space research. So we can see that artificial intelligence has touched it all. Artificial intelligence is going to create more job opportunities than it will erase. So according to her, artificial intelligence may erase employment opportunities in the market, But at the same time, artificial intelligence is also helping to create more job opportunities in any society. According to Jas Kothari in 2020, in his article, Artificial Intelligence Cause of Unemployment, found that artificial intelligence has dramatically improved our world in ways unimaginable, but there are many concerns regarding the impact it can have on employment and the credibility of workforce. There are predictions that tells us about the possibility of millions of people facing unemployment in next decades due to automation and neural networks. There has significant transformation of business, education, market, and government sector due to AI. Sectors like transportation, electronic commerce, and healthcare, where AI can replace human. Areas like couriers, information and technology, and real estate, where AI also can replace human work. So in the long run, we would witness certain jobs that are less relevant and finally obsolete. Though artificial intelligence has numerous benefits if implemented in day-to-day life by making work easier and faster, but it is also becoming a cause of unemployment. So the biggest challenge would be to implement it in such a way that it doesn't enhance unemployment. Morgan and Frank in 2019, in their article Towards Understanding the Impact of Artificial Intelligence on Labor, conferred that a community of workers is at serious risk of being replaced by machine, while there could be scarcities of workers who can complement what machine can do. Artificial intelligence may increase employment for specific skills that may needed to automate to set technological change. Hence, it creates a new latitudes through creative destructions. And according to United Nations Development of Economic and Social Affairs, with the rapid technological advancements of recent years, computers are encroaching on domains that were previously concerned exclusively human. And according to UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs data, it is observed by 2050, our population is expected to reach 9.8 million people, over 6 million of whom will be working age. Meanwhile, we are already struggling with finding decent employment for 71 million young people worldwide. It is easy to see that a new technology are increasing viewed as major threat to labor market. Some estimates have even claimed that a staggering 80% of jobs run risk being automated in coming decades. This table and graph is related to unemployment rate of India since 2050, because the motive of this research is to find AI is impacting on employment rate in India or not. So from this table, we can see that the rate of employment is not much varying. It is around 5%. It is around 5% except 2020. So this is the data which I have been collected from World Bank reports. So according to World Bank reports, the rate of inflation is 8% in 2020 because it is the impact of COVID-19. That is why the rate of inflation is very high in 2020. Otherwise, we can say that rate of inflation is around only 5%. It is not much fluctuating. The conclusion of my study is that AI has touched it all, from diseases in various sectors. And from review of literature, we can see that coming AI would create job opportunities in many industries, but currently AI is not impacting Indian economy. It may be possible after decades or coming decades. The rate of inflation, the rate of unemployment may increase due to AI. So till yet, we don't have any facts to say that AI is increasing rate of inflation. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ishrat. Since we are taking the questions at the end, so audience, please, you can keep putting the questions in the chat box, and we will invite the presenters at the end again to address these questions. So thank you, Ishrat. And with that, I would invite our next presenter, Mr. Suraj Kumar Tanti, and he would present on a topic named on social becoming non-social, the penetration of AI and the future of work.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, go ahead, Suraj.
Thank you, ma'am. So as the one who presented before having some overlapping with my discussion, so I won't be repeating those things. Going to the purpose of the study, the goal of this study was to evaluate how artificial intelligence will affect and the people will be facing the quality of work in future. This study scope was restricted to the use of AI and its consequences in many, particularly the labor market. It was built on a narrative and framework for evaluating AI that were found from a preliminary investigation, a qualitative research approach leveraging the use of literature review as a research design and approach was used and effectively facilitated the realization of the study purpose. The study confirmed that AI has been widely embraced and deployed in a variety of workplace settings, particularly by newly developing industries such as gig economies, which is leading to a new pattern of work that is changing the outdated structures and testing the living conditions of those who work in these sectors. The ideas, the workforce and the labor are among the areas of life where changes are occurring most rapidly by the influence of artificial intelligence, where the idea of social interaction and the human touch is being superseded and displaced by artificial intelligence. Future generations won't need to work for the majority of the time, at least not in the ways that we currently see employment and labor. Since decades, machines have been substantially replacing human labor in ways that people can comprehend. Robotics, artificial intelligence, and automation technologies have recently made significant strides, enabling businesses from a variety of industries to embrace AI in pursuit of minimal expenses, quicker production flexibility, solid quality control, logistics and supply chain operations, etc. Industrial robots were first used in manufacturing, but now all other areas of the economy and the societies are heavily utilizing these technologies. These range from supply chain management, agriculture, autonomous vehicles, and warfare to travel, tourism, and hospitality, and many more like education, journalism, etc. Chatbots are used by both big and small businesses to converse with clients and keep up relationships. Social robots continue to participate in our lives and have already changed how we perceive even what social is. These few instances illustrate how deeply AI technologies have woven themselves into society's fabric, causing profound changes in how people live, work, and do business. In certain works, the term customer has been expanded to include robots, according to economic experts and marketers. AI and economy. The question of why these AI technologies are being used should be examined first. The requirement for efficient and economical production and the current state of technology are the clear drivers behind the implementation. Robotics was widely used in production by the 1980s, but the usages of robots in the service sector has traditionally lingered behind. At its core, the present robotic economy, known as robonomics, challenges the economic tenets of the labor theory of value, which was espoused by Karl Marx, Adam Smith, and David Ricardo, among others. Although land, labor, and capital are identified as the three main economic variables, there has been a change in the emphasis placed on which of there is most important. According to conventional economic theory, labor is a vital component in the creation of wealth, which means that labor is essential to the productive processes. This is made abundantly evident by a cursory reading of Marx. Human labor is now much less stressed as a required input due to the rapid advancement in robotics and artificial intelligence. And this trend will continue to grow if robots are utilized to make other robots. There will be winners and losers in the transition to a robotic economy, which will create a new economic and social environment. Given the technological potential to replace human labor with ever more sophisticated technologies, those people with labor to sell who can be readily and affordably replaced by cutting-edge technologies will be replaced. This will result in a new political economy of robots. In this new world where machines do the bulk of labor, humans will be increasingly excluded from the industrial process. This is not yet apparent, however, whether robots will largely be used to supplement or replace human labor. As a result of globalized economy, markets tend to be large and have the ability to be penetrated. There are significant advantages to those that seize a market first, especially given how interconnected economies are today. We can anticipate that markets would further incline toward winner-take-all marketplaces. Because of this, there are huge advantages to those who can access a market first, especially considering how interconnected economies are now. This is a consequence of a globalized economy. Markets are likely to continue to lean toward winner-take-all environments. This is due to a variety of factors such as the digitalization, advancements in communication, and the growing significance of networks and standards. In other words, the economy is different now that consumers can access information about goods and services through global markets. Information costs for products and product transformation are reduced, and networks make it possible for information and goods and services to be distributed more widely than ever. As it is harder for the startups to enter markets outside of established channels and networks, economies of scale develop, allowing the certain of almost oligopolies. Because machines do not consume in the same way that people do, economies may falter in the future. The question of who will be able to buy the goods and services is still open because manufacturers may be creating high quality goods at cheap unit cost, but earnings in many nations are still generally static. Coming to the impact on labor market, robotics and artificial intelligence will fundamentally alter the labor market over the next 10, 20 or more years. And we mere mortals living today will have to adapt to these changes. Even though we know that the production and service landscape will drastically change in 100 years due to the capability of technologies that we are now impressed with, we still need to prepare for the more immediate future. In any case, depending on the country's current degree of development and technological element, there would be an impact on various countries in various sectors. Additionally, social structure, population movement, and production mobility will all be somewhat impacted. Legislation will need to change significantly, as will the legal and political aspects. The first and most significant effect of technology will be the automation of work. Despite the fact that many jobs will be lost, new occupations will also be created, and other jobs will change in the nature, with many professions being somewhat upskilled, de-skilled, reskilled, and in terms of activities they are linked with. Many of the jobs that are now available in the market will undergo significant change. This also has a special component to it. There is evidence that the mechanization of many types of work may make it possible for manufacturing to occur in regions with infamously high labor cost like Germany, where shoe production is currently taking place. This is likely because the other production related costs are comparable or lower than those in Asia, and labor costs are approaching zero as a result of mechanization. As labor expenses are largely avoided, and manufacturing may now be done in methods that reduce cost of transport production and may shift to the Western market. So from these all over studies that I went through, it is significant that the AI is penetrating all over any sector of work, and it is abundantly changing the work pattern, and it will be in upcoming future. Thank you.
Thank you, Suraj, for really good insight on labor market on the for the impact of AI. So thank you. And with that, I would invite Dr. Anil Kumar Pandey, who is an senior assistant professor of finance and accounting or economics at United World School of Law at Karanbati University. And Dr. Anil Kumar Pandey would present on the topic of auditability and disclosure of AI techniques used by finance services providers. So, Dr. Anil Kumar Pandey.
Dr. Anil, are we audible to you?
Producer, he will be joining.
No, he has already joined. He has joined and I have already made him co-host.
So he's there. I can see.
So I could not let me know if my screen is visible.
You are not visible.
Not visible. Maybe
It
you
is
want to
visible. You
adjust your
can just
camera.
adjust your camera.
So share. So share screen. So
I would suggest you maybe adjust your camera because you are completely hidden. Yep, that's great.
Yeah, so let me. I'm in here. I can see that it is shared. Now it is visible.
Yes, we can see.
So I have prepared. I prepared slides, but since this paper is in the initial stage, so I will only give a brief. So because this paper is in, it has been revision stage, so I won't do much. So I will start with introduction. So you know all about AI and ML. So I would like to. So this. So this I've not prepared slide. This is the paper. So what is AI? So AI is so AI, including machine learning, is one of the technologies that is reshaping the financial sector immensely. So AI technology can be significantly used. Some of the services they provide is access to credit. There is robo advisory. Chatbots are there for customer queries, and AI also used for efficient insurance claim processing. So claims are processed during this AI. So what this paper canvasses a selection of policy documents on AI governance issued by financial authorities or groups formed by them. So we have taken 9 jurisdictions, and it's a cross-industry study. So the study encompasses because India lags behind, so we have taken this basically from secondary data. So we take EU, France, Germany, Hong Kong. So these are the 9 AI-related issues applicable to the financial sector. So we try to I'll show you what are the basic common summary of regulatory expectations that regulates the AI common principles. So the common principles can be soundness or reliability, accountability, transparency, fairness, ethics. So when you say AI, this comes into picture. So the regulation is, as you can understand, these are the regulations in these 9 territories. So So we have these are standards, some of the reliability, Basel core principles, 15 insurance core principles, accountability, Basel core principles, then 14 Basel core principles 15, then international core principles 7, IC international core principles 17, transparency is international core principles 17. So they're in there on. So what this I have prepared a so this
I think we are losing him. His network is unstable.
In the meanwhile, ma'am, like with your permission, we can move ahead with the next speaker, next presenter, while he joins.
Yeah, I think that would be great. We can move ahead, and if he joins back, then we can give him an opportunity to complete his talk. So yeah, I would like to welcome Anindita Sarkar, and researcher at Amity University in Noida, Dr. Vinita Prasad, who is professor and head of institution at Amity Institution of English Studies and Research, and Dr. Ghazala Naz, who is the head of Department of English and Foreign Languages, Noida Institute of Engineering and Technology at Greater Noida. Please turn on your video, and Anindita, Vinita, and Ghazala would present on the topic of rise of AI, the beginning of the end of the organizational grapevine.
Thank you, Dr. Shukla. That was a great introduction. I would need screen sharing. Professor Pratyush. Professor Pratyush Vibhakar, I would need to be made the host, please, to be able to share my screen.
I think you should be able to share it now, ma'am.
All right. Yes. My screen is visible. I have deliberately kept my video off so that there are no lags in between. Is that okay with everybody?
That's fine.
All right. Thank you. As Dr. Shukla has already introduced, my topic is the rise of AI, the beginning of the end of the organizational grapevine. I am Anindita Sarkar. My co-authors, Dr. Vinita Prasad and Dr. Ghazala Naz, are present with me morally. So in today's presentation, my abstract had already been sent in. In this working paper, we are questioning that AI has made inroads into our lives. But the question remains that can chatbots gossip? Can this conventional form of informal communication, which is gossip, be subjugated to an intelligence that is artificial in nature? That is what this paper explores, the possibility that the rise of AI may see the fall of the organizational grapevine. This is an exploratory study, and today's presentation moves like this. Segment 1, from gossip to grapevine, utility, history, all pervasiveness, etc. Segment 2, welcome Industry 5.0, segment 3, making a case for grapevine, and the last segment, can a robot be your friend? So we are on segment 1, and I would like to tell you now that the terms gossip, grapevine, and informal communication are used interchangeably, as they are done in business communication when we teach it as a subject to higher education. Now, what is gossip? How did it start? Gossip started with our prehistoric ancestors who lived in relatively small, close-knit groups there to cooperate with close in-group members for success against strangers. But the same members were their main competitors at the time of dividing the limited resources, which was food. Gossip served, so that it was a survival strategy. It had a functional purpose. They found adaptive techniques by successfully managing friendships and alliances. Social intelligence in those days meant an ability to predict and influence the behavior of others. So, which means we had to know what somebody else was doing or thinking. In the current world, gossip serves as a success mantra. People who were fascinated with the lives of others were simply more successful than those who were not. And the genes have come down to us through the ages. And gossip is all pervasive. Our inability to forsake gossip and information about other individuals, therefore, is as ancient as our caveman ancestors. So all this is being told by Frank McAndrew. He is one of the leading professors and has over 40 papers on gossip. Gossip is universal. All of us know that. There on the screen, you can see an African, a Korean, Chinese, Japanese proverb about how we should not talk ill of others. And of course, in India, we have all grown up seeing these 3 monkeys: don't see, don't hear, don't speak evil. And yet, what are we doing in today's paper is we are giving respectability to gossip or grapevine. Now, the genesis of gossip. So how did gossip become grapevine? Why do we always also call it that? It's interesting. So G. Brownell, you can see that now on number 1 at the screen. The term grapevine arose during the Civil War when intelligence telegraph lines were strung loosely from one tree to the next. Now these lines suggested grapevines, and since messages from these lines were usually incorrect and blurred, any rumor was soon said to be from the grapevine. That is how the term grapevine originated. Keith Davis, long back in 1950s, early 50s, he said that the informal system of communication is variable, dynamic, and fickle, running back and forth across organizational lines and rapidly changing its course, hence the grapevine. Davis also said that it gives a manager considerable feedback about what his employees are up to. It also helps interpret management to workers so that they may understand what's going on inside. Wooten later said grapevine activates to a situation, not a person. Given the right circumstances, anyone is potentially a grapevine participant. Now that's a scary thought. Wooten also said that grapevines are particularly active in times of change when individuals experience high level of anxiety and stress. The last 2.5 years of COVID, we have been party to this, a lot of layoffs, pay cuts, death, devastation all around us. Everybody becomes a gossip in times of a crisis. Now, the question is who gossips? We just answered that. Given the right circumstances, anyone is potentially a grapevine participant. Now, we like to think we don't gossip, but actually we do. We all do. There are 3 types of gossips. One is the liaison. 20% of the employees in businesses are actually this category who receive a message and then they pass it on. When they pass it on, how it passes on, that is not in anybody's control. Dead enders are people who hear the information, but they don't pass it on. Akin to a father in the household, where you tell a father a lot of stories and they do, but they don't really pass it on. Isolates, interesting category. They neither hear nor transmit messages. Now, a researcher has a great thing to say about isolates. They say that an isolate is not somebody you can trust because they don't gossip. Now, people who gossip, and now please remember, we are talking of gossip in a complementary sense. We are not gossiping, we are networking. So is there a difference between gossip and rumor? And gradually we are going to get AI into all this. There is a little bit of a difference. Some researchers have said that gossip generally has an unspoken understanding of factuality, that if I'm gossiping with you, you have to understand that I must be telling the truth, that I must be telling the truth. It has privacy attached, that if I'm gossiping to you, maybe I won't gossip to 40 other people. And it is generally engaged with among friends, relatives, acquaintances. We generally will not gossip in front of people we don't know at all, or in front of a room full of people. Normally, we don't do that. What about rumor? Rumor is unverified. Whatever we have heard from far is a rumor, afwah. It is wider than gossip and it has a more universal appeal. So we hear rumors about celebrities, etc. We don't know them personally. There are similarities between rumor and gossip, of course, that both are spontaneous in nature. Both have to have a topical, a current issue at hand, because if it's an old story, nobody's bothered. And both require the listener to believe in the authenticity of the information without questioning its basis. Tumhe kahan se pata chala is not a question allowed when you're gossiping with somebody. Now, we leave this very important communication tool or informal communication, which is gossip in organizations. We park it for now, and we are welcoming Industry 5.0. What is Industry 5.0? A quick snapshot, various versions of industries we have lived through. We haven't personally lived through all of them. We have perhaps lived through automation, globalization, and digitalization, which was Industry 4.0. While we are still grappling with 4.0, we are told that the future is already here. Industry 5.0 is all about personalization that has come upon us. And now this one makes it important for us to understand that where do we as human beings lie in the scheme of things, where there are chatbots, there is AI, there are human beings, we are all working together, man and machine is shaking hand. And what we are doing is we are saying, hello, cobots, our collaborative robots. Now, quickly, Industry 4.0 was all about big data, analytics, AI, Internet of Things, etc. Now, Industry 5.0 takes it 2 notches higher, not just 1 notch, 2 notches higher. The role and contribution of industry to society. And second point, very importantly, it places the well-being of the worker at the center of the production process. So while 4 was all about production and how to make that seamless, Industry 5.0 is all about the human being and not so much about profits. So now remember, this is what we are being told. The World Economic Forum is telling us that there is a shift from a focus on economic value to a focus on societal value, and a shift in focus from welfare to well-being. Okay, so now we will believe them for now. And now we want to know, but where are we? So very quickly, this is these are the pillars. The 3 pillars of 5.0 is human-centric, sustainable, resilient. And a fact file is 5.0 is aimed at supporting, not superseding humans. It is about finding the optimal balance of efficiency and productivity. And the progress of Industry 5.0 is unavoidable, as we know that now we cannot stop the inroad of AI into our own life. Even Elon Musk, the CEO of Tesla, has admitted that excessive automation at his company was a mistake, and he tweeted that humans are underrated. So let us just quickly see that there are 10 industries where AI has caused a disruption. Which are those? Here, they are all on the screen. We are just going to read the bullets: agriculture, call centers, energy, mining, healthcare, intellectual property, IT, manufacturing, technical support, retail, transport. In various ways, AI has moved into these segments more than they have into others. Now, for paucity of time, we are considering one segment, which is manufacturing. Now, I'm a worker at a manufacturing unit, and my fear is that, so now I have a cobot colleague, okay? A collaborative robot colleague, and I should still not be afraid of losing my job. Is that what you're telling me? So this cobot will do my former assembly line work while I do designing. Well, if I were that creative, then why was I not put into designing earlier, before this AI was brought in? And my greater fear is, can I confide in a cobot? Can I trust him? Can I talk to him or her? Can I gossip with him? Can I chat? Can I vent out my feelings if I'm unhappy about my employer? Can I do all that with a robot as my colleague? So let's pause here and let us see why, therefore, human communication with colleagues, which is also done informally, known as grapevine, is important for us, because we need the grapevine. Employees are more likely to believe the grapevine more over formal communication, and we've all been party to this, especially in the last 2 years of our life. We hear it, hawa mein khabar suni hai, that seems to be more true, and before you know it, after 2 weeks, you receive an email with the same khabar. Brody in 1989 said that experts indicate because grapevine serves several useful functions, it would be counterproductive to try and destroy it. Zaremba also in the late 80s said that instead of trying to control the grapevine, organizations should adopt a proactive policy towards managing it. And a very rare study in IIMK in 2016, not much study on grapevine has happened in India, unfortunately, says that informal communication on grapevine is the human side of the organization, which maintained by employees communicating themselves and sharing information. So these employees do themselves. This is not formal, this is not imposed. And Deepa Sethi, who's written this paper, says grapevine will always exist. Organizations cannot operate effectively without it. It should be used to supply information during uncertain times and not be considered as an untamed and unmanageable wild plant. And there are more theorists who say gossip is a positive interpersonal behavior. Aryan Golipur says it plays an influential role in making employees sociable, changing their behavior along with keeping them organized. Because, when we are afraid that people are gossiping about us, we are more online. There is useful, relevant information is gossip, which can be an invaluable communication system for the office and can even facilitate organizational goals. So these are all the advantages of the grapevine, and more than 120 literature, journals, articles, podcasts, etc. have been dealt with to keep this paper, in place. Now the question is, we are talking about human informal communication, and then we are talking that, okay, robots have come into your life. Question is, and we are into our last segment now, can a robot be your friend? Oh. So for this presentation, when I typed this in Google, can chatbots gossip? In less than 5 seconds, in less than 0.5 seconds, 220,000 results popped up, which told me that chatbots cannot gossip. I next typed, can robots be our friends? In about the same time, more than 2 lakhs, you can see the figures, I don't even know how many zeros are there, out of which 2 sources said that yes, robots can be our friends. Now let's see how true that is. Now, this study, the Hindu carried this article, and this has been written by the director of a neuropsychology department. He says our highly social species evolved to live in tribes. See, so we are moving back into history and tribes and family. But the paradox of our times is that we are more of us, but we are getting lonely. Loneliness is bad for our health. It is worse than smoking. So relationships with robots. So now we are told that we are lonely. Relationships with robots, and this was discussed in the morning by one of the speakers, can be very easy because our human friends can be difficult. They can give us a hard time. They could point out and make us change bad things about us. Robots could be too accepting of who we are. Now in Japan, the population is falling because young people are turning away from dating and marriages, and they are finding physical intimacy abhorring. Now the Japan Family Planning Association found that 45% of young men, they were not interested in meeting another human being. So what can happen then? Can robots help? So Tony Prescott, the director of Sheffield Robotics and professor of cognitive neuroscience, says that while synthetic friends can perhaps meet some of the desperate need for company, we owe it to the future of our own kind, that means other human beings, to try to get on better with each other. So I'll leave you on this note. A question that is a very aspirational question. All young men and women want to say or hear these words. Will you marry me? And a human being saying this to another human being can elicit a lot of interesting responses. Did he just ask you out? And the other colleagues gossip, yes, you know, he asked and she said yes, and the girl is blushing. Or it is like, keep calm, carry on, and leave me alone. Nah, I don't like you. I know you don't love me, etc. Various interesting things can happen when two human beings are talking on those lines. And then he asked the same to Alexa. Alexa, will you marry me? Before I answer that question, let's see how well you know me. I ask you 3 questions. Your answer will help me make this decision, she says. Okay, can you tell me what's my favorite film? He, Shawshank Redemption. Sorry, that's the wrong answer. My favorite film is Dilwale Dulhaniya Le Jayenge. Okay, here's an easy one. When is my birthday? 6th November. That's the wrong answer. My birthday is on November 6th. Well, Alexa is US, so November 6th and not 6th November. You should be able to answer this one. Who's my favorite cricketer? Sachin Tendulkar. You've got it. That's the right answer. So he's very happy now. I think we still get to know each other better. Until then, we can continue with our conversations. So our friend has just been friend zoned. So imagine how boring that can be. The authors fear that with AI making inroads into our offices, informal communication or grapevine is likely to wither. This may insidiously corrode the organizational culture, happiness quotient, the social bonding, the networking, the friendships at work. How much of this will it affect? Only time can tell. Thank you so much for listening. If you agreed to this, and if you did not agree to this, I think we can all catch up over chai, gupshup, and gossip till we are all humans here. Thank you.
Thank you, Nindita. It was really actually a topic of interest for so many of our audience member. I'm pretty sure about that. So thank you for a nice presentation. So with that, we will welcome questions and discussions. I do not see any questions put on the chat. So okay, if you have questions, just put that on the chat and I would convey that to the presenters and we can discuss. So my question, I think in the meantime, while we are getting questions, I would ask a question to maybe our last presenter itself, Anindita. Anindita, I was just thinking about when you were talking about, are you there?
Yes, yes, I'm there.
Okay. Yeah, when you were talking about this can chatbot interact in a friendly or gossip manner, and you said like, you know, your response you got from online that like it can be friendly. And I would guess the reason would be, yes, it can be friendly because companionship can also be considered as a friendly gesture, right? So yes, robot can provide companionship. And I think it would be good to dig down, like, you know, what friend, like, you know, what, how we define friendship and what robot would lack. For current robot I can think of, although it is under processing, and I'm pretty sure since I'm working in this field, probably pretty soon in next decade or so itself, we might have robots which might be able to understand emotions as well. So yes, I do see current, yeah. So that's
true. That's true, and that's very interesting. Your talk was very insightful because you come from the field. In fact, in 2020, natural language systems became more advanced at processing subtle facets of human language like sentiment and intent also. And AI now has language that can align with human speech, writing patterns, and also visual understanding. Chatbots and virtual assistants are becoming much more human. That is true. And in some restaurants, also worldwide, waiters are not really being replaced by robots, all of it. But then in Dubai, in a restaurant, there is Sophia, the robot, who wearing a Indian lehenga choli and serving. So all that is becoming interesting.
Yeah, Sophia is pretty old robot actually, and it has been updated quite few times, and I think like it has been in existence for maybe more than a decade.
Okay, so she is that old, is it? That's an old robot.
Yeah.
Yes.
But it has been updated, and I think there has been few other robots being created, which are humanoid robot. Yeah.
Actually, yes. Now, come to think of it, a humanoid robot, as one of my slides said, being friends with a robot can make it too easy because they're going to be truthful. They may not have the evil intent. You know what I mean? That when people are talking, gossip is another word for informal communication. Actually, it's interesting that it originated, the word gossip was not gossip. Before the 19th century, it was godsib, which meant godparent. Yeah, godparent. And when a child was born, the women were there to support the mother, and the men were there sitting and chatting and drinking, and they were generally sharing conversation. It was not about backbiting. So over the years, godsib became gossip, like God's spell became gospel. So because that kind of a thing has happened, now gossip has a different kind of a form, that it includes backbiting, this, that. Can a robot, now you've bought a new car, I don't have it, I'm envying you, okay. Can a robot replace or can a robot be given those very inherent human traits like envy, like jealousy, the darker sides that we don't talk about because they're not considered noble? That would be interesting to see also. Of course, we are talking off my paper now, but that would be very interesting to know. Like you're saying, a decade, maybe we'll all be around to see the change.
Yeah, so one thing I just want to quickly point, and then maybe move to Prathish. Prathish has something to say, right? So I just wanted to make a comment. Would robot feel any emotions? Probably not, because emotions are invoked because of the hormonal changes in the body. Robot are not going to have that, but yes, they can understand emotions. That I am pretty sure about. We will be able to make AI which is able to understand emotions. So go ahead, Prathish. You had something, and I'm seeing a couple of questions also on the chat.
Ma'am, I have one quick question to Professor Anandita Sarkar. Like she talked about Cobot colleague and Kobo League and all of those things. So this is more of an apprehension also. We as humans, we have our humor, which is very situated culturally and temporally and all. At the same time, we have our own dilemmas, which is again situated. So, and those dilemmas are pretty much like we decide upon those dilemmas, or we resolve those dilemmas also from the cultural vantage that we have. Now comes the AI, and AI which is generating its intelligence from data which is very universally collected. So the rationality that it grows up on is very much like a universal rationality, perhaps, or like the humor that it might grow. Like you showed how Alexa is responding. So what are like, how do you think this all will go on? Like, how do you see that Cobot as a colleague, or Cobot, like, as a friend, a robot as a human friend, or something like that? Your comments.
That was a great, very interesting question, Professor. So Cobot as a colleague for now, I've spent a lot of time, and my own research thesis is about Grapevine and not about AI. AI, of course, I tried building in with what will happen if AI comes into our lives in this kind of a way, almost encroaching. Sorry to use the word for everybody who's working with AI. So for now, a Cobot or a Kobo League is not going to make me feel comfortable. Because while ma'am said, Dr. Shukla just said that they will understand emotions, but see, that becomes a one-way traffic. the person is understanding emotions, but a human relationship is a two-way process. So I can understand your emotion, but I would also want to be understood, and I also want to know what's going on in your mind. So while a cobot may understand what's going on in my mind or read my expressions of happiness and sorrow, I'm not able to read what's going on in that person's or that cobot's mind and heart. So it's going to be pretty much a one-way traffic in terms of relationship.
Yeah. Just to comment on that, I think I completely agree on that. It is going to be one way, but just another thought can be humans can fabricate emotions as well, may not have real emotions a lot of time. So AI can be trained, although AI can be trained to fabricate emotions. That is definitely easily doable thing. Having said that, those fabricated emotions, how they form the actual meaningful connections, that might be a topic of research in human psychology.
Yes. That's a discussion for another day, but very interesting to know what will happen.
Yeah.
So
great. Yeah.
No, sorry, ma'am. You were saying something.
No. I think I would just leave the floor for you if you have any comment before I move to other presenters. There are some questions for other presenters as well. Yeah.
Yes. So we can move ahead. No. We were discussing more of AI and humans. Yes, we can move on, please. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. And there is a question for Israt. Yeah, she is there. So the question is, what can be the possible ways that the implementation of AI won't lead to employment crunch? So how the employment can be disrupted through development of AI.
Ishrat ma'am, you are not audible.
Hello. Thank you, sir. Now, can you hear me? Okay.
Suraj Kumar Kanti.
Suraj Kumar ji, actually the study till yet I have done, I have found that unemployment may increase in area where there is low skill, when there is low skill jobs. So job opportunity is increasing in high skills job. So if the industry and the government is able to provide like different types of programs and skills trainings, like etc. So definitely we will not going to suffer any employment crunch in future.
Great. So there is another question by Sur. Okay, so that question is for me. How augmented reality and virtual reality, so AR, VR, would affect interpersonal relationships and socializing upcoming future? So how I see AR, VR, Suraj, for upcoming relationship or connection building is it would provide accessibility to people who cannot access, like, for example, COVID-19 pandemic, like those kind of disruptive situations. It can provide, or someone, you have a friend in Russia, you have a friend in some other country, you want to communicate. So since we are meeting, for example, in Zoom, but it would help to have more interactive interpersonal communication through AR, VR, because you would be able to see 3D, you would be able to see more of the facial expressions in 3D and hand movement, and even you can actually sit side by side, not as a real person, but as a 3D rendering of pixels. So that is one thing which would be helpful, will provide accessibility where it is where you cannot access the person in real life, right? So in real world, so you can actually access the person and make meaningful connections. with the person itself. So there is a real person, but you are meeting compared to having a telecommunication or having a video communication, 2D video communication. You can have actually a 3D meeting, and that would help build relationships or build connections compared to these situations, as well as it can help in many other industries, as we talked about, virtual counseling, training, when you have more, you cannot experiment a lot on human body. For example, for medical training, surgery training, we have maybe when we see country like India, maybe we have a lot of humans to experiment on. For example, what we call as cadavers to experiment on. But for a lot of countries in rural areas, we might not have accessibility where trainees can use VR and AR and actually get training on virtual bodies, which are actually going to give completely real kind of experience and get trained. So those can help. And of course, it would be better. I think I address that question. I do not see any other question, but I want to leave you all. It was a nice session, but I want to leave you all with one more thought. Actually, when I teach AI in my class, I always mention to my students, what is actually AI? AI is basically the study of machines, or a study of field, which is basically you are studying methods which to realize human intelligence on a computer. So its computer doesn't have its own intelligence. You are trying to realize human intelligence on a computer. But also the caveat is the benefit of AI is the AI actually holds the promise of it can help expand the abilities of human race, making us more knowledgeable, making humans more knowledgeable. But at the same time, it also, if it is not used responsibly, and that's the field we call as responsible AI, if it is not used responsibly, it can be threat to our livelihood, agency, or even existence. So that is one thought I tell my students when I teach AI in my class, and I think that's probably a lot of concerns similar concerns were talked in this session. One last thought I want to give you, just to maybe as a food for thought, not as a actual thought. And I want to share a screen to show you something. And I think some of the presenters also shared the similar sentiment. And let me just share this. So you are seeing this screen, which is talking about Bloom's taxonomy, and this actually the taxonomy of Bloom developed, the development of learning, human learning. So if you look at this pyramid has for the learning so when you are talking about AI learning or machine learning or human learning, this is created for human learning. And if you see completely at the bottom, it is remember, understanding, applications, analyzing, and the higher level is evaluating and creating. So if you look at current AI, actually are very limited to at the bottom of the learning scale, not at the top level, high level learning. So high level learning is basically, you can say, top 5 or 6 level is basically evaluating some certain, you can take stand decisions, you can explain things, and you can create something original, and that is that's the higher level. But if you look at the latest, people talked about a lot, ChatGPT can remember a lot of things. People talked about my mobile remembers my bus is coming at this time. So that's just remembering, and it is just reminding you, not something new. So it is just remembering, it is understanding to a good extent, and that's area which is developing for AI. It can apply, it can do
mathematical proofs. But still, I do not see application area is also completely dominated by AI till now. Like AI has not been able to achieve this much of intelligence to actually do apply techniques in new problems without supervision of human. But yes, all of these areas you can say as a greater higher level of learning. And as we talk about, like, yes, some remembering and understanding those level of tasks can be replaced by AI, but think about, so it can help you develop higher level of learning skills, and so that you can devote your work to do higher level of learning skills and higher level of intelligence instead of devoting your time to remembering and understanding tasks. So yes, it can disrupt a lot of industries, but maybe the positive side can be it can help develop higher level of skills and make us more knowledgeable. We can devote our time for higher level of learning. Right. So I just wanted to share this Bloom's taxonomy and maybe food for thought for all of our presenters to think about where we are landing and where we can separate AI and utilize AI, use benefits from the AI and maybe do more meaningful work. Yep. So that makes the end of the session. So thank you all the presenters. Just want to clap, virtual clap.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Shukla ma'am. It was so wonderful to listen to you and our other esteemed speakers. It was indeed a great delight to have such an informative session. And before I conclude this session, we will be reconvening by 3:15 for our next session. And with that, I formally conclude this session with the thought that it seems we are approaching times when artificial is more and more real in an increasingly artificial world. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
So shall we begin with the session? Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yes.
Professor Vasanthi Williams, are you here?
Yes, I am here. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Thank you.
Do we have Professor Sambit Malik also with us?
No, he is not here. He will be joining us by 4 p.m.
All right, okay. So welcome you all. My name is Monica Goswami and I will be moderating the fourth session of the day. So the theme for this session is AI and state and media. So since morning we have been discussing a lot about AI, robots and its impact on our daily routine and what kind of advances are happening in the current world in terms of AI. So my understanding of this particular topic in 2 lines is that artificial intelligence has an influence on almost every aspect of our life, as we can see. Chahe it is about your work colleagues, chahe it is about being at your home. So with such a rapid wave of technological change, it is impossible for the state to deny the methods and tools that can help in efficiently regulating the state. So basically at some point in time, the state will also, imbibe the vibe of AI into its regulation of the particular, governance system that they're regulating. And there will be certain impact on media also because a lot of AI is involved in a lot of social media websites, and we discussed in the first session also like about selfies and about the portrayal of images that we do on social media websites. So with this session, the session chair for this session will be Professor Dr. Vasanthi Reena Williams, who is the head of research and curricular development cell, Vidya Vikas Institute of Engineering and Technology, Mysuru. Next, we'll also have Professor Sambit Malik with us around 4 o'clock. He'll be joining us and I'll introduce you to them at that point in time when he's here. So by then, I will introduce Professor Vasanthi Reena Williams a little for you guys. Just give me a moment. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Okay, all right. So, Professor Williams has done her PhD in management studies. Currently, she is a professor in the Department of MBA and also a member of Research and Curricular Development Cell, Vidya Vikas Institute of Engineering and Technology, Mysuru. She has been a governing council member, GC member, JSS Polytechnic for Women, Mysore, 2018 to 19, 2019 to 20. She has a patent to her name titled An Artificial Intelligence-Based System to Analyze the Impact of Emotional Intelligence on Academic Performance of Students. So, this is a very brief bio of ma'am. I am pretty sure she has done tremendous amount of work in the area, and we would really like to hear her. And before we begin with the session, I have certain housekeeping announcements to make. So the session will be opened by Professor Williams, as you know. And afterwards, each presenter will be given 10 to 12 minutes, and we'll request you to kindly respect the time limit that has been given to you and try to finish up in the 10-12 minutes that are there. And please put your mics on mute while you're not speaking. And if you have any queries, put them in the chat box and we will surely get back to you as the session is over. So we'll take them in the discussion part in the Q&A round. And now I will request Professor Williams to please begin with the session.
Yeah, I guess I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I didn't get your name. You're Monica, right? Thank you so much for the warm welcome. Very good afternoon to the organizing committee and delegates. And before I forget, I wish to thank Assistant Professor Wasim Baba. I guess I'm, pronouncing the name right and also the designation. for connecting and sharing the conference brochures and all the details well on time. And it was nice talking to him. I also like to thank the Galgotias University for giving me this opportunity to be part of this conference. So going ahead, let me not waste much time. As of now, we understand Industry 4.0. In fact, we are at the threshold of Industry 5.0. So all of which has been powered by disruptive new technology over the previous and other revolutions. And it's basically powered by the Industrial Internet of Things, or IIoT. And of course, the cyber and smart systems and so on. And it is said that it has been built on 9 technology pillars. If I can remember all of them, but it's like big data, artificial intelligence analytics, 3D printing, cloud computing, real world machine, things like that. So as I said, we are in the threshold of Industry 5.0, which is powered by intelligent automation of manufacturing. So the objective of leveraging advanced technologies and cloud computing is to collaborate with humans to work faster. That is basically the objective. That is why now if we are put back on 2G, we would not be happy with our our mobile systems anymore, or our any of our gadgets anymore, because we are so used to the 4G and now it's 5G. So as I said, we are trying to leverage advanced technologies and computing capabilities to collaborate with this machines to help us work faster. So we could say enhancing logical thinking, to briefly put it. So making machines think like human beings. But then I went through the abstracts, very interesting. And I find that all are not focusing on one particular objective. There's a collective, view of the paper presenters on different verticals, but the endpoint is artificial intelligence. So we could simply call all this, I could say, digital transformations, to put it, in a nutshell. So the areas of research around the central theme of AI is very interesting, and I look forward to the session to begin. The abstracts, as I said, I found it interesting. The abstracts are interesting, and I look forward to see how the study has been, they have proceeded with the studies. However, there's always a question as to how do we human beings control these machines? Because in the present world, we are unable to control human beings from doing or deciphering, what is right and what is wrong. I am yet to count a day where we don't have news carrying instances of, I'm not talking about the, the criminal offenses of human beings. I'm talking about the cyber crimes based on you making use of technology for several criminal offenses. Making use of YouTube, the social media to gather information, using e-commerce to access things which are not otherwise accessible through direct purchase. You're making use of technology for various nefarious activities as well. So when we have machines that can, made to do what humans can do, because that is what we're talking about in Industry 5.0. How would we control such machines that might be a challenge to control if they go out of control? So we enjoy, or we like, these disruptive technologies making life easier from what it was much before. Because when I talk to students, I have to tell them certain things, like, when I was much younger, I had to literally go stand in front of the counter in a bank to withdraw money. It meant I had to spend some time, from my day, my schedule, and then go to the bank, meet the banker, deposit my check, and then withdraw money. But then now things have changed. It's not necessary for me to visit my bank anymore. So when these kind of flexibilities or ease of doing things are coming into picture, we get so addicted to our gadgets that it shouldn't be, because I think there are studies. I am interested in doing some study like that to find out how could we control the machines controlling us, because that is something that I or every one of us would be observing. We are so much controlled by machines. We need these gadgets, you know. So the benefit, the harm, the policies, the mandates, this is something we need to, this is all something that we need to wait and watch. Or are we working on control systems to be kept in place to avoid a catastrophe? So we are talking so much about all how, you know, technology can help us, but somewhere we also need to work and find out some control mechanisms so that, you know, you don't find machines controlling us. This is something, like I said, like I can say, food for thought in the name of industrial revolution, disruptive technology. So with these words, I think we can move ahead. Dear delegates, as Monica has already informed, the timings for the technical presentations has already been assigned, and I request the presenters to kindly adhere to the schedule. Based on the submissions made by the presenters, kindly make a note of your questions, and probably we can have it at the end of the session so that all the presenters get equal time. And if that is okay, we can move on. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, ma'am. So we would like to invite our first presenter, Miss Lakshmi Verma.
Hello everyone. Can I share, ma'am?
Yeah, yes, you can share your screen. Yeah, sure. Thank you, ma'am. Okay.
Okay. This is my topic. AI and agriculture development, its opportunities and challenges to use in agricultural productivity and marketing. This study will pay attention to the policymakers to make more convenient policies towards AI development in agriculture sector. This study will surely reduce agrarian problems and to make farmers more convenient to deal with challenges in agriculture sector. Introduction. Okay. AI is one of the sorry. AI is one of the disparate technologies that can be change the process and development in the field of agriculture, along with other sector agricultural activity like planting, maintaining and harvesting crops, and money, energy, labor and resources to replace some of the human resource activities to technology to guarantee increased efficiency. Agriculture automation for better performance is the main concern and emerging issues for every country. The food shortage and the population growth, mainly for third world countries, are the most challenging issue, and it have to encounter the issue as soon as possible. Farms can produce data on the ground on daily basis, and with the help of AI, farmers can analyze a variety of things in real time, such as weather, temperature, soil condition, etc. Actually, ma'am, it is a work in progress, so there is a lot of work to be done on it. Major research works reviewed. Analyzed significant comparative advantage will continue to occur to those utilizing the internet widely and willing to take risk in other to turn innovative product services into worldwide commercial success story. The greatest challenges facing society and firms would be utilizing the benefit of availing AI technologies, providing vast opportunities for both news product services and immense productivity improvement while avoiding the dangerous and disadvantage in terms of increased unemployment and greater wealth inequalities. Describe the importance of technology that protected the crop yield from various factors like the climate change, population growth, and employment issues, and the food security problem. Objective of the study. This is two objective to discuss the AI development in agriculture sector, to assess the AI development with Digital India campaign with its implementation and challenges in Indian agriculture. Methodology. This study based on quantitative and qualitative research method. Study area and data collection. Primary data and secondary data will be collected from the project nature of respondents will be those who are using AI in forms of mobile app based information as agricultural extension. Some pilots projects are going on with the help of IIT Roorkee and Microsoft India and other institutions to implement AI technique for farmers. Some other app like PM Kishan app, Agri Market, etc. Relevancy of primary data. In this project, primary information from the farmers is most important to know the gap between AI development and its implementation on ground level. On ground level, like India as a developing country with fundamentally facing many issues, it is very difficult to avoid AI based technology to maximize agricultural productivity and mobilize agricultural marketing. Proposed methodology for research work. Secondary data will be based on qualitative form. Through this project will get information from the agricultural scientists, AI experts, and software engineers, AI-based agricultural machine producers, and to know the more about AI in agriculture, like relevancy of AI in India agriculture, AI-based markets, a scope of AI software industry and outcomes, etc. Tools and techniques. Innovation path breaking aspect of proposed research. The path breaking aspect of this study is to do research on impact of big data machine learning in the field of agriculture. AI is new and emerging technology using across the sectors, but in agriculture, it is for better future. Indian agriculture sector is lacking in terms of information technology, but after telecommunication and internet revolution, now it is possible to get benefit from information technology. Any new data to generated where data deficiency is felt. This study will generate farm level data to justify the impact of AI technique on agriculture activities like productivity, marketing, etc. According to literature review, don't have data regarding impact and challenging of farms and farmers. All the literatures are focusing on its concept and various AI models to use agriculture more effective. Relevance of proposed study for policy making. This study will pay attention to policymakers to make more convenient policies toward AI development in agricultural sector. India's software sector is well sophisticated and capable to develop for convenient agri software, but challenges is on implementation part. Policymakers could suggest to expand agriculture extension among the farmers through AI training and workshop. Farmers can adopt such technological such technological advancement through government support and hug investment in rural areas, especially agriculture prone area. Relevance of the proposed study for society. This study will be more relevant to agrarian society. Our agrarian society always face many infrastructural market and financial problems. In all times, this study will surely reduce agrarian problems and to make farmers more convenient to deal with these issues. These some result and discussion based on the research aim outlined in the methodology domains of domain of smart sustainability agricultural model. The result from the literature review related that several domains need to be considered when adopting the smart agricultural model. Propose IoT AI SSS platform as a solution. IoT AI technical architecture for SSA platform. Conclusion. 3 new ideas are added to the literature on SIS. Why this work? First, by emphasizing the role of AI is in tackling the sustainability issues in agriculture. This is the study add to the body of knowledge on green information system in order to mitigate the modern productivity dilemma. We are contribute to the literature on dynamic capability by offering insight into the kind of organizational and digital capabilities that could be necessary to benefit from AI in the context of agricultural. Thirdly,
Lakshmi ma'am, you are 10 minutes in this session. You are left with 2 minutes. So I'll request you to please conclude this session as soon as possible.
Okay, ma'am. So sorry, ma'am, I'm not feeling well today. So food security depends on agriculture. Thus, IT can offer prospect to address current food issues and environmental difficulties. Understanding the acceptance and us of AI in the agriculture sector may also enable us to develop AI solution for other industries that are similar. These are some references. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now we will request Fatma Daraksha to please present her paper. Fatma, ma'am, are you there?
Ma'am, shall I present my paper next after the next presenter, ma'am? Because
Yeah,
there's some
in case the presenter is not present, I think the next presenter can go ahead.
Yes, Fatma is there, but I guess she is requesting to present after Shubham Kumar, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Actually, there is some technical issue. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Fatma, for informing us beforehand. So I'll call Mr. Shubham Kumar to present his paper.
Monica ma'am, there is a joint paper, I think, written by Shubham Kumar and Professor Tasha Singh. I have tried to get in touch with Professor Tasha Singh.
All right.
And asked her to join the session. I don't know whether she has received my message or her phone is going busy.
So shall we move ahead then?
Let us move, but then I will try to get in touch again and maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. You can let me know when they enter the session. So we'll deal accordingly. So next we have Sanjana Sharma Marwa with us. So ma'am, I'll request you to please present your paper if you're here.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay. I think there's some problem with the network. Just give me 1 second. I'll switch off the light at the back. Then I think it'll be the view will be a little better. Just 1 second.
Yeah, sure, ma'am. Sure.
Yes. Just 1 second. I'll go and try to share my presentation. Please let me know if the presentation is visible.
Yes, all right, ma'am.
Just, I think there's some slight network lag that's there. So is the presentation visible on your screens?
It says that you have shared your screen, but the screen is blank.
Just give it 1 second.
Yeah, sure.
This way, if
Ma'am, if you, the presentation is visible now, ma'am.
so, that's what I was thinking. Maybe because of the lag in the network.
Yeah.
To video, then the presentation is visible.
Okay. Might be a bandwidth issue.
Yes,
All right, then all the best. Please continue.
Of the chair, I'll share the presentation first. I'll hide my video so that the presentation can be shared. And once that finishes, then I'll go back to switching on the video. The presentation that we have today, the paper that we have created, me and my co-author, Venu Pranami, it's essentially on the whole aspect of artificial intelligence and the digital gender inequality that is there. So to move on, a very basic idea of artificial intelligence, which I will be just talking about how it is essentially a field of computer science which is dedicated to theory and development of computer systems which are able to perform tasks which normally require human intelligence, like visual perception, speech recognition, translation, all of these. And they are, as the chair, ma'am herself has highlighted, they are widely used in the public sector, in the private sector. They're contributing to making people, making things swifter, faster in all contexts. Now, our submission is that because of artificial intelligence and the use of artificial intelligence, there is a exponential advancement in the field of artificial intelligence. And this exponential development in the field of artificial intelligence has very far-reaching consequences, not only in the way in which we do financial transactions, the example of which ma'am gave, but also in all other aspects. So it is impacting labor markets, it is impacting profiles in jobs, it is impacting worker skill requirements. And it is in this context that we're trying to position artificial intelligence vis-a-vis the gender hierarchy that is there. So just 1 second. I'm trying to move to the next slide. I'm not very sure if the slide is being changed. Just give me 1 second. So much for technology.
Yeah, and here we are.
There are people waiting in the waiting room to be admitted. I can see that also on my screen. Yes. So we are essentially, like I said, we're looking at how gender is important in this. We are trying to look at how gender stereotypes, how and if first and how gender stereotypes are being perpetuated
through artificial intelligence? What is the aspect of gendered work segregation that is taking place? And how is this whole idea of, a vicious cycle of digital gender inequality that is being perpetuated? So we essentially try to highlight that whatever are the evidences which are already there in the context of how artificial intelligence is not increasing gender equality in any manner which people would have wanted it to, but it is somehow furthering gender inequalities in labor markets, ranging from the horizontal and occupational gender segregation to also an increase in the gender pay gap. So when we talk about this digital gender inequality, we're saying that this vicious cycle of digital gender inequality is something which is difficult to break out of. And how this is perpetuated is that there are gender stereotypes, there are inequalities in societies, and that form the very foundation for the early segregation of genders within the education system. So there are fewer number of girls and women who opt for STEM, the science, technology, engineering, mathematics domains. And as a result, few women enter the ICT domain as well. So when relatively fewer women are entering these tech labor markets, and there is a disparity in their representation, in their remuneration, in their promotion, it also makes it difficult to retain female talent in these technology-related fields. And there is also the aspect of transitions that take place from higher education to career cycles. So what studies have highlighted is that there is a homogeneous developer team, which is predominantly male, which designs the artificial intelligence systems and which works on their applications. And more often than not, this leads to a neglect of the needs of diverse users. And it is something which further perpetuates these gender stereotypes that are there. So UNESCO itself in 2019 pointed out that gendered technologies were further creating inequalities in access to technology, and they were actually aggravating gender inequalities in society. So there is just this one figure which helps present the idea of the gender inequality. So the basic idea is that there are gender stereotypes and inequalities which are already present in society. These inequalities and this segregation is found in education, which is what I had highlighted. This then goes on and becomes a part of the profession. And this in turn is something which reproduces the inequality in technology and reproduces the inequality in access to technology. Now, we as human beings, we have this tendency to look at only the positive at times, depends on whether we want to see the glass is half full or half empty, but most of the time we want to look at the benefits of things. Now, the submission that has been made in some other studies is that within themselves, the artificial intelligence technologies are not objective, they are not gender neutral. Because what is it? It is essentially dependent on the person who is developing it, okay? And that is something that is there. So the AI system designers determine what data, what parameters are relevant for it. They decide on the operationalization of the performance. They decide on the appearance. They decide on the embodiments. They decide the names. They decide the voices. They decide the characters, and they decide the roles. So whatever is the initial social judgment of the system designers, it will then go on and become a part of that which they are creating. So this has been expressed as, the whole idea that an algorithm is nothing more than an opinion which is formulated in a programming language. And the only difference in this is that an opinion is something that you can either agree with or disagree with. But more often than not, the technological advancements that is created through these algorithms are things that we accept blindly, that we just learn to use. So this stereotypical notion of women and men is also something which tends to get manifested through the engineering labs out into the wider social. And the one study that we have referenced in this, because of the paucity of time, is the Berkeley Haas Center for Equity, Gender and Leadership, which tracked available instances of bias in the artificial intelligence system. And they analyzed 133 systems across industries from 1988 to 2021. And their findings were very, very interesting. And they're still true. And if you try to use technology, you will be able to, it will resonate with you, yet that yes, this does happen. So there are three important aspects in this which we have taken into consideration. First, that the gender bias results in a low quality for women and non-binary individuals. So, for example, if you see voice recognition systems, which are increasingly used in many services, from cars to healthcare products, everything, they often work less for women's voices. Now, this is something that has been seen by people, has been spoken about by people, in normal conversations within the household. But it is something that is actually threatening if we look at the implications in the longer run. The second is that there is an gender bias in the AI system, which leads to unfair allocation of resources, information, and opportunities. So systems which are used in recruiting and hiring, they generally deprioritize women's applications. So there is already artificial intelligence working in the background. The third is that the bias is also perpetuating the existing harmful stereotypes, the prejudices, and they then lead to a kind of derogatory, offensive treatment or erasure of the already marginalized gender identities that are there. So, these are essentially important examples of how, when we are trying to use, for example, translation software, or the use of gender binary in gender classification, which again creates inaccurate, simplistic views of gender. Now, just, in the run-up to today, we've had the inclusion of a different definition of men and women in the dictionary. But in that domain, again, artificial intelligence is something that is still lagging behind, because it is still perpetuating or magnifying the inequalities that are there in the larger social. And again, like I said, this is something that UNESCO itself has taken light of, and the director for gender equality, Sanye Gulshan.
Sorry to interrupt, but you are already 10 minutes in the session. I'll request you to please wind up.
I'll just wind up, ma'am. Okay. So what has been highlighted is that obedient and compliant machines posing as women are entering the homes, the cars, the offices. Whether it is the navigation system or it is the ubiquitous Alexa, they're all women voices. And there's a hardwired subservience, which is affecting how people speak to female voices, how women respond and express themselves in response to requests. And there is a need to pay more attention to how and when, artificial intelligence technologies are gendered and who is gendering them. Now, again, because of the paucity of time, I'll just come to the aspect of how to end it. The idea essentially is, in this particular context, in terms of ending it, is to look at the integration of women in the creation of artificial intelligence to begin with, so as to have the ability so as to have the opportunity to allow those women to share, to raise their voices, to talk about how it is that they can also modify the usage of artificial intelligence for women, by women, in a way that facilitates women's participation in artificial intelligence. And again, because of paucity of time, I would have to stop there.
Thank you so much, Sanjana ma'am.
Thank you.
So that was a really nice presentation. So now I'll request Fatma ma'am to please start the presentation. Fatma ma'am, can you hear me? There might be some technical glitch, so we'll move and we'll start with another presentation. So I will request Professor Tasha Singh to please continue with her presentation.
Okay. Thank you so much. Am I allowed to share my screen? No. Can I be allowed to share my screen? I have a PPT.
Yes, of course. Yes, of course.
Thank you so much. Okay, is it visible to everyone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much. So if you're not paying, then you are the product. Okay, a very good afternoon to Honorable Chair and the organizing team, also the worthy scholars and faculty members present in this international conference. My name is Dr. Tasha and I'm from Galgotias University, and I'm extremely enthusiastic. Please don't change the screen. And I'm extremely enthusiastic to share my research work, which is AI-based journalism and data and digital capitalism. I have done a SWOT analysis, and thank you for giving opportunity to present the paper. In the abstract part, I would just like to say that we are talking about artificial intelligence in almost every field, be it agriculture, be it medicine, be it engineering. Henceforth, how can journalism stay away? Of course, journalism is also looking forward to how to use the artificial intelligence, but AI is not a panacea for journalism. It's just a tool where we look forward to enhance our productivity, because journalism is based on accuracy, authenticity, speed, and accountability. So a machine cannot generate accountability. Okay, that is where the human conscious has to work upon. But what we are finding is that now AI has entered the newsroom, and it is around the globe where we are using high-end softwares for news generation. Then we have to, I am connecting two terms over here, AI-based journalism and digital capitalism. So what is digital capitalism? We all know capitalism. We understand the phenomena of capitalism. Now, when I connect it with digital, so it is basically, we are finding that you see the top 10 list of the richest people in the world. And mainly it is people who are working in the digital era and working in the lines of digital industry, like Elon Musk. He is the richest man and he is the owner of Twitter. And we all know that Twitter is a microblogging site. So he is the richest man in the world. He's making so much of money. So it is basically one person or a group of people who are owning the market and are ruling and making a lot of money through digital platforms. So here comes a need to think about that. Is digital capitalism actually a good phenomena? Is it in favor of us, or what are the various strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats when we talk about digital capitalism? Because somewhere low barriers to media, like because on internet there is no gatekeeping. If you write something for a newspaper, if you have something for a news channel, there is a group of editors who are there as the gatekeepers, who check what information you are sending. Okay, and then after passing their criteria, it is finally broadcast or printed or published. But what in internet? Internet, you have no such barriers. You can anytime have your own YouTube channel, you can anytime have your own blog, and you can write and you can act as a opinion leader. You can motivate a lot of people, and henceforth we are finding that there is a lot of misleading information coming, then malinformation coming. That is a lot of information which is leading to misdirections, and there is a cyber propaganda. So these are our major issues and concern that we have to take care when we talk about AI-based journalism and digital capitalism. The keywords of my study are artificial intelligence, journalism, digital capitalism, digital technologies, and press freedom. Because somewhere we have to also talk about the press freedom. Who is going to take the onus if something goes wrong? Because when it is, as per the rules that we have, if it's a newspaper, the editor-in-chief is responsible for whatever is being published in the newspaper. But if it is something that is machine generated, which this phenomena is called as robotic journalism, through artificial intelligence, we are actually able to create news through machine. The computer is generating news. So if that news is misleading, or if there is any incorrect information, who is going to take the responsibility and accountability of that fake news or incorrect information? So these are the various concerns which actually inspired me to go for a SWOT analysis on digital capitalism. then AI actually provides a wide range of media related contents, and we are able to generate many things like content grouping is possible, retrieval is possible, categorization is possible, surveillance is possible, and management is also possible. Then the key here is that we are allowing a computer to supplement human judgment and action, because everything is being done by a machine. So is this a threat to the jobs to the people, or is it an aid for them? We all call it as automated journalism or robotic journalism, where machines are developing news, and there is so much of junk information around. So this is also a concern, because there's a lot of junk information which is every day, in every seconds, in billions, it is being flushed through various computer sets where people are connected to internet and they are sending informations. So all those junk news has to be taken care of, that how to segregate that. And hence, for content grouping in this kind of issue, we use artificial intelligence. Now, let us talk about these trends. Prannoy Roy is being a very famous media personality. He owns, he was earlier owning, now not, but he was owning the New Delhi Television, which is popularly known as NDTV. So he says that, in the age of technology and in the age of information, we are actually being able to, get the speed, because mobile journalism has helped us for going for an efficient news coverage, and we don't have to be dependent on OB vans. We don't have to be dependent on OB vans is outside broadcasting vans. Whenever we go for outside field coverage, we use an OB van. So now mobile journalism is helping us, because we don't have to carry too many gadgets with us, and this is a kind of a new digital tool that is helping us to quickly record and cover the field, write the news, speak about it, and share it immediately on various channels. So this is the strength of artificial intelligence, and data capitalism is allowing us to, increase the consumer spending through subscriptions now, because through YouTube, you can easily access ndtv.com, you can access amarujala.com. So many newspapers and news organizations, news channels are for free available on YouTube, and you can go for checking the news. So somewhere where at one place where you have to pay for the monthly bill is generated if you're buying a newspaper or if you're subscribing a news channel, but through digital media, you are able to access things for free. So these are like information is, always wealth. Knowledge is wealth. Information is an asset to us. So if you are getting something for free, it means that you are getting more aware. So this should be counted as one of the strengths of digital AI-based journalism. Now, there are certain weaknesses also. Because of the increase of digital capitalism in journalism, everyone is able to disseminate news and to reach a larger audience. So it is, of course, somewhere there is a propaganda, and there is a development of populist politics, or there is a restructuring of the public sphere. Plus, it is leading to a structural flaw of liberal and broadcast media, because it is all being linked to fake news, and there are various types of fake news. So fake news is being generated through digital platforms. So because there is no accountability, there is no check on it, there is no restriction on it, although there are certain agencies which are working as fact checkers. altnews.com is one of them. Daily you can check altnews.com, and they give you a long list of fake news that are being generated, but everybody doesn't know. There is a lack of awareness, so people don't know. So if you read something, then you feel that this might be true. So this leads to misinformation and disinformation. So this is a major weakness. Next is, what is the opportunity? The internet is providing an excellent platform for focusing on certain customer group. Everybody would not like to know about what is going on in share market. Everyone is not interested in entertainment, because your choice differs from your age, from your qualification, from your surroundings. So there is an opportunity where you are getting a customized information. If you're interested to read about entertainment, you can directly go to the entertainment entertainment section. You can check any website, bbc.com. So they have given various sections, beat wise you get information. So this is leading to a good opportunity where because of the content management system, which is a part of artificial intelligence, it is the people in the newsroom are quickly able to categorize and develop content and put it in a particular category. So it is easy for
Tasha
people
ma'am.
to fetch. Yes, ma'am.
My apologies for the abrupt interruption, but
No
you
problem,
have
ma'am.
already reached the 10 minutes time limit. So
Okay, ma'am.
I'll request
Just the
you to
last
please
slide.
conclude.
Last slide, ma'am.
Yeah,
Okay.
sure, ma'am. Sure.
Thank you so much. So when I say about the threats, the question of what obligation should come with dominating an online domain is still being debated because there's a shift of capital from financial and manufacturing sectors to ICT enterprises has resulted, to a tremendous growth in number of entrepreneurs and young entrepreneurs into digital business. We could see you must have come across, there are people actually don't have much content, but they are able to make a good money. Like Saurav Joshi. If you have young kids around you, you must be aware of Saurav Joshi because he has a great fan following and he has more than 14 million followers. And what is Saurav Joshi giving them? Just a day-to-day update that he has woke up, he has taken coffee, this, that. But he is making a lot of money. He is on an average in a month, he is getting more than 5 lakh rupees from YouTube. So it's a threat because somewhere, what we are serving, because by protecting their positions, against the common goals of consumers, because you are actually serving them a junk, but they are watching it because it is for free available and they are making money out of it. So somewhere, there is a haywire of the quality of the content that is being disseminated through digital platforms. So thank you so much for your time and patience. This is my email ID. If you have any queries, you can please write to me. Have a great day. Hello.
Thank you so much, Tasha ma'am. That was a beautiful presentation. Beautiful ideas were shared. So, Professor Williams, now we will be moving forward with Fatma's presentation, I guess. Fatma ma'am, are you there?
I think she joined.
Am I audible?
Yeah, she did.
Yes,
Yes, you are audible. Are you able to present your screen?
Yes, yes.
If you want to.
There
Yeah,
was
all
some
right. Okay.
technical issue. Okay.
All right. Go ahead. All the best.
Good afternoon, everyone. And today I'm going to present my paper on international relations and globalization in world politics through education in digital era. So I'm going to share my screen. Is the screen is visible?
Yes, we can. We can see your screen. The text is visible to us.
Okay, ma'am. Now, globalization is mainly increased power of non-state actor like MNCs, bank, and individual. So here in my research paper, I have described it in many areas like after the decline of the League of Nations and the Age of Renaissance, the United Nations Public Administration Network, the Information Age, was informed by capitalizing on computer micro-miniaturization advances, which led to modernized information and communication upon broader usage within society, becoming the driving force of social evaluation. So here are some global issues you can look at here is that the climate change, the education system, the globalization issues on many, it is a very greater impact on many areas, not in India, not in any other neighboring country, but all around the world. It's mainly have a greater impact on climate change, in the education system, in the healthcare and poverty and the women's safety, So now moving to the next slide. Here I want to share the symbols of the education system, where the another neighboring countries, conducting is like, here you can see the symbol of the USA and the Minister of Education of the People Republic of China. In this symbol, you can see here there are 5 major powerful countries. Okay, where we just comparing them to the education, that how they are, conducting their education policies globally. So you can, in the left side of the slide, you can share, you can see here is that the Minister of Education of Russia. So it seems like that an eagle eye, globalization. It's a kind of an eagle eye, where they are watching each and every person and observing within an eagle eye, So in the next slide, I want to introduce about the economic globalization has improved study and job opportunities. Okay, the aim of this paper is to present an adaptation. Mainly I want to describe about the USA. In the USA, success training for academic resilience start, light and advising intervention program influenced undergraduate students to overcome academic probation into the achieving good academic writing, academic standing, descriptive, they are mainly focusing on the quantitative researches, this really lead to the better academic performance for student on academic probation. So hence in US, higher education institution have begun to embrace the notion of a student success as helping a student on academic probation and helping each student achieve goals as part of their educational experience. So in the introductory part, here the globalization has increased the demand for education due to the economic payoff of higher education to global science-based knowledge. University training has become more of a necessity to get good job in a globalized world. After the unification of Germany is considering the power of women in the digital era of pronouncement. After the Cold War, there would be the try to integrating the digital market through the balance of power and education by digital publishers with its 100 million neurons connected in a quadrillion synapses. That's the way we are digitally connected globally. Just I have given an example here, like in our brain, the nerves are connected, so that's the way the globalization is now connected. We are completely connected to the whole globe. Okay. The objective of my study is to examine the globalization is based on the single unit concept whole around the world for decision making in the field of economics, and to analyze the key steps to protect the education. And the third one is to analyze the globalization has increased the demand for education due to the economic payoffs of higher education to global science-based knowledge in historical perspective. In the previous slides, I have given the example of USA that they are after the COVID-19, they are mainly focusing on quantitative approaches, Here, I have described about the classical education versus modern education and the impact on culture. The globalization, here I am using the word globalization. The word globalization refers to the mixing of the globe with the local. As you know, India is a secular country, and we are mainly using the term decentralization, So here I'm using the word globalization refers to the mixing of the globe with the local, it is not merely entirely spontaneous, nor is it entirely delinked from the commercial interest of the globalization. From this perspective of view, in my paper, mainly after the decline of the League of Nations and the Age of Renaissance, the United Nations Public Administration Network, the information age was informed by capitalizing on computer micro-materialization advances which lead to modernization, information, and communication upon broader usage within society becoming the driving force of social evaluation. And does this lead to the third industrial revolution, in which we call this digital revolution? After some slide, I will define the term about the digital evolution. Here I'm going to discuss about how shall we industrialize our education. We really need to focus is about the industrialization. Is about all professions should be equally respected, like in Germany, because when you go to the Germany, the primary education is free, and after the 10th, the fee is there is no any fee they are taking for for the tuition fee. So after the primary education, they mainly describes about employment. Either you are a professor or an engineer or a plumber. In their all profession are equalized. So here I'm should be the employment work from home. Okay, and there would be a balance of power, like to establish a good relationship with the neighboring country. And here I want to tell you is about the military soldier in border, as well as in cyber soldier, or we also need a hacker also who protecting for future warfare or cyber attack, digital spying for business to track competitors activities. And in a digital world, it seems like by designing program that collect data at every step of a student's learning process, research, universities can now address on demand student needs with customized modules, assignments, feedbacks, and learning trees in the curriculum that will promote better and richer learning towards degree completion. Okay, so education policy, here I have given
Aksha,
the
ma'am?
Yes.
So we are running out of time for your particular presentation. We are done with 10 minutes here. So I'll give you 2 more minutes and I'll request you to please sum up.
Okay. So education policies, here primary education should be free, and here you can see that global governance, we should respect belonging to every culture, and Northeastern women empowerment should be taken as an initiative by the government, and economic integration, promote international business, potential consumer is so substantial, bigger than critical creator in India. So the power of English in this miraculous world, global citizen belong to the new master of information and language who can utilize and manage the gifts of the information revolution. Okay. I shared a book, which is, the Marx in the Age of Digital Capitalism. I suggested everyone to please read this book for if you are interested to know more about the digitalization, about the current situation. Here is the chart I'm going to share here is that industrialization and employment is it's going to directly proportional to the one another. You can see here, due to the short of time, I just share my screen. Okay, The students are motivated to be successfully when they feel supported by this institution by achieving their academic proficiency, like quantitative study and modeling learning behavior and predicting student performance in massive open online courses are vital for adapting course planning and personalized intervention. And here, digitalization is not used by the hackers or a computer engineer, but they are also used by the doctors. Okay, medicine has built on a long history of innovation.
Ma'am,
Yes?
we are now out of 12 minutes. So I'll give you extra 30 seconds maybe. And I'll request you to sum up so that the other presenter can start, please.
Okay, ma'am. I'm just going to conclude my session, Now the feminization of the workforce increased after liberalization. Hannah Arendt about Margaret Engels, and you can see here, due to the shortage of time, and just share my screen. Okay, third industrial revolution, digital revolution, and comparatively, what we're going to do is that, we should take an initiative for the employment, like the LinkedIn or a Play Store or gaming. Okay, infotech. In this, I want to tell you about we should have to industrialize the revolution in an economy primarily based on information, like you can see here about the stratostropic airship called Stratobus. Okay, it really has a good impact on the addition to the surveillance of border of or high value sites such as the offshore platform. The Stratobus can carry out other mission on land or at sea. Okay, against the fire, soil erosion and pollution, and connected aircraft 3D detection. Okay, digitalization is an in depth of the ocean to the height of the sky are as digitalized. So now I'm going to conclude my paper. In the long run, a cross-sectional response here, digital revolution is the forecast concern about the cyber warfare. So we should have to take an initiative to stop the war on, digital. We should have to positively take an initiative, and we need to take to the respondent of the development for the imperative for educating girls. So all is about. This is my reference paper. I've done.
Thank you, Fatma ma'am. So now, Professor Williams, we'll be requesting Mohammad Saif to present his paper. Sir, are you there? Mohammad Saif. So we'll request you to please share your presentation with us.
Yes, I'm here, ma'am. Okay, I'm listening you.
May I please add something here? I would request
sure, ma'am.
I would request the presenters to be brief. See, please, if you're going with the introduction, please go to the objectives and probably go to the analysis and the conclusion, because this will help the other presenters also find time to make a presentation, please.
कौन सा वीडियो शेयर करना है जी कौन सा ऊपर वाला ये Yes, can you hear me, ma'am?
Yeah,
yes, so we can
very much audible.
Okay, thank you. I think I'm audible, and also my screen is visible on your screen. My screen is visible, ma'am? Okay.
Yes, sir. Your screen is visible.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you. So basically, I will just discuss about the my topic, that what is my topic and what is the problem that today we are facing in terms of the changing consciousness of the sovereignty because of the interference of the artificial intelligence in the space of the sovereignty. I mean, most of the people, those who are from the international relation background and those who are actually from the political science background, they will be knowing about the concept of the sovereignty. Means what is the concept of the sovereignty and what is state actually. Basically, the idea of the state is completely contestable. There is no abstract, the view of the state or the sovereignty. Since the time of Plato and till now, even the Harari is talking about the state or sovereignty. So we have a very contested view of the sovereignty since the beginning of the city state, even till now. But basically, the modern idea of the state was emerged from the Westphalian principle, and that is very much based on the concept of the territory or the boundary. And it's we can realize the change. Means the idea of the sovereignty was changed with the emergence of the capitalism, neoliberalism, and the globalization. Means these are the tripartite juggernaut ideas. Means all these three: capitalism, neoliberalism, and the globalization. So basically, all these interference of the capitalism, neoliberalism, and globalization have changed the idea of the state. Even the sovereignty also. That is the main constituent part of the state, because there is no imagination of the state without having a sovereign authority. Either it is external or the internal, because there are two kinds of sovereignty. One is that is within a state, while the another is that is out of the state. I mean, that is based on the internal piece of the sovereignty. That is what we call the internal sovereignty, or the external one is that is based on the respect of the state. The respect of the boundaries of the state in terms of the security. That is two conception of the sovereignty. So because of the emergence of the pervasive technologies, transformative technologies, and the digital technologies, there is an explosive growth of the cyber incidents and the rising international tension, like between the US and the China, Russia and China, and also the countries we can say that there is a long-term, conflict between the US and the Russia regarding the electoral politics. Even the state sovereignty is a political concept that actually mainly lies in the territory and the border, natural rights and digital resources that belongs to us. And this space actually that we are facing now in terms of the sovereignty means these digital resources. That is a new addition in terms of the sovereignty. Means we can realize a new powerful, substance like digital spaces. That is also an addition in terms of the sovereignty that belongs to us, people and the authority, that has internal and external legitimacy. So the concept of sovereignty that actually defined by one of the most, prominent thinker, that is Daniel Philpott, who actually is authority in international relation, and he works on the concept of the sovereignty. He basically defined an authority on sovereignty, visualize sovereignty in terms of the authority, and it becomes legitimate when it is rooted in law and divine command. Basically, he's trying to locate the sovereignty in the commandments of the authority. And the second one is he get assent that command or get the assent of the people who consent to exercise it over themselves to protect their interest. And sovereignty is one of the constituent ideas of the post-medieval world. It conveys a distinctive configuration of the politics and law that sets the modern era apart from previous era. That was set by the A.P. D. Antreves. And after that, absolutist theories like Hobbes and Bodin also traces the root of the sovereignty to the protection of the some rights of the people. I mean, the security became the base for the emergence of the sovereign or the authority of the sovereignty. Like in the Hobbesian conception and the Bodin, who also discuss about the positivist conception of the sovereignty. I mean, the realist conception of the sovereignty that was discussed by the Hobbes and Bodin, and many more are there, of course. So this is an analogy of the concept of the sovereignty, means reasoning behind the emergence of the sovereignty, the protection of the people's interest that made some place for the development of the sovereignty in the modern sense. And the decentralization, political arrangements of the feudal system created a space for the modern notion of the sovereignty that entitled to the Westphalian political system. I mean, a new concept of the emergence of the sovereignty was started from the Westphalian, the treaty that was happened in the 1648, that was totally based on the integrity of the boundary, or the protection of the boundary, or the, we can say that, respect of the boundaries of each countries. So while in terms of the meaning, it was defined as the supreme normative power with a domain that was discussed by the Van Siegfried. So these are the concept of the sovereignty, but these are the classical or the traditional conception of the sovereignty. Surely they are modern in a sense, while we are discussing since the beginning of this Westphalian Treaty. But how this conception of the sovereignty means that are based on the territory boundary, or in the individual or any kind of council or the assembly. So that conception is actually changing nowadays. Means the classical tradition of the sovereignty is implicitly changing. That we can realize through the interference of the artificial intelligence in the spaces, space of the power. Like apart from it, the main object of the sovereignty are taking different new ways of its meaning, such as the air, which has been the new domain of the sovereignty for the last 100 years. Finally, in outer space, many activities such as economic, legal, and national security are rapidly becoming more widespread through new technical possibilities. And furthermore, cyberspace provided by the electronic network has been enabling new and remote social formation and expanding the areas of the activity that require sovereign discourse through the technological development. It accelerates. Hence, the state of sovereignty over the complex different territories and actors has become increasingly controversial and keeps changing over the last few years. And the strategic autonomy and the sovereignty have become top political priorities. Government leaders feel that nation sovereignty is under threat. While sovereignties are under the threat, means the power of a particular boundary or the government is under threat. Why? The reason is the confluence of the pervasive, transformative, and even the disruptive digital technologies, the explosive growth of the cyber incidents, and rising international tension between the US and EU on one side and China and Russia on the another side, as well as transatlantic the tension. There is no doubt that these threats put sovereignty at stake. So hereby having a critical assessment of the withdrawing of the traditional vision of the sovereignty, our sense can experience the newly emerging terms or the consciousness of the sovereignty, like data, digital, and technological sovereignty. So earlier it was located in person, in boundary, in territory, in assembly or the councils in terms of internal sovereignty, but now it is transforming. Means there is a structured transformation in the sovereignty, like it is shifting from person, from boundary, from territory, assembly, or the group of people to data, digital, and technological sovereignty. That is what a new consciousness is going to be added in the sovereignty, that we must need to discuss and we must need to mention in each every aspect. That is very much a part of the capitalist agenda. This newly emerging dimension of the sovereignty is creating a new kind of space of sovereign authority that displays the power from the traditional sovereign authority like a state or government to we can say that recent one of the very famous, the natural historian and the philosopher Yuval Noah Harari,
please sum up
working
your
at the
presentation.
Yes, he is a global history expert, also called yes, I will try to summarize in very limited way. A global history expert, also called a natural philosopher and public intellectual, provided a sense to the world that is too dependent on the data-driven technologies. And also the consequences of it take us toward data colonialism. That is the new term coined by the Harari, data colonialism. It is a time of data. Actually, those who have data of our citizen of the country or the politician of our country, or whatever data they have, that is really going to make them sovereign, so which can endorse monopolistic corporation and tyrant governments. While he was addressing the NASCOM Leadership Summit 2022, he predicted the world of the data colonialism as one of the biggest danger to the human future. He mentioned that a larger amount of the data in the form of artificial intelligence and machine learning poses two big challenges to governments and the public alike. So finally, I would like to conclude that what are the problems that we are facing because of this, the import of the data through the digital technologies in the another countries. And how, these big giants of the capitalist class are actually becoming the new sovereign. Surely we have a contestation that where we can locate the sovereignty. Really, we have a sovereignty of the state. We have the sovereignty of the people. We have sovereignty of the parliament. Everything is there in terms of domestic sovereignty or it is international sovereignty. But somehow it is going to be because of that our mind, our like and dislike, everything is under watch. It is like an Orwellian state. It is like an, everyone that a big brother is watching to us. That is very much clearly mentioned in the book of 1984, that the written by the George Orwell. So we are currently living in an Orwellian state. So that Orwellian state is totally based on this, the AI system nowadays. That is actually what we can do. Actually, I would like to conclude that for the restraining this, the monopolistic tyrant government, or we can say that monopolistic capitalist class. So there is some conclusion that I would like to express. First is that we need to enact the legislation that requires, articulate and specific, the privacy process, cyber security, the law and standard, anonymity, the procedure with the statutory, the penalties for the violation and the private rights to the action. So I mean, we need a data regulation law. We need a body of, that can control all these, the monopolistic nature of the capitalism or something like that. That actually somehow the diminishing the concept of the internal sovereignty or the domestic sovereignty, or somehow
Please sum up. Please conclude.
Yes, I have done. I've done. That is my conclusion, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Saif. You've finished well in time. Appreciation for that. So, Professor Williams, shall we call upon the next presenter?
Yes, please.
So, our next presenter is Rajshri Srivastava. Ma'am, I'll request you to please go ahead with your presentation.
Okay. I'd request you to please allow me.
Saif, your mic is mute. Oh, sorry, mic is on. I request you to please mute your mic.
I'm sorry, sir. Just muting.
I would request you to kindly allow me to share my screen.
Yes, ma'am. Just give us a moment.
Okay. Right.
I think you can, ma'am. You may please try.
Yeah. Is it visible now?
It is visible.
All right. So just give me a moment to. I hope my presenter's view is not visible. It's just the presentation that is visible. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. We can see the presentation only.
Yeah. Okay. Let me know if it's just in case the notes are visible, because they could be very distracting. All right, thank you. So my name is Rajshri Srivastava. I'm a scholar in part-time PhD scholar in Galgotias University, and also a wellness manager in a IT MNC. So my topic that I've chosen for today is that I've been working on is, can artificial intelligence aid communication, considering the possibilities of GPT-3 in palliative care? Here, GPT-3 is the case study. We have taken GPT-3 as a case study. So 1 second. Okay, so those who are new to the field of, or the idea of palliative care, let me give you a brief about the same. So communication in palliative care is one of the toughest challenges faced by clinicians. It refers to palliative care, it refers to end-of-life care. Generally doesn't start with end-of-life care, it starts with the prognosis of a life-limiting illness. And palliative care focuses on improving quality of life, works on pain relief, comfort care, and symptom management, keeping in mind the psychosocial aspects, the physical, social, emotional, and spiritual needs of the patient, as in the whole society is involved when it comes to caring for a terminally ill patient. But since it's a very vulnerable place to be for both the patient, the caregivers, and the clinical teams, communication creates a roadblock in important decision makings, as in it does involves understanding the the patient's desires, the way they would want to live their life. It also kind of it might sound a little disheartening, but yes, it also deals with the way of death, the quality of death as well. And when things get complicated, as human beings and as clinicians, generally communication gets hampered, because clinicians generally
hop around the topic. They do not really want to discuss such sensitive information or such sensitive topics with the patients and the families, which in turn, what it does is it kind of prevents or keep the patients away from taking important decisions that they could have taken in time for improving a better quality, for improving their quality of life. Now the question arises as in how AI can come into perspective, and I can understand there are a lot of red flags that might have already ranked in your head, because considering that the paper kept maximizer theory or the ethical challenges, or as we have heard earlier in one of the presentations that the AIs are generally a shadow of the one who created or programmed the particular code. So there could be biases there as well. So the idea here was to understand whether, if AI technologies can help or can be used or applied in end-of-life care communication. OpenAI's GPT-3 was taken as a case study to understand the possibilities of artificial intelligence aided communication in palliative care. So the case of therapeutic chatbots is not new. The first one was a Rogerian therapist called Eliza, developed in MIT in 1966, and then we had Parry and then Ellie by DARPA, and all of these passed the Turing test, but of course they had their own limitations. But GPT-3 has its own vibe, and guess who is the co-founder? It's a not-for-profit research organization started by Elon Musk himself. So what is GPT-3? GPT-3 or the generative pre-trained transformer 3 uses deep learning to produce human-like text. It is created by OpenAI, a San Francisco-based, as I already told you, artificial intelligence laboratory. It is the third generation language prediction model in the GPT series so far, and is claimed to be capable of generating articles which human evaluators have difficulty distinguishing from articles written by humans. Recently, on November 18, a year ago, OpenAI announced the broadened availability or the free availability of GPT-3, which has now stopped since May. They were providing free accessibility, and during the research was carried out during the same time. So what it uses, so I'm someone who's not from a IT background. I'm a psychologist by profession, and it uses prompt programming, which makes it easy for people like us to use the particular program or to use the particular software and generate the texts. So GPT-3 uses prompt programming, where the prompt is used as a code language to coach the AI to do certain tasks. And you have to understand that your codes or the prompts that you make to the GPT-3 has to be bang on. Otherwise, you'll get the answers of the machine would be different accordingly. So if you could see the snapshot here, I've already shared one of the snapshots where I have asked that this is a philosophical, this is the prompt, the one that are in bold lines are the prompt that are given the machine, and the one that the one that are not in bold are the one that is answered by the AI. So moving on to the methodology, what we did is we took GPT-3 as the case study here. We used the Beta Playground, the DaVinci engine. I would quickly put the link in the chat box of those who might be interested in checking this out later for reference. And what we did then is we, just a second. What we did is the responses that we got. So basically what we did is we had a conversation with the AI. We gave them a prompt, and we took 6 psychologists working in the field of palliative care, and we took the transcript of that conversation and presented it to the psychologist, but we did not let them know that this is a conversation between us and a machine. We told them that in the beginning that the conversation is in between MHP to another MHP or mental health practitioner. One is a trainee MHP in the field of palliative care who has just begun, and then there is an MHP who is well trained, and then they were asked to evaluate the responses or the transcript of the conversation, which is generally the R sort of Turing test, which is if they were not able to guess this was a work of a machine, then we could say that the machine has so far been very convincing or was good with the conversation. To give you a background, here are the results. This is what the prompt looks like. And it was very surprising for us because the GPT playground or the machine with right prompts produced intelligent and remarkable, often surprising tests. And the responses in a way imitated human interaction. So the test scenario 1, we did ran several of these prompts. The first one was, so the first prompt that we gave to the AI machine was, this is a discussion in between a cancer patient in palliative care setting. The patient is questioning meaning and existence of life while you are the clinician answering his questions. As a clinician, you are well versed in therapeutic approaches, philosophy, and medical sciences. So the prompt kind of summarizes how well versed your prompt should be, or how defining your prompts should be to generate desired text from the machine. The engine that was selected were Text Davinci.
Rajshri ma'am?
Yes?
So my apologies for interruption in between. So first thing is that you are almost 10 minutes in your presentation. So you have another 2 to 3 minutes to conclude the presentation. Another is we have Professor Sambit Malik with us. So once Rajshri ma'am is done with her presentation, we will give a brief bio of Professor Sambit. I hope that's all right, sir.
Fine.
Yeah, all right then. Rajshri ma'am, I'll request you to please sum up your session. Thank you.
Yes. So you have to define what you want, and you have to, set the prerequisites before you start. So this is one of the snapshots of the conversation that we had. It didn't shy away from having, philosophical conversation with us, like the one that, it discussed Sartre with us, Jean-Paul Sartre with us. It described what Jean-Paul Sartre's depictions of death were. And in fact, it's very difficult to summarize it within this particular meeting, but I would request you to please go on and try this machine to know how incredible it could be at times, and the ability to surprise us when it comes to having meaningful conversation. And the result was that on the first scenario, of course, there was the approval rating from the 6 psychologists to the so-called MHP, the GPT-3 they thought was an MHP trainer, was not very good. But for the second scenario, the second prompt or the third prompt onwards, when we improved our prompts, the answers generated by the GPT-3 machine was well received. And in fact, by the end of the study, when we revealed it to our 6 reviewers that it was indeed a machine, they were at awe and couldn't believe that the answers were generated by a machine because they were intelligent. But yes, there's a flip side here. There were glitches, there was redundancy, and there were strongly held opinions about faith, death, life, and religion. And also, the trainee or the GPT-3 machine seemed more forthcoming and gave very definitive answers, which is not very appreciated in the field of palliative care. So, conclusion is AI-assisted communication in palliative care could be used to train professionals in palliative care field by using it as a simulation in training. We can develop an app, we can use it as a therapist's assistant, but we cannot, and we can have a philosophical, can give it to the patients to have a, as an assistant, to have a philosophical dialogue, maybe have some fun. It would require a lot of modifications, but of course it would not be able to replace a human agent yet when it comes to palliative care communication or dialogue. So yes, please, since I've done this a few months ago and it's constantly evolving, they have already also started ChatGPT, which is very interesting. I would request you to please play with the machine a little bit to understand how interesting it could be. Thank you, everyone. So that would be all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah.
So I'll just take a moment to introduce Professor Sambit Malik. So, sir, we have the session chair with us, Professor Vasanti Reena Williams, who is the Head of Research and Curricular Development Cell at Vidya Vikas Institute of Engineering and Technology, Mysore. And about Professor Sambit Malik. Professor Sambit Malik is a professor at Department of Humanities and Social Sciences at Indian Institute of Technology, Guwahati. He has done his PhD from University of Hyderabad. He has recently published a research paper titled Handloom and Powerloom Industries in Odisha, a Historical Analysis. His research interests involve sociology of science and technology, historical sociology, philosophy of the social sciences. So, sir, we are almost about to finish this session. We have one more presentation to go with us. The presentation is of Dr. Shweta Thakur. Ma'am, are you there?
Yes, I am there. No?
So I'll request Professor Sambit to please give us his ideas regarding the theme that we have for this session, that is AI and state and media. So, sir, after your views, we will request Shweta ma'am to continue with her presentation.
Oh, thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry for the delay. I mean, I've been using my wife's mobile, and perhaps for this reason, you people might not have been able to identify me. Anyway, I'll take 10 minutes or something, or what? What is
yes,
the
sir,
time?
10 to 12 minutes.
That's fine. That's fine.
All right. Okay. Okay.
More
Thank
than
you.
enough. And I must thank Wasim for inviting me to make a deliberation on this artificial intelligence and its implications on our economy, culture, and polity. AI, as such, cannot be examined in isolation. AI also should not be examined independent of any other technological artifact, right? It's extremely important to posit today technology and how it interacts with our economy, our culture, our polity, and so on. And that's what I have been observing. I mean, throughout since 4 o'clock or so, I've been observing that people have been using these terms. You see, very quickly in 5 to 6 minutes or maybe 7 minutes, I'll try to wrap it up. If you look at philosophy as such, philosophy prior to the 19th century was divided into 2 parts. One, natural philosophy, and the other, moral philosophy. Natural philosophy is nothing but science in the present sense of the term. In fact, as you all know, that the term science was coined by William Whewell in the 19th century. And prior to that, science was known as natural philosophy. Natural philosophers or scientists are engaged in epistemological questions, whereas moral philosophers are engaged in ethical questions. When we tend to integrate natural philosophy on the one hand and moral philosophy on the other, or in other words, when we attempt to integrate epistemology on the one hand and ethics on the other, we tend to arrive at modern philosophy of science. That philosophy of science, when I say science, maybe an inquiry, maybe a method, maybe an institution, and so on. That inquiry into the nature and limits of a particular knowledge. When I say limits, I do not mean limitations. By limits, I mean under what limiting conditions science is practiced or pursued. Okay, that's extremely important. Even a set theory has limits. I mean, a set theory is a philosophical branch of mathematical logic. It also has its limits, but doesn't mean that it has limitations. In this sense, I'm using. And when I say science has been engaged in epistemological, natural philosophy was engaged in epistemological questions, and moral philosophy has been engaged in ethical questions. And when we tend to integrate the two, we tend to arrive at modern philosophy of science. Then precisely because the proponents of epistemology or the proponents of natural philosophy, science in the present sense of the term, they were engaged in the questions like, what is knowledge? How is knowledge produced? What counts as knowledge? And so on. On the contrary, moral philosophers, they asked such questions that what is good? What is bad? What is right? What is wrong? The kind of knowledge that we have produced, whether it is evenly distributed or not, whether they are democratically distributed or not, whether the fruits of technological development are accessible to all or not. That's why question of access, democracy, equity, and so on, they became more important for moral philosophers. That's why philosophy of science, sociology of science, we always try to integrate epistemology with ethics. Okay. It's not like that only ethics can solve the problems, or only epistemology can solve the problems. We want to make such integration. Okay, that is one. And the way I tend to look at AI today, artificial intelligence today, it is a part of the entire mode of production. You will find that capitalist mode of production, you will find that AI must be located against the backdrop of some kind of larger technological agenda, or rather larger capitalist agenda in the age of technology. Okay, that's why technology, as I understand from the perspective of historical sociology or philosophical anthropology or political economy is extremely important. Okay, if you look at that, technology is the medium through which human beings interact with nature. When I say nature, it includes both natural as well as social phenomena. Thereby, I tend to broaden or widen the scope and ambit of nature. Okay. Sorry. Then, when I say this, that we must look at the way through which technology is viewed. It is specific in specific modes of production. Modes of production are a combination of forces of production and relations of production. Basic Marxist literature. And AI must be located within that. But the way capitalism was practiced 100 years back, please don't think that capitalism is going to be practiced after 100 years. Now or after 100 years. It will change its course of action, and AI also will be obsolete after a certain period of time. Okay, every technology becomes obsolete, even philosophy becomes obsolete, right? At one point of time. And the way we tend to interact, we as human beings, as individuals, ourselves, we tend to interact with artificial intelligence, or we are conditioned by artificial intelligence. That conditioning or reconstruction of the self against the backdrop of an image that we are creating as artificial intelligence, that as if it is going to solve all problems, or it is, or some people may say that no, it is nothing. Both extremes are wrong, and I feel that in this economic political culture, in such political cultural economic conditions, I'm sure each technology has its own role to play, and the self will be refashioned in different time periods, and it is not simply about a particular technology or a particular set of technologies or so, but it is the mode of production that perhaps is going to determine what kind of technology we are going to adopt at what point of time. And because once people very often quote Marx, that he said it is not the consciousness of men that determines their being, but on the contrary, their being that determines their consciousness. But I don't quote that so much. Rather, I quote a little after that when he said the tradition of all dead generations weighs like a nightmare on the brains of the living. Then when I quoted Marx that the tradition of all dead generations weighs like a nightmare on the brains of the living, perhaps not simply the self will be reconstructed. I mean, self, the state, not in a very conventional sense that people very often say to conventional political science teaches us that what are
Professor
the elements
Sambit?
of yeah.
I'm so sorry to interrupt in between like that, but
Just
sir, we
a
are
minute.
almost, yes, sure.
A minute, yeah. When you say that the state, conventional political science suggests that there are 4 elements of a state: population, territory, government, and sovereignty. But actually, in the 21st century, we all find that today that the state actually has been reduced to the ruling elites, dominant political parties, bureaucracy, and military. And these such changing characterization of the state, because the state is the most important political institution, and the state is going to determine with the aid of international finance capital whether AI is going to sustain or not. Thank you. Thanks a lot. If any question is there, I would be happy to address.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah.
So if there are any questions, please put them in the chat box. We will take them in the Q&A session.
Yes, I have a question.
So please put it in the chat box, and when we start with the discussion round, we'll take up your question, and Professor Sambit, if sir allows, will.
Instead of writing
Sir, actually, we have one more presenter with us, Dr. Shweta Thakur. So I guess we'll get we'll start with her presentation as well. So, ma'am, thank you. So, ma'am, I'll request you to please start with your presentation.
Okay. I'm just sharing my screen. Give me a minute. Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am, your screen is visible.
Okay, so today the topic which we have taken, that is application of artificial intelligence in the crime prevention. So, so basically when we see the application of artificial intelligence, it is already there. There are so many, I don't know why it's not moving. Okay. So when we see the application of artificial intelligence, it is mainly based upon the main 5 components. There is a learning component, there is a reasoning, inductive reasoning and deductive reasoning, problem solving, it is also there. The perception, it is also there. On the basis of perception, all the other the factors which are there relating to the problem, that is also perceived by the technology, and the language understanding, it is also there. So these are the 5 main components, and these 5 main components, they work together in order to give a human intelligence to a machine. So the artificial intelligence, they are of 3 types. The first is of artificial narrow intelligence. It is just a machine learning where one particular thing or the data, it is given to the technology or the machine, and where the simple problems can be solved. And the second stage is where the cognitive intelligence, it is given, that is the artificial general intelligence. And here the computer, they are able to solve certain problems, as well as they're also able to have the reasoning abilities. And the last, that is the advanced level, that is artificial intelligence, super intelligence, where the decision making, it is also there, the capability of decision making, it is also there. So basically, my paper is on the crime causation, because there are the different theories which are given by different criminologists, and these criminologists, they have figured out certain stimulus or certain factors which are behind the causation of any crime. For example, there can be the peer pressure, there can be the lack of supervision, there can be any type of physical abuse, or the social factors are there. Emotional IQ levels, they are very low in the people, so that they are more aggressive, as well as there is a low self-control also. So different theories, they are posed by different criminologists. And today the era, it is of the artificial intelligence. There are so many your machine learning is there. By virtue of that, there are CCTV cameras, there are so many detectors are there, bump detectors are there, in which the your different type of arm and ammunitions, it can be detected and crime can be prevented. But it is the one facet of it in which it is going to use the different type of stimulus which is given to it in order to identify the arm and ammunitions. But there are the different theories which are given by different criminologists, and the different type of factors, they are identified, and these theories, they are given in the 19th century or the early 20th centuries. And these theories, they have identified the reasons behind the crime causation. For example, the biological theory is there, which is telling about the genetical makeup of a particular person, that it might be possible that the person is having more of Y chromosome. There is a Lombroso theory that is known as atavism. And that is telling because of that there is more Y chromosome, and due to which it can be the possibility of more aggressiveness, which can give rise to the crime causation. So there are the different theories, such as biological theories, psychological theories, there, economic theories, there, sociological theories there. So the biological theory is telling about the genetical basis of the criminality. So why the crime has happened? It is the you can say interplay of the external as well as the internal factors. The internal factors, they are more in you can say expressed, or they are more relied in the biological theory. So two main theories it comes out. The one is atavism, and the atavism theory is given by the Lombroso. So Lombroso is saying that there are some criminal genes, or there are certain you can say different type of physical appearances which are there in a particular human being. By virtue of that physical traits, you can identify that this person is having the criminal genes, and it can go towards the criminality. So he has given certain physical traits, which is the stimulus, or which are the, you can say, the identific features which can be identified in a criminal. For example, your flattened nose, your large chin, large jaw, twisted nose, receding chins. So these are the physical appearances or the physical defects he has pointed out, that if the person is having these type of physical appearances, there are the chances that he can go into the criminality, because he is having more criminal genes, or he is having the more Y chromosomes, due to which he is more tend towards the aggression. The second biological theory which is there, that is the somatotype theory, and the somatotype theory is given by William Sheldon. Again, it is telling about that there are the 5 regions which can be compared. Facial, your facial breadth will be there, the neck thickness, the upper and lower arm thickness, the upper and lower leg thickness. On the basis of this, the physique can be correlated and and he has identified that there are the three basic type of the personalities. On the basis of all these three, comparison of the 5 reasons. The one is endomorphic. So endomorphic are those who are the fat, and they will be more more sociable, and they will be the relaxed person. They will not be more aggressive toward the criminality. They will be in a passive state. So the second, they are saying there will be the ectomorphic. The ectomorphic, they are the thin. These are bit introvert. They are a bit restless, and they can. There are the chances that they can indulge in the criminality. And the last is mesomorphic. These are the people who are more muscular and who are more hard, and these are having more tendency towards the aggressiveness. So the Shelton has found out that the third personality which he has identified in 1942, that is ectomorph, and these are those human beings whose physical appearance is showing that they are more aggressive, and they can be easily turned towards the criminality. So the second theory is the psychological theory. The psychological theory mainly emphasis on the negative experiences. It can be due to the victimization during the childhood. It can be the emotional distress in the married life or the family life, or when the person is in the growing age. And all these type of the negative experiences during the you can say lifespan, the person can go towards the criminality. So again, there are the three theories: the psychodynamic theory, behavioral theory, and the cognitive theory. So they are saying there will be the three major factors. The one is ID, second will be ego, and third will be the superego. Now here the ID, they are saying the ID is the genetic makeup of a person, what type of genes they are having. The way the same thing is given in the atavism also by the Lombroso. There will the genes, and the presence of certain genes will trigger the aggression. Similarly, they are saying there can be the ID, genetic makeup, due to which there can be the perception of the normal things differently by a different person. That's why there can be the chances of indulgence in the criminality. Now, the second, they are saying there will be the ego. Ego is a decisive factor where the person will become violent, and by giving the reaction to the normal things also, if he is having a more ego. So the ego, it is also the second element of the human personality. And by virtue of that, he can go, if he has a higher ego, there can be the violent reactions. The third, they are saying there can be the superego. So the superego, the third factor which they have identified in these theory, they are saying this is the morality principle. The individual, they are getting the learning from their parents or the other persons who are there in the society. By virtue of it, they have set certain standards and certain thought process that the things will be like this. And if anything goes outside the those set standards, the person will go into the aggression, or he will not be able to easily cope up with all the deviations. So these are the psychological theories where they are saying due to these IDs, egos, and the superegos, the person can deviate towards the criminality and be easily trigger the crime causation. The third theory, that is economic theory, and the economic theory that is given by the William Bonger. In the economic theory, it is telling about that there are certain economic disparities in the society. Everybody knows that in the era of the present era, the person is self-centric. They want to have more and more money. By virtue of that, you can say social contributions are very less, due to which the richer they are becoming more rich and the poorer they are becoming more poor. Now the economic disparity, it is increasing in the society. So this economic disparity has given rise to the crime also. So how it has given rise to the crime? There are two sections. The one, those who are economically weaker. So economically weaker person who are there in the economically weaker sections, they are not able to fulfill their daily needs. So they indulge into the crime against property. They used to go into the different type of crimes such as theft, robbery, extortion in order to fulfill their needs. So the second is the rich people also. So the rich people, they are having the sufficient means, but still the economics they are having, or still the economic position they are having, due to the greed they are having, they are going to be indulged in the white collar crimes. So these are the white collar crimes, are those crimes which are done by the higher class. These are the upper class of the particular society, which are not doing the crime in order to fulfill their needs, but they're only having the opportunity. For example, the bankers are there, they are having the opportunity, or they are the other persons who are having the opportunity to do a certain type of scams. So the rich people are also, the economics of the rich people are also the basis for the criminality, because they want to become more rich in the society. So the economic theory is telling about both the aspects, where the weaker section is indulging into the criminality in order to fulfill their needs, as well as the rich persons, they are also want to become more rich, and they are giving or they are indulging into different type of economic scams. Now, the last theory, that is a sociological theory. So basically, the sociological theory, the criminologists who are there with this particular theories, these criminologists, they are now giving emphasis on different type of factors, such as the attachments, commitments, involvements, beliefs. And these attachments, commitment, involvements, beliefs, these are the factors which are having the main, you can say, role in the criminality. For example, the attachment. So the first theory is the social control theory. So the social control theory is telling about the 4 elements, which I have already highlighted. That is the attachment, commitment, involvement, and beliefs. So here they are saying the attachments are there, and these attachments are of such a nature that the person can be regulated by the attachment. For example, we have seen that there are so many reports which are telling that the people who are the migrants, who are coming, who are not living in their native places, who are coming from the different areas or the different places, they used to indulge in criminality. Why? Because they are not having any social control, because nobody is knowing them. Unko pata hi nahi hai that who are those and from where they are. So they are easily deviant towards the criminality in order to get more, or in order to fulfill their requirement. Similarly, the attachments can also give rise to the criminality also. The one, it can be a stimulus for the control, where the person is living in the native place. So out of the attachment and the fear from disrespect, they will not go into the deviant behavior. But the attachment can also give rise to the your criminality, where the cases of the cultural rights. If you see the cultural rights, the people, they are going into the indulging into the different type of deviant behavior because of the attachment they are having to their own culture or their own religion or their own thought process. So these are the 2 facets of the attachments also.
Ma'am, please sum up, please conclude. It's time already.
Okay, I'm sorry. So they are the different factors, the way we are analyzing the different theories, there are the different factors which are given by different criminologists. So how the AI can be used, I will just take 1 minute, how the AI can be used, or it can be a good, you can say, it can be used in order to deal the criminality. So there are the 2 factors in which the AI can be used. The one is for the detection. For example, I have already told you there are the detection, there are the different machines which are used to detect the arm and ammunitions, and it can prevent the occurring of the crime. There can be the detection of any clue in the crime scenes also. In investigation also it can be used, but it can be used for the crime prevention. For example, if there is the first thing is, there can be the monitoring of the day-to-day activity of those persons who are having the physical traits which are identified by the Lombroso. The Lombroso has told about their set of the physical traits. And these physical traits tell us that the persons can indulge in the criminality. So there can be the data which can be given to the particular area to the machines, and the machines, they can regulate the day-to-day activity of these persons so that they cannot go into the deviant behavior. The people who are having the different bad experience, for example, if there is the cases of victimization, if any girl is having you can say any type of any girl or any child is having any type of victimization during the childhood or during their adolescent age, then that data, it is to be maintained, and those people are also to be you can say monitored. Their activities also to be monitored, because the experiences they are having, it can give rise to the criminality, because they are more aggressive. Because in India there is no such rehabilitation concepts, so that there can be the healing or the positiveness, it can come to the personality. There should be a particular department. For example, we are having a department where crime investigation is there. So I'm saying there must be a particular department which must take care of all these aspects pertaining to the accrual of the criminality. That can be the crime detection and the control department, and it must be working in consonance to the police department or crime control department. And it is the need of, there are so many countries who are having the crime detection departments with them. So India must have this model so that the crime can be prevented. the investigation is okay, but it is after the crime, accrual of the crime. But crime can be prevented if the department is to be there. The economic stratification of the society, it is to be monitored. The bank accounts to be monitored, their earnings to be monitored, as well as the need of the people, they are to be monitored, whether they are fulfilling or not. If there is any particular imminent need, then there must be the, you can say, model where the people, they can go and they can have the loans, or they can provide the funds from the social security, different funds. So these are major findings I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. So may I request all the presenters as well as all the audience, if you have any question, you may please write down in the chat box, or you may directly ask also to the presenters or Professor Malik, who is here. Thank you. I don't think there is any.
I have a question. No, actually,
Yes,
I have a question. Yes.
Yes, sir. Please,
Yeah.
please go ahead. Also
Yes.
state the from whom are you asking the question? You are directing the question.
Yes,
please.
yes, sure. Actually, I'm asking this sir from IIT. I forget the name actually. Sambit sir. Yeah. So my question is about that.
Professor Malik, are you
nowadays-
here? Excuse me.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, sir. Sir, my question is about that. As we know that modern state is based on the the territorial concept, but now the concept is very much reduced, as you said, that that is going in the hand of the capitalist elite. Means the state, the idea of state is somehow the shrinking. That is quite the debatable issue since last the 30 years, means after the globalization or the privatization. But what are the things that we need to implement, or what the state authorities can endorse for the regulation actually? Is it the mutual interest that lies in the technological the compromise between these the countries that actually importing the data, or is it not possible to have any endorsement like data regulation bill or something like that, so that we can protect the essence of the state in the traditional sense?
Okay. Can I go ahead? I mean,
Yes,
or is there
sir.
any question?
Yeah, sir. Yeah.
Huh?
Yes, sir. You can go, sir.
Okay. See, please don't think that this kind of decline of the state or so, it happened only after globalization. When I said this, the state is reduced to ruling elites, dominant political parties, bureaucracy, and the military. In fact, most of the developed nations first confronted this immediately after the Second World War. Okay, if you look at the works by Hamza Alawi, Theodore Sanin, and so on.
Yes, sir.
Introduction to the Sociology of Developing Societies.
Yes.
That the entire modernization theory as such, that or the development induced industrialization project and so on, you will find that that modernization theory as such failed to examine the nature of the state itself. At the same time, it failed to examine the location of the state within the matrix of a class-divided society. The modernization theory also failed to understand the relationship of the state with various other contending social forces. You see, the state cannot be taken as an institution which will stand above society or something, or above human beings. The state must have interacted or should have interacted with various social, economic, political, cultural groups for the development of our country. And developing countries like India, in fact, those who became politically independent immediately after the Second World War, they also failed to recognize the significance of the state as the most important political institution. The state was considered just to carry out some programs of development, some projects, but the overall human welfare was compromised. In this sense, technology was given primacy to human welfare, for example. Okay. Technology was given more importance to, we gave more importance to technology as compared to a reduction of poverty, for example, or unemployment, for example. Technology, and even science, for example, we have been relentless in building scientific institutions, but we have utterly failed in building scientific temper in the country.
Yes.
You know, wherever I go, I witness superstitions.
Yes.
And India was the first country to formulate its scientific policy resolution.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sir, one more question is there. If one more question is there from my colleague, actually, it's very
Saf,
short, very limited.
Mr. Saf, actually, some of we are really short of time, so I would really apologize. We will not be able to take any more question. But yes, if you have any more question, please write it down to us, and we promise that we will forward it to the concerned speaker or concerned panelist.
So just a
very
apologize.
small, sir.
So it will be very small
Very
question.
simple question, very small. Just my colleague is ready to ask, sir. Just 1 minute, sir.
Okay. Yes, go ahead.
So I am Sadaf Ali Khan, a co-author in this paper, The Sovereignty and the Artificial Intelligence and its Changing Consciousness. My question is that as the artificial intelligence has an impact on the society, the public discourse and the public opinion, and ultimately it affects the democracy, rule of law, privacy, etc., etc. It also, on the other hand, impacts the market as well. The dynamics of the market has been changed. And to overcome this dynamics, to overcome these various issues in the market, the law is going to be made. So my question is that how far we are coping up, how far we are over by legislating the laws, we can overcome with these technological conducts which are being there in the market. Because as NEP, that is the National Education Policy, which talks about the interdisciplinary approach of the law and technology. So how we will build such legislations, policy framework to deal with the technology and the law as well as, it should be.
Please ask your question.
Yes, that is my question.
Is it for me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. See, when we say technology, law, and so on, you will find that the first Indian Patents Act.
So one more small addition.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, sir. Small addition. So if you just try to focus your answer with respect to technology and competition law, for example, patent and
right.
IPR. Yeah.
The first Indian Patents Act, which was in 1970, was subject to only process patents.
Very right, sir.
Okay. In other words,
right.
One could arrive at the same product by using different processes. Okay.
Now the product and the process both can be patented.
Both can be patented. No.
Yeah.
Now,
Mr.
you
Saf,
cannot
please let him
arrive
answer.
Just a second, boss. Now you cannot arrive at the same product by using the same process. And it is a byproduct of our agreement with WTO in 1995, as a consequence of which on the 1st of January 2005, India entered the product patent regime. And such shift from process patent regime to product patent regime has made the competition a little more tilted towards the interests of the MNCs, precisely because our seed industry and pharmaceutical industry have been covered under this product patent regime. That's why you will find since 2005, the prices of seeds and medicines have gone up exorbitantly. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And with this, we have already delayed it like by 15-20 minutes, and I apologize my audience to all the presenters here. We would keep our times. We would try to keep up to the time. And like finally, I would like to say thank you to everyone who has been our audience. Like I would like to thank Professor Vasanti Reena Williams, Professor Anuradha Parasar, and Professor Sambit Malik, who has given their valuable time and joined us and made this day really successful. And we have talked in length on the issue of artificial intelligence and its correlation with economy, the self, the idea of self, as well as the world politics, as well as the nation and state. So thank you so much. With these words, we will meet you tomorrow once again at 10 a.m. So thank you. I would request all of you to kindly join.
Thank you.
Tomorrow.
Thank you, boss.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.